And we're live, and we're going to launch with wonderful news. I can't resist saying it immediately. The Buffy reboot is dead.
Woo!
Yeah.
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 You
Just
gotta take
great
the
news,
wins when you
man.
get them.
Absolutely. My God. First thing I saw when I woke up,
You know,
instead of my day being ruined when I opened Twitter, it is instead improved dramatically.
do you ever have a thing? I don't know if any of you guys have had this. So I woke up and I had like 11 individual notification messages from people, and I was like, "Oh God, something horrible's happened."
Yeah.
And like the first one I checked said the Buffy reboot's cancelled. I was like, "Oh," because that means everybody's telling me that because they want me
It's
to know.
it's such great news. It
It
really
is.
is. This doesn't happen often that like a reboot ends up dying. I'm curious as to why, but I also don't care.
Yeah. It's very rare that Hollywood gets an attack of common sense and just realizes, this kind of sucks, actually. We're probably better off not releasing this than just sharting it out into the
No, a
world.
lot of the time, it'll either be like, no, we don't realize it's shit, or it'll be like with Daredevil Born Again of like, this is shit. Let's get these other shitty storytellers to make a shit
Uh,
course correction.
Do you imagine
Season
how
2
bad
coming out soon.
everyone involved in it must feel though? Like your show was so terrible that like we can't even release it. Like, ooh,
Yeah,
damn.
because I assume the pilot was made, right?
Yeah, I think so.
yes. So
That must
They
be
had
why then.
They had
they
casting and
even
everything sorted, so
yeah,
Yeah.
the plan for anybody who didn't know was going to be this is how it was pitched. There's a new Slayer called, I think it was Zora, something Nova. I think that was it. And
Right.
Buffy's going to be teaching her how to be a Slayer and be a woman in this tough new world in New Sunnydale, which is like, I'm sorry, what? Why would there be a new Sunnydale? Sunnydale's a crater by the end of this show. Like, what are you talking about? And it's like, no, they made. It was funny. I was talking to Jay about it. He said, why would they make New Murder Town? Like, why would they rebuild it?
Yeah, they do realize that
It
Sunnydale is like horrible.
maybe it's like Springfield, you know, when the place gets so filled with garbage, they just move
Yeah.
the entire
Yeah,
town
move
like
it, yeah, put all
10
the
miles down
cats.
the road.
But so of course that was like how you doing that when there's like hundreds of Slayers now, like according to continuity. Why would Buffy just go to New Murder Town and teach one girl how to be a Slayer? That doesn't make any sense. And then of course a new cast, a bunch of new fun friends, which it's bad both ways, but it reminded me of Born Again, where you just get all these people who are like, who are you guys? Why are the interlopers in my show who are all like trying to fill the roles of previously better filled roles? You'd have all that. They did release like a behind the scenes sort of screenshot of them filming something, but yeah, they've been threatening it for a long time. From it was Chloe Zhao that made this happen, according to Sarah Michelle Gellar, because she was so passionate about it. She knew her Buffy back to front, which again, it's like, yeah, maybe, but all these choices already sound horrible. So not really,
But
you know.
she's soon to be, and again, Academy Award winning director. So
Well.
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that's
let's
true.
take
You
that.
actually would have. This is why I'm actually sort of surprised that they've cancelled this outright. Like, I wouldn't have thought they would care how bad it is if they're like, we've got Sarah Michelle Gellar and we've got Chloe Zhao being interested in making it. You know?
Yeah, like how I
The thing
mean,
is,
surely it wouldn't be that expensive to make.
I mean, Chloe Zhao is very much like a drama kind of director, like low level, like people talking to each other and stuff. Like, I don't think she's really capable of doing action and adventure and all that. Like, yeah, like that's not her
Well, I mean,
sensibility.
she did
So
make Eternals, yes. Like that is always worth noting. She did make that movie.
He did.
yeah, so I mean, she rose to fame because of Nomadland, didn't she?
Yeah.
And that's fine, but it's like it's a woman in a van that just talks to people occasionally and drives around. It's not exactly demanding stuff from a directorial point of view. And then she's come back now with Hamnet, hasn't she? So
Hmm.
again, not necessarily. Yeah, I'm sure it's a great movie. It's just not exactly in line with doing Buffy. Like, I don't really see the connection between what she's good at and what she's proposing to do here. So yeah, better that this just dies.
Well, yeah. And so, from what's gathered from this article that's come up, people talking about is Hulu isn't giving up on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, despite rejecting New Sunnydale, which is what the thing was going to be called. They've been talking about reworking the pilot. In the end, Hulu opted not to proceed with it, but remains high on the Buffy IP and plans to regroup and mull a possible new incarnation of the beloved franchise.
No,
So it
I
hasn't
sure
been
hope
saved.
that. not seemingly temporarily, but I
Well,
hope it becomes permanent.
as Drinker described before we went live, it is a stay of execution. It will come back. This is temporary good news, but hey, enjoy it while it lasts. we're all slightly happy about it, but hey, you know what?
It's just nice.
Yes, and we can move on swiftly from that wonderful good news into discussing what we're doing today. We're having a fun old time, but just want to mention before that, Rags is what kept Rags away from the previous week's episode. I'm afraid it's moved on to this week as well. He said he's gonna come back as soon as he can. Just as of right now, it's not possible, unfortunately. So, we look forward to his return the moment he can. It's just things be happening for him. So I don't know if it's onion sickness. I don't want to say it's that serious, but hopefully he's A-okay and all right. But we're going to soldier on talking about movies, all kinds of movies. And I defer to my colleague Fringolius of Australia for this episode, if you'd like to take it.
Yeah, so, look, all right, before we talk about because all of us here have assembled a top 10 list of movies, which I suppose, to be clear, is probably more so going to be a top 10 like sort of favorite movies of the year, rather than trying to get like but which one is like really and truly the best. It's going to be that kind of thing, but before we do that, we got to talk about like how this year was horrible. Like I feel like it needs to be emphasized that 2025 sucked for movies. It really did. Like it was a pretty horrible year. Like if you look back at the all of the films that released this year, particularly if you're looking at all of the sort of big budget mainstream films which encompass what the majority of people are watching, my God. Like, holy shit,
It was a disappointing year.
Yeah, you could sure say that. Because even, look, all right, a lot of these projects we all kind of knew were going to suck, but some of them we hoped wouldn't, and a few of them were, I think, worse than we could have possibly imagined. When you actually think about it, and I don't know, it's all indicative of sort of the general trends. But I figured I might just remind you of some of the films that came out this year. Remember last year, Captain America: Brave New World. That came out last year.
What a legendary movie.
That was indeed a thing.
That was incredible. And it wasn't even the worst superhero movie of the year. That was super bad.
What we saw there was like, that was the worst parts of 3 different movies that were multiple reshoots, cobbled together into a horrible Frankenstein's monster of a film.
That's crazy. Somehow, remarkably, Lilo and Stitch, the live-action remake, came out last year, and Snow White, the live-action remake. Two of the worst?
Yeah, no, they might be 2 of the absolute worst. They're definitely bottom 3. Like, it's that bad for those.
Yeah.
Like, of live-action remakes.
Yeah, because Lilo and Stitch is, we did what we could, and I've done what I can on other shows to tell people. It is just an abomination, that fucking movie. Mm-hmm. Especially if you have any familiarity with the original.
Just completely compromises the core message of the film, which, something like The Little Mermaid, that's a bad movie, the remake, obviously.
Yeah.
Doesn't totally ruin the sort of core message, I suppose. Compromises it to some extent, but not completely butchers it. But that goes for Lilo and Stitch, as well as sort of being a grim omen for the future, because for some reason people delusionally thought that Snow White failing was going to be the end of it. I mean, hell, even Disney appeared to think it was going to be the end of it. The Tangled live-action remake was like, maybe not going to happen because of it. And then Lilo and Stitch makes $1 billion. Like, oh, yep, back at it. Yep, let's keep going.
I hate that. Like, you can actually just track the, it's like, woo, slow down on Tangled. And then that happens. It was like, all right, speed up on Tangled. Like, yeah.
Exactly. Get going. And then they'll come for more. It's kind of in, on the line of something like Buffy, right? And well, we'll see what's happening with Firefly tomorrow, right? It's like, we are sort of at the point where the more like cult classic sort of projects, they're canceled too soon or they should have made more. We're now like at that point of stuff getting plundered. So Treasure Planet, look out for that, like coming eventually. How to Train Your Dragon came out last year as well, the live action remake, which, you know, it's just like, yeah, now DreamWorks is hopping on that bandwagon.
Yeah.
You were getting the sequel next year.
Oh,
It's going to be
man.
horrible, in part because they're adapting a bad movie. How to Train Your Dragon 2 is bad, lads. And 3. 3 completely undoes the whole meaning of the first movie.
Yeah, I was quite
actually, we
surprised.
can't live with dragons. You gotta go, dragons. We can't live with you. Oh, that's weird. I thought the whole point of the first movie was that humans and dragons could coexist. That's weird.
I hadn't seen 3, and so that rewatch was like, whoa! I didn't realize how awful
Holy
this one
shit.
was.
Yeah.
Damn. But
That's
hey,
insane. You know, it's Predator Badlands.
I was
That
just
massive
thinking about that right there. I'm glad
what
you
a
mentioned
great fucking movie that was.
Are people still
Fucking-
trying to claim that it was actually secretly really successful? Are they still doing
No,
that?
they gave up on
Japanese
that.
people hiding in holes and
The same people that
Yeah.
are trying to claim that Superman was financially successful, I think.
Yeah, but
there are
with-
still a couple of
well,
holdouts.
With Predator, it was impossible to argue it. There's no
Yeah,
lie
they
would
gave
save
up
them on
really
that
quick.
one.
But no, we're thinking about the future of the series. Trachtenberg, look, he's the future of the series we're talking about. It's like, it's weird that you're talking about it rather than it's already been announced and you're going, as
Hmm.
tends to happen with a lot of big successes where a sequel gets kind of like locked in very quickly.
That dude is going to become the Alex Kurtzman of the Predator franchise. It is. I can
He
see
might,
it happening.
he
Strong
might.
possibility.
Of just, for some reason, like, yeah, no, it's like he knows what's up. So even if he keeps sort of failing, like, nah, he knows what's up. He made that, well, I guess because Kurtzman, he didn't make anything that anybody thought was, no, he must have, right? People did think that Star Trek movie was good, didn't they? That,
Which
that
one?
first one? For a while.
2009.
Yeah.
Like it's not like universally hated. I guess
It made money, I guess, as well. So
Yeah. So there's
That's part
that,
of it.
I suppose. Tron Ares.
oh, I forgot about that.
What a film.
Yeah. I'm sure you did.
Uh,
Pretty bad movie.
The most memorable
Kill
thing
Tron.
about it is that the main character really likes Depeche Mode. And that's like almost the only thing I remember about the film now, is that he keeps talking about how great Depeche Mode is. And it's like, fair enough, they're okay, but
Yeah,
I
fair enough.
didn't need you to do my like fucking chat GPT speech in that car, because he privately read all of her emails and then just talked about all of her character backstory and everything that the film couldn't be bothered to show you about what she felt and who she was. That was, oh god, yeah, how artless a movie that was.
That was a baffling film now that I look back on it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what they expected to get out of that one, but wow, did it not deliver?
Well, yeah, I mean, spending like $150 million. I mean, Tron has always struggled to be profitable. But like Tron is cool. The first Tron, anyway. Tron Legacy has its strengths. Even though it's got a lot of problems itself. But like, I mean, Tron Ares is just a Jared Leto
Abomination. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he's gonna what was it? Toxic masculinity Skeletor?
Toxic masculinity Skeletor is just the like what sentence is that? What do you mean?
Yeah, good stuff. I don't really know anything about He-Man, so have fun, He-Man fans. You know, with that one. Until Dawn came out last year.
Nobody
Yeah.
knows about that movie except us. I
Muller,
think.
you successfully prevented me from watching that, so thank you.
There's no reason to see something like that. It was
No, 'cause
just
it's not. There's only a couple of things that are really funny that happen in it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's pretty dull and boring. But I guess there'll be more because I think it made money because it was so cheap.
because it was David F. Sandberg, right? He directed that.
Yeah.
He knows
Good old
how to.
Shazam Fury of the Gods guy.
He knows how to make things for cheaper on the front of horror, I guess, because those are his roots. It wasn't. They changed a lot from how it works in the game, and nobody gave a shit, and they didn't even really bank on the premise that they'd created. Honestly, because we've done episodes for a lot of these movies that are being mentioned, and it's like a lot of it was spent talking about. It's like, why didn't they do this, or this? It's like it's a cool kind of idea, but like it's more so just for memes, like a lot of it, and then just wacky chaos, and then it's like also. Peter Stormare. I always try to get used to saying that name correctly. He's in it too because he was in the games. It's just it's like an unsung member of the same team of adaptations just being shitty. But I mean, it works for like a casual horror experience, I guess, for a lot of people.
I guess. But pretty bad.
That's the thing. Like, the term casual horror does a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to shit movies.
Yeah,
like,
it does.
They just get away with so much.
The Running Man.
Oh man.
Yeah, that
These
one's
movies are
pretty
also-
depressing.
Yeah.
That's so
The
sad.
main thing that's sad about that is just, Edgar Wright has lost the source, as it were. He, it's now, if you were to say it's from Edgar Wright, that doesn't like mean much to me anymore in terms of a new film.
It's more concerning now than it is even neutral.
Yeah.
And when
I
he
mean, and
talks
the big
about
thing
coming
with
back for another Cornetto movie, it's like, no, Edgar,
That's-
don't.
Yeah, please don't, honestly.
Don't do it.
That's so sad because had that been announced like even a decade ago and they were working on it and it was coming out now, I would be like, oh, that makes more sense. But to do it right after your next big failure, like in Hollywood, it just screams of, oh, you kind of just want to have something to be appreciated for you done with your bout with Hollywood now. Like in a major way, which
One, I don't even know what he's going to do next because The Running Man failed big time because obviously it was going to. I don't know why they would spend so much money on this.
No, it's another one of those IPs where they're just like, I'm just going to pack a shit ton of money into something that absolutely cannot get us, that money back. Simultaneously, The Running Man, like what? Why are you even doing this? Like, what's
why
impetus here?
I find it unfathomable that like people who get paid a ridiculous amount of money can make such bad choices for movies that they like make and spend money on. I don't know how a movie like this got 100 million. I don't know why they thought, like, did they seriously think this was going to make like $500 million? Are they insane? Are they actually delusional?
And
I can't believe it.
Yeah, to be like, well, it's time to get the band back together. It's like you shouldn't be getting the band back together out of desperation. If you...
but I mean that might be all that's left because I mean the consequence of this is that he's probably not going to get any big movies, especially with the fact that like people didn't like it really.
Yeah,
it's like I'd say it was pretty. It was not uncommon to see people just saying like, man, so like Edgar Wright's kind of just like no good anymore.
He's washed.
That's very much the sentiment surrounding this film. It doesn't have, because like Last Night in Soho is pretty bad, honestly. But like at least it's got some creativity to like its shot composition and editing.
Yeah.
This one is much more like normal looking. It's a very normal looking movie. It's got a handful of shots that are alright, but like it's not a very interestingly shot film, which is like the big thing that will work in his favor, even when the script isn't as interesting.
Well, his style was always like high energy, fast paced when he needed it to be, and very like stylish and creative, and that would have worked well for something like The Running Man. It's meant to be a fast paced race against time, like go, gotta survive, and somehow, it was like a completely different director. I did not recognize any of his style really in that movie.
No.
It was a weird one. Weird choice.
Well,
I didn't tell you.
I can't conclude anything now, other than especially with his tenure in total, he can't really write without apparently Simon Pegg, but Simon Pegg can't really write without Edgar Wright.
What?
It's like, wait, huh? What's going on?
I mean, Scott Pilgrim was really good.
That's too old.
And that was. It is too. No, I know, because what you said, like, it feels like that is kind of true. Because Baby Driver, that's like, it's a cool movie. I like that movie, but like that script is not very exciting.
No.
It's not very riveting.
It's just
not like Hot Fuzz.
The progression down has been crazy because I think I like Scott Pilgrim more than I like Baby Driver. I like Baby Driver more than I like Last Night in Soho, and then I like I like Last Night in Soho's sort of aesthetic more than Running Man, but Last Night in Soho pisses me off more than Running Man.
Yeah, probably the same for me, because when I watched this, it's just like, man, that was pretty awful, but I feel nothing, which is almost worse.
Yeah,
almost worse.
Well, it's almost like it's like inevitably where you end up, and it's like, all right, time for a Cornetto fucking movie again, and then it's like, are you even gonna get Nick Frost? Is he available? He's Hagrid.
Or is he too busy with
Hagrid
Harry Potter? That's right, he is.
I don't know.
Shelby Oaks.
Redefined horror as a genre.
Is that something someone said?
I mean, what's that, sorry?
It deserves to be said. It did
Redefining
as a
horror.
genre.
I could totally imagine
Yeah.
that's one of the quotes.
There's no horror in it.
Debut.
Yes.
Chris Stuckman. His first and last movie, probably.
That was spoken about in a very, the way people described it is sort of velvet gloves or kids' gloves sort of thing way. It was like, hey, at least, you know, there's this, and you have to remember this, and this. But then he did a bunch of gambling therapy and just fucking bullshit ads to squeeze as much money out of any audiences as possible. The sentiment turned pretty quick, and posts started being made about, that film shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think
Started getting a little bit honest.
the sentiments would have stayed way more positive, or at least around him and his efforts to become a filmmaker, if he hadn't indulged in that, like predatory gambling apps and like dodgy mental health sites and stuff.
Load shocks.
Yeah, it's like
That's the thing. There's a stronger narrative through line to his adverts than there is to his movie. That's the interesting thing. So he does the movie, and there's virtually no story there. It just jumps from set piece to set piece, and the whole thing collapses. And obviously that fails. And then the actual storyline of his adverts is more interesting. It's like, well, he does BetterHelp because he's depressed. Then he does gambling ads because he's become addicted to gambling because his depression hasn't gone away yet. And then he does loan sharks because this is the natural progression from gambling is loan sharks. It's like there's a story there about the downfall of an aspiring filmmaker, which I think deserves to be made.
my God, what's next? Like funeral directors or something? Jesus.
It depends. It could be a happy redemptive story where like he actually discovers love at the end, and you know he lives a simple life on a farm.
Yeah, I've just
The
seen
reality is
the trailer go by, and I was going to ask Platoon, you're an expert on Shelby Oaks. The demon and the dogs, they're pro main character, right? Why did that dog in the middle of the movie like attack her, like run up to her, and she had to run inside? Remember, why did that happen?
I think it was more like because it says when she's reading a book about what they are, and it says they look at people when they target them.
But
so it's just like it's there to tell you that she is now in the sights of the incubus of the north or whatever it's called.
But they want her alive, right? Because she's like.
Yes, but he didn't try and kill her. It just stood there scarily.
Well, it ran at her. It was like rah rah rah, and then she went and went inside.
Yeah, but then she's like, "Well, you know that means that I have to go to a prison at nighttime to investigate." So
it was manipulating her. I mean, if she just stood her ground, then the dog would have had to just come to a halt and stand there really awkwardly, like, "Oh, so you gonna go inside or what?"
I'm actually friendly.
It's kind of. This film didn't cost much money and it still failed.
Yep.
And like, there's no reason that should have happened.
Yeah,
even
I stand by that.
Like, terrible, because I mean, Until Dawn sucks and it made a lot of money. And I don't know that the fact that it was called Until Dawn did it that many favors. And then there are just heaps of Blumhouse like horror movies that come out that have like a $2 million budget that are just crap and nobody cares about them that still manage to make like 10 or 20 million
and a lot of them,
meanwhile this one,
as crazy as it sounds, a lot of them are lower scope than this film. It'll be like there's a person in a house, there's two guys in a basement, there's a pool, there's a haunted pool. And you're like, what do you mean? It's just like that's what they do.
Well, yeah, but it proves that you can do something with a very limited number of locations to keep the budget down, and like as long as you've got a somewhat compelling script and some interesting characters, hey, it can 100% work. I mean, well, Iron Lung is a classic example of that. It's literally one guy in a fucking submarine, and it's like, well, you've got a fairly compelling horror movie there that made a shitload of money.
Have you seen?
A lot more money.
There's a little bit of a rumbling about a new horror film called Undertone Drinker. Have you heard of this?
Or not.
It's a lady who does she's at home, and she's got her sickly mother is on her deathbed in the room upstairs, and she runs a podcast to just make ends meet about. I think they talk about horror stories and stuff, and someone sends in, I think it's like a series of files, their audio files, and they want them to listen on air, and they're like kind of at first exciting, but then they get extremely creepy, and then weird things start happening. That's all I know about this, and I was like, yeah, I want to check that out. I think some people say it's extremely scary, and I was like,
it's an interesting premise sometimes.
Though we get it late. Apparently, US and Canada already have it, but we get it like a month later at earliest. I was like, boo.
I don't think that's going to be a problem for us, really, is it, Mark?
I mean, apparently the auditory experience is top notch. So, like, it's super important to the whole thing because it's all audio. They fuck around with it a bit as well because there's like an ASMR aspect with the podcasting, and then they play with sounds and stuff. So I was like, that sounds cool. I want to see what that's about. And that's what I mean. That's kind of what we're getting at, right? The challenges that come with having low budget, low access to all kinds of resources that you might just find, you might stumble across something that's really cool and interesting that other people miss because they don't have that kind of restriction.
But then Chris Stuckman's like, I ain't doing any of that.
No, I'm copying
now he's
all the
probably
films
not
I've seen and created nothing. Like, it's like, okay.
Now he probably will create nothing, and I guess it will just be making YouTube videos with ads for like fucking like
It is,
no real money, no gambling.
It's official, by the way. He never did a review for Iron Lung. He never did a video.
It was very conspicuous, obviously. Very strange that he wasn't talking about it because, I mean, you know, like, it's just unusual, you know? I guess he didn't like it because that's what his standard is. If he doesn't review it, it means he didn't like it.
Yeah,
I think you would have seen the bitterness and the jealousy just kind of dripping off him if he was having to review it.
I don't know why. Like,
Yeah,
it was such a bad move because that's the only conclusion you can make. It's like, man, you seething there? Like, you can't just, you know, it's just, what's going on, bud?
Well, especially when, it's just, you know. But hey, like, I mean, I guess he's gonna settle back into his rhythm of just doing. I don't actually see him making another movie. He failed to make money with a horror movie.
Well,
I don't see it happening.
If he was with his current audience, I guess, and like the damage that he's done to his reputation with all these various ads and stuff, if he was to try and crowdfund another movie, he would barely get a fraction of what he got last time.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be enough to sustain a
His
production.
only potential saving grace is that as a director, it's not a completely incompetently shot movie, and it came in under budget, I believe, under the increased budget he was given. But it still came in quickly, I think slightly ahead of schedule, and it did not balloon. And so he's shown himself to be at least competent with stuff other people do. Like, if Stuckman was given a script that someone else had done, I think he said this at the time, he might stand the chance of doing reasonably well. I don't think he did a terrible job as the director of the movie. The problem is that he wrote the movie.
Well, it
and so
might,
he was working with shit.
I think a lot of the cinematography also is going to come down to the DP rather than the director. I mean, the director's there to get a good performance out of the actors and, you know, to a degree, project manage the whole thing. Although you could say a producer is really there to do that as well. And so, yeah, you're right. It came in, as far as we know, on budget. Although maybe the fact that he had to do so many gambling ads suggests that he had to put some extra money in himself, but who knows? So, yeah, I mean, I guess he can organize a movie to make it get made. So there's that. And if he has the right DP attached to it, it'll look nice.
Which means his fate might result in him being a neon hired gun director for indie horror. Like, they might be like, we can get that guy. He did that. It was like,
you
all right.
could, but then again, there's probably like a whole bunch of directors that are just as cheap to hire and are probably way better than him.
Well, I think that's what it comes down to. Like, the numbers sheet is like the only reason he would be picked up is if no one else is available and you know, he's reliable.
Well, and the problem that he has is clearly having a YouTube audience didn't help compared to Markiplier, where it undeniably was a big part of his success.
Yeah.
He can't appeal to, like, so that means he is kind of just like any other director that doesn't really have like a big social media sort of profile. So why would you pick him over anybody else? It's you know, who knows what the future holds for him, I suppose. Jurassic World Rebirth, by the way, that came out last year.
What month was that?
That was the big month. That was July. That was the 1, 2, 3 punch of Jurassic World Rebirth, Superman, and Fantastic Four.
What great times we live in.
That month played out pretty much as we predicted, because I think we all pretty much agreed in advance. Out of those three big heavy hitters, Jurassic World was going to be the clear winner in terms of box office, and it 100% was. Maybe Superman might have had an outside chance, but it came nowhere near.
No, and then I think the surprise was that Fantastic Four did even worse. It did worse, and it died immediately. Like, nobody talked about it. It just kind of disappeared.
Which is ironic, because it's probably the least bad out of the three Marvel movies that year.
Yeah, it's the best of those three. It's the best of the Marvel movies, but it's like a 4 out of 10. Oh, Fantastic Four, 4 out of 10.
Jurassic World,
that was a surprise thing, wasn't it? Because you're right. The relative performance was not much of a surprise, but the relative quality, I think, was a surprise. I can't remember exactly what we predicted the order was going to be. Wasn't it Superman, then Fantastic Four, then Jurassic World was predicted? And the
Yeah,
result
I
was
didn't think
probably
Superman would do that.
Fantastic Four, then Jurassic World, then Superman. So it's almost exactly backward.
And
I wasn't prepared.
Jurassic World, it's so it's like they did 1, 2, 3, then they reboot with World 1, 2, 3, and it's like so World 4, and you're like, kind of World.
Oh yeah.
It's World
Jura-
4, but it's also a new trilogy. That's the intention, right? With this set of characters and this continuity, they want to do a
yeah,
new.
I think so.
Doesn't make a trilogy when the trajectory has been consistently
One
less
more.
and less and less money each time.
That's the
I think
thing.
I think
is,
only
like,
one more.
it's trending down pretty rapidly, and like if they're going to get Scarlett Johansson back, I imagine she's not cheap to get. So
Nope.
yeah,
Well, Mahershala Ali as well, right? He survived like
I
miraculously.
mean, oh, that was the biggest fake out of all. It's so
Yeah,
shit.
it's great. You could actually pinpoint the exact moment in the movie where he signed a contract to come back to the new one. He went off and he was definitely dead, but then at some point he'd signed a contract to do the next movie. He said, "Is it up? He teleports. He's fine now."
That's a test audience thing.
Yeah,
were
I could have sworn we
he
read
got
something about
killed.
that, right? That it was a test audience thing. They were like, no, we
I'm
want him to
100% willing
live.
to believe that, and then like, oh shit, we filmed this whole sequence. Like, I don't know. Let's just say he survived. Then we can go back and get him.
But still, no less awful than the other Jurassic Worlds, but at the same time, a very unique flavor with like, it's weird what DNA passes over. We were talking about how like they still have the undue horrific death for a noble character that did nothing wrong. Like
Yeah.
yet another movie that continues that trend. And then of course just butchering the world building from the previous film. As always, they do that.
I think this one stood out for me because at least in the previous 3 World movies, there was at least characters that you could sort of like. I mean, I guess like Chris Pratt's character was fine. Like
I remember
likable
liking
enough.
him in the first one. Like,
Yeah, and you know, whatever the redheaded chick was called, I can never remember her character's name.
I think her
Bryce
name was
Dallas
Claire.
Howard.
Oh,
In
yeah,
universe.
Bryce Dallas Howard. I mean, yeah, she got progressively more annoying as each movie went on, but again, it's still like there's something there. But with this, it's like, no, I 100% don't care if any of these people die. Like, they are the most bland, cardboard cutout characters I've ever seen
They also,
in a movie like this.
like, if from memory serves, they basically yell what their arc, quote unquote, is going to be. Like in their first few scenes or whatever, they're like, "I am character who feels this way and ultimately cannot feel another way. Maybe I will by the end." And you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, this was Godzilla Man, right? He made this one.
Oh yeah, Gareth Ed. No, yes,
Yeah,
Gareth Edwards.
and it's something like that. And the reason why I had no hope for this is I watched The Creator. I saw that movie. It sucked, man. That was fucking horrible. I thought it was maybe going to be cool. It had some nice shots, but man, it was a stupid movie. Dumb script. Doesn't actually have anything worthwhile to say. And after seeing that, it's like, yeah, I just write you off. Basically, like, you got to make a big budget original science fiction film and it was just crap. You know,
I think The Creator
no
stood out.
expectations.
I think the only reason The Creator stood out is because it was done on a relatively small budget. I think of about 80 million, which
Yeah, and it still failed.
oh yeah,
Oh.
for sure. But like, it was impressive,
Yeah.
if nothing else, for like what they were able to do with it visually.
Certainly,
Like,
Yeah,
I
especially
liked it.
given
I
how
liked-
much we're often told that budgets are ballooning because of how much these VFX cost, and
Yeah.
the 80 million is still a lot of money. That movie does not look worse than a $200 million movie, so that was
It
an
doesn't,
achievement.
you
The
know.
Bride cost 90 million, just for point of
Oh,
reference.
God.
Yeah, I mean
Ooh.
that's exactly along the lines of The Running Man of just how could you possibly imagine that this is going to make its money back?
What
Like,
the fuck were you
putting
thinking?
to one side whether it's even good or bad, which, you know, based on what I've heard, we're putting even that to one side. How could you have ever? But yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of I suppose an interesting aspect of talking about this, you know, this set of movies, which we're not done yet. There's still a few more that are worth hitting on. Is a good number of them did fail, which is a bit of a consolation prize, I guess. One that didn't fail, unfortunately, was and obviously not, was a Minecraft movie.
Ooh,
2025. Getting the sequel soon, I guess, at some point.
presumably, yeah.
I got a lot of flack actually for giving that movie a bad review. Like, oh, Drinker, can't you just enjoy it for what it is? Like, well, no, because what
No,
it is
Is
dog
shit.
shit.
It's not.
I'm
It's
sorry,
not fun-
I got
it's not-
flack for shit on the Minecraft. It was like, what planet are we on? That movie
I know,
was so
it's like,
awful.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was. Man, I'm just reminded again that, man, that was a whole thing of people going into the theater, and then when he said chicken jockey, they threw all their popcorn and drinks and shit in the air.
And in some cases,
And
actual
A
real life
chicken.
chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a real life chicken who I'm sure did not have a fun time.
And that was why
being-
the movie. I still maintain that's why that movie was as successful as it was. It's obviously got nothing to do with the actual quality of the movie, but it was propelled by the meme value of people being able to say I was there
was.
doing memes in cinema, which is
Yeah,
depressing
it
when you
was.
think about like this is kind of the state of cinema today anyway. Is that you're not really going to be like, inhabiting anything on the screen because most of what you're given on the screen is shit, but the shared it's like you've got the ghost of a communal experience, and so everybody goes there and acts out, and then that becomes the story, not the story the movie is trying to tell you. But it also means that the second movie, when it does eventually release, I wonder whether it gets even 3/4 of the box office this one did, because that meme value is going to have gone by that point. Everyone did it already, and then all you're really left with is the shit movie that they're going to produce. And so it'll probably still do pretty well because it's a Minecraft movie, but I don't see it doing anything like the numbers this one did.
I think that makes sense. The same is probably it's not the same because people actually like unironically like the Mario movie. But that's probably not going to do as well as the first one.
No.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't do as well. It's probably true. And even though, yes, a Minecraft movie you would expect to do it well anyway, this made $1 billion or
Yeah.
close enough to it. And that would like, it has to be because of the memes. The memes definitely. I mean, of course it did. People were crowding into theaters to say chicken jockey and throw their popcorn around and do that more than once. I mean, that all adds up. But I mean, yeah, horrible movie, piece of shit. Reflects the time that we're in. Of just like, yeah, let's just make this sloppy, sludgy crap. Because
Soulless
why would
disaster hitting on enough to pass it through like the cultural moment, but in retrospect, who the fuck likes this? Like, who's left?
Well, and the annoying thing being that there's the essentially the kind of people who make decisions about what movies get made could not fathom like a good Minecraft movie. They can't fathom, like they can't even imagine what a good one would look like. A good one being something that is unrecognizable from this. It's not even trying to be what this movie was trying to be in terms of, oh, real people go to the Minecraft world, ooh, and then, you know, they have some goofs and gaffs and, you know, and they go on a little adventure compared to like if they wanted to do a Minecraft movie that had zero dialogue, that was actually like kind of slow paced and contemplative, like leveraging the kind of tone that is evoked by the soundtrack of that game of like quiet creativity. For instance, that would never happen, and it's never gonna happen. Don't expect it. Just be happy with you know what you can get, guys. Like in terms of you know when a movie comes out that might surprise you, but it's not gonna be a big budget like mainstream you know like adaptation of a video game in all likelihood. You know, oh well. Wake Up Dead Man came out.
It
That was,
sure did.
Crazy, huh?
No.
And how many people saw that outside of us?
I'm not
That's
sure.
the-
It didn't
well, that's
sustain a
Obviously not.
conversation.
No,
I'm not
because that's the
referring
interesting thing.
to like raw counts. I just mean nobody talked about it really.
No, because like Knives Out got a good amount of coverage. Like, you know, that was Ryan Johnson's first movie after doing Star Wars, and so like there was a lot of eyes on it. Then Glass Onion again was in the news just because it was controversial, like in that people were trying to point out how fucking stupid that movie was and how shit the writing was. Then there was like the whole argument around it. And so again, it was in the consciousness. With this one, it just kind of came and went without any impact whatsoever.
What's crazy
No one seemed to
is the
care.
conclusion was it's probably the best one.
Yes,
Yeah,
by far.
it probably was, and I mean it's horrible, horrible, painful,
Makes
kind
no
of
fucking
offensive.
sense.
But this is the
yeah,
thing.
like,
Ryan's going to keep churning these fucking movies out for the next like decade, probably. You know, everyone seems to want to do them. Like Daniel Craig seems to be happy to potter around in them with his goofy foghorn leghorn accent. Sure,
Yeah,
I
and
guess.
actors flock to it. They give him the money for it. If it makes it back, then yeah, keep going, right? And honestly, he's probably got one of the best gigs a director can have. He gets to just completely create original ideas, no matter how awful they are, with
With a
really
stacked
talented
cast.
actors and a crazy budget. So it's like, yeah,
yeah.
why wouldn't you
But
want to do this?
Well, yeah. I mean, why would he return to Star Wars when he's got this?
Yeah, well, you know what, Ricky? He likes it when it's divisive. He likes it when a load of people hate the movie. That's
I'm sure that he would like it less if literally everybody loved it and said he was the greatest director who ever lived.
Yeah, he would hate that.
I'm sure that he would. he would dislike that more than it being like, yeah, no, some people fucking despised it. That's cool. But I mean, yeah, I guess we'll have to wait like another couple of years for the next one to come along, and
Can't wait.
yeah, I know, fun times. But here's a curveball. Have you guys heard of the film Nuremberg?
Yes.
Haven't you?
Heard of, yes. Heard
It's
things
got
about as
Russell
well.
Crowe in it. Yeah, and Rami Malek. It came out towards the end of last year, so I guess they were sort of like, yeah, this is going to be kind of an Oscars movie. It's not good.
I
thought
kind
it
of
was
hate
good.
it, if I'm being completely
Yeah,
honest.
It's kind of offensive.
I'll be, also, when I knew this movie existed, and I was like, "Ooh, Russell Crowe's playing. Okay, this could be a fun role that done well." And it's like,
we'll see.
it's a
Maybe
pretty
it'll be worthwhile. decent
decent cast, a lot of really good actors, and I'm pretty interested in the topic. Let's go. And took like fucking 10 minutes before it's like, this is. Wait a minute, and then you check who wrote it, and you go, no.
Yeah, so this film was written and directed by the guy who wrote the Amazing Spider-Man films, and I think the best way to describe it is, this is what happens when the kind of guy who writes shit like that is like, I'm gonna make a real movie. I'm gonna go and make a real movie. You get something like this. The tone in this movie is like bizarre.
Yeah.
Like weird jokes. Like weirdly like not actually taking it very seriously at a lot of instances. Like, I don't know what like Rami Malek's like direction was, but his character is fucking strange.
To the point where I'm like, I was convinced he's a very good actor, and now I'm like, maybe he can only play other roles, like weirder roles, because playing the almost generic hero man protagonist was weird. He's wasn't quite pulling it off for me. Not to mention, because this is like an adaptation of a book, right? It was inspired by the book that the real life version of that character
the real
wrote.
guy wrote.
And
Yeah.
man, this movie gives a lot of fucking credit to this one man as to how like everything came crumbling down thanks to him. And it's just like, how true is that? Yeah, like, can we be careful with what we're saying here?
It's just weird when you're basing it on real history to try and like almost have it be like, yes, it all revolves around this conflict between this protagonist here and Russell Crowe. It's not, the scope of this film is not as big as it kind of needs to be in terms of actually like encompassing. It just, if the film is trying to make a statement on the significance of like Nuremberg as a historical event, it doesn't do it just doesn't really, like it doesn't. It's not like exploring it nearly as much as it needs to.
It feels like it's written by a child.
If I can ask as well, because I'm like, I haven't seen the movie myself, but like knowing the background to it, it's like, well, is the central conflict meant to be whether or not he can get a conviction for Hermann Goering? Because I kind of feel like that's a bit of a foregone conclusion.
Well,
in the Nuremberg trial, it's not like he's going to be able to argue his way out of a guilty verdict.
The film has a bit of a schizophrenia. Like it wants to address the sort of geopolitical situation, which, to be honest with you, when they were introducing that, I was like, oh yeah, this is juicy. Like go over all of how difficult this was, how unprecedented it was, how important it was, and all the people involved, how desperately they needed to bring all this together. And then that sort of like goes to the wayside of generating this story of the relationship between Russell Crowe and Rami Malek, like trying to like they try to convince you,
like if they're doing like a cat and mouse, like Death Note sort of thing of like, oh, see, and if Russell Crowe is able to outwit Rami Malek, he's gonna get away with it.
Yeah, which like you never believe that.
You know, well, no, of course not. It's just like, it's not. It doesn't even like deal at all, because it's like you said, Mola, there is a movie to be made about how like important this event was and how new it was in terms of like dealing with international law, right? As like even as a sort of concept moving towards like the post World War II world, but instead it is just like, oh man, Russell Crowe, he outsmarted Rami Malek, so he's maybe gonna get away with it. Until Rami Malek can find a way to trick it back around with one little bit of testimony, and there, got him. Never mind, just like the troves of evidence that damned them, like, and it's just, it's like a really offensive, like childish, like it's just this guy shouldn't like
There,
make real movies.
There are edits that are like specifically meant to be jokes that you're supposed to laugh at, like when they're taking place in the middle of what is a very bleak like series of events. It's very strange. You'd be like, oh, so like dark humor. It's like it doesn't play that way. It plays like a kid messing around with his toys, being like, isn't that funny? And you're like, funny? What are we doing? Weirdly, everyone in this is unimpressive except Richard E. Grant, who feels like he's in a different film. He's like the one person that took this incredibly seriously.
He comes along like towards the end and has like maybe the one good scene that you could say that this film has.
He argues in favor of like why this is so important and what like this probably the one thing I'll remember from the film is his speech, and he like even tears up while saying it, and it feels like he's really going for it in the sense of the actor is like how important this was, sort of thing. And it's like, oh shit, that was really good. That's a shame. Because the rest of it's so.
The writer, couldn't figure out that was maybe the approach that he should have taken for the whole thing, or just not even bothered. Like if it's just like, dude, you just write stuff like Amazing Spider-Man. Like I don't know what to say. Like don't try and make a real movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty bad. I was hoping that it would maybe is like, oh, this could be worthwhile. Nope. Don't watch it. That's probably enough in terms of sort of recapping the nature of the.
Well, we went over. We named some that we didn't really talk about because I don't know if you want to talk a billboard death about Superman in retrospect or not.
Do we need to? I feel like we've already talked about like Superman.
We've already talked about all these movies in a way. Not Nuremberg, but you know.
Look, right? You can't get me started. I'm like that little trustee. You give me the coin. If you get me on Superman, I'll be talking about it for hours. I hate that movie. It's so bad. But yeah, I guess. So how are we all feeling about the DCU right now, lads? Are we
I can't wait for it to die.
Do
we actually think it's going well right now?
Seems to be the sentiment that we've had since arguably the beginning is starting to become a lot more popular regarding the health and safety of this fucking universe, which should have been obvious, but that's fine. It takes a while, I guess, to set in for a lot of people, especially because of the hype of kindness is the new punk rock. Really surfed this movie
that nobody embodied. Nobody took that message and actually ran with it in their lives.
No, this movie is the definition of insincerity. It's trying so desperately hard to give you this earnest, like, wannabe good guy hero, but like James Gunn doesn't really have the writing skill to pull that off, and it's not his style. Especially, and he doesn't have the ability to pretend that it's his style. And so, sorry.
No, well, I was just going to say, really, like, just quickly, the fact that Night of the Seven Kingdoms comes out not soon after, but you know what I mean. And as a contrast, is bleak almost of like how to actually do it versus how to do it.
Yeah. And so the overall health of the DCU, what have we had so far? Like one chronically underwhelming Superman movie, a Supergirl movie that's almost certainly going to flop. Peacemaker that nobody fucking cared about with his second season.
No, it did really well. Lots of people watched it.
Triumph, an absolute triumph. And what else? That Creature Commandos that no one gave a fuck about. And so, yeah.
Well, something
I don't know what to say beyond that.
We're getting a little bit more accurate in terms of their assessments of. I've seen a lot more of like, hey, so the cinematography was like kind of awful in Superman, wasn't it? And it's like, yeah, what took you guys so long? Yeah. And then of course, I wonder if it is just as simple as the fact that like the new stuff that's coming out looks pretty bad, like pretty obviously bad, right? Supergirl, it's like, oh man, it's kind of ugly looking. A lot of this in this trailer. Then Lanterns comes out, no green at all. Wow, man, that's crazy. It's not even in the name, and it just doesn't look very good.
No.
And now it's like,
also the writer.
Yeah, and the writing in that trailer, like,
yep.
I don't even know why anybody would think that was great. Why that was an amazing trailer.
The notion that like they are entirely undercover, of course they're not going to be bright green. Then it's like, so why do you fly off in the middle of what?
No one noticed that, Mahler. It's fine.
And then of course it's like, who cares? Why would you project that in your trailer? What do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Put some green in there, goddammit.
Put some fucking green in there.
Lantern.
It's going to be interesting as well to see how, if at all, they try and square Lanterns with Superman, because Superman already has a Green Lantern.
I-
Because Guy Gardner's in it, but there's a bunch of lines in that trailer. I don't remember them specifically off the top of my head. I just remember the vibe being,
They
I don't
contradict,
think
yeah.
you're going to mesh these at all. So either
Nope.
it's going to be set way before, which I don't think it is, or they're just not going to try, which seems more standard for superhero movies now.
Superman is a horrible foundation to build any sequel from, any side project from. You've got it's already hyper contradicted in and of itself, so you have to pick and choose what things you want to even take, if you want to take anything at all. Or you can opt really early for the Marvel strategy, which is I don't care what came before, I'm making my movie, which I imagine is where
Which
DC's
I
already
think
going.
is, that's almost certainly where they're going. I think people have almost praised that, like, yeah, no, it's great that you all appear to like not even coexist in the same universe.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wacky that's where we're at. But it seems like this oh yeah, no, but you need like a distinct creative voice, and it's like, man, I don't see that. I mean, number one, James Gunn has done fucking everything that's come out so far, so there is no distinct creative voice. It's just one guy's voice. It looks like that voice may well sort of infringe on these other projects that are happening, and even putting that to one side, I mean, I don't know, man, like Supergirl and Lanterns look very similar in terms of their like visual style.
Well, and they'll both
very
be
brown.
they're going to both be Doomsayers, and then Man of Tomorrow will be the end.
And then Man of Tomorrow come out and make less money than Superman, and people will be like, it's kind of like not good, and then it'll be over.
Well, and then we'll have our information by then too of how much money Superman actually made. Definitively.
Well, and something that I suppose is going to be awkward is that now the new DC stuff is going to go up against things that, we're all kind of wondering how well these things are going to do, but like Supergirl is going to get demolished by Spider-Man. It's not even going to be close. They're coming out pretty close to each other, and it's going to be really awkward. And as much as you'd be like, yeah, but it's Spider-Man, it's like, yeah, but you spent a lot of money on this movie. Doesn't really matter. If you're spending, maybe Spider-Man money on a Supergirl movie, and then Spider-Man comes out and makes like $1 billion, which probably will. And then, of course, the fact that Doomsday, we are again speculating on how well that's going to do, and that will be considerably more expensive, I imagine, than the next Superman. But still, like it's not looking good. And then what happens next year if Batman 2 comes out and makes like $1 billion, which is entirely likely, and then Man of Tomorrow makes 500 million? How can you continue with a series that's so obviously failing compared to like a contemporary DC franchise? You can say it's about Batman all you want, but at the end of the day, they're spending Batman money on this DC universe, Like it's just kind of a pretty plain calculus. So, yeah, good times for DC going forward. But I mean, it ain't looking great for Marvel because another one worth mentioning, Thunderbolts. Everybody said they loved that. Nobody watched it though. They sure didn't watch it, and they got over it real quick.
That is a funny one to remember because I think a lot of people will be like, "What do you mean?" It's like, no, that happened. A lot of people very celebratory of this movie. It's like it's made the difference. Marvel's finally back. How many times they said Marvel's back?
Every time they release a movie, I think for the first 2 weeks.
Next week.
Thunderbolts had the additional benefit of people saying, "Oh, it's like an A24 Marvel movie. It's small scale, it's local, it's got manageable stakes, it tackles mental health, it's a serious subject." I think a lot of that was just drawn from the fact that all the trailers for the Thunderbolts were like from the people who gave you something you've heard of. And it's like that's why people kept saying, "Oh, but it's like an A24 Marvel movie." Of course it fucking is, because the trailers told you that. You didn't actually think that yourself. It comes out, and the annoying thing about it is that it probably was one of the better Marvel movies of the last few years, but it was still quite crap. And it does fall apart the longer you think about it.
It got beaten by Fantastic Four, which is not a film that I think about at all. And I mean, it's a bit awkward, right? Because Marvel's back. This film did worse than Captain America. This film made less money than Brave New World. Like Brave New World, everybody talked about as some noteworthy failure, but like it was more successful. Probably cost more money.
It cost more money, but so for the studio, less successful. But it did get more people buying tickets. It had obviously has the obvious advantage of basic name recognition. It's got Captain America in the title.
That's true.
Fantastic Four to a degree has the same thing. Thunderbolts. I mean, I remember Thunderbolts being the first time ever for a Marvel movie that because I did a video on it, and I was thinking, if I just call this Thunderbolts and then have whatever the tagline for the video is, no one's going to watch it because no one gives a fuck. So I did preemptively what they ended up doing and called it the New Avengers problem. and tricked people into watching it, which is what they eventually decided they would try and do. But it's probably a bad sign overall for Marvel that, because there wasn't the same level of name recognition for virtually any Marvel hero when it started, and that wasn't a barrier to entry. I knew nothing about Iron Man when Iron Man came out. Still watched it. Loads of people did. But now we're at the point where if you don't have name recognition, which is banking on the credit that you've built up over many, many decades of better movies than this, then people are just not as interested, and they don't really even want to find out.
So, this is a great foundation to build on for themselves as well, right? And I suppose what's interesting is I wonder if they could do it over again, if they would, because it would seem the Thunderbolts are going to be pretty relevant going forward, at least for Doomsday. And you wonder if, you don't even wonder, surely they wouldn't make the same choice. But they've kind of got that of like having that be the case if they knew that Thunderbolts was going to do so badly. Unless maybe they're deluded enough, like, yeah, but people said they liked it, so maybe we can at least extract that benefit. But it's almost like farcical, the new Avengers. It's like, but they're not, and we know that they're not. Like, who are we kidding? Ghost is the new Avengers. Sentry is presented in this movie as the new Avengers. Like, really?
And yet all these fellas coming into Doomsday, cause it's gonna be
that's what I mean.
Their internal get out is it's the Avengers with a Z, because one of the actual Avengers is suing them over the use of the name. But then you get to the tragic realization, which is that actually, if you look at the members of the actual Avengers in Doomsday, they're not better. Well, some of them you have the advantage of being able to use Thor, for example, Hulk maybe, but otherwise you've got Captain Falcon and you've got Shang-Chi.
Hey, Captain Marvel, okay?
Well, maybe her. She's not coming back.
Well, this is kind of what I'm getting at. It's like you can, in the concept of burning money, fuck around and make a whole movie about a bunch of people no one cares about, I guess, but there's no room to have that in your movie that's all about trying to drag us in through X-Men nostalgia, Spider-Man nostalgia, I guess, with different, universes. Fucking you're gonna generate the Fantastic Four to have their own storylines in there. Just all these other it's like, oh yes, Thunderbolts. It's like, dude, how many scenes are they even gonna have? Like 3?
How many scenes is anyone gonna have in that movie?
What I'm saying, it's such an insane. Like, if it was like, no, the right director and writer can make it work. It's like, make what work? What are we even trying to do?
What are they working with? I mean, who are these people? Who are you?
It's all set up now, guys. We're ready to go.
Sure is, or something. Yeah. Wow. Fun times. But yeah, I suppose that about wraps it up in terms of covering how bad last year was.
You're not going to mention Mithrigan too?
I thought
You're
about
it. Mention Electric State.
Oh God.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I did. That's the Russo brothers.
Don't watch it. Yeah.
The Russo brothers showing what they can do when they're allowed to write movies for themselves. It's not good.
That is a very efficient way to blow 300 million.
Yeah, that's incredible. That is like one of the most expensive movies.
Immense flop, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it was a Netflix movie, but I don't think it did very well, even by Netflix standards. So But yeah, no, I mean there was Mithrigan too. We did watch that. That was not very good.
No.
And it killed the franchise, but it killed it. It's over.
Mithrigan no longer has a cultural footprint. How sad.
Mithrigan.
Final Destination Bloodlines also came out last year.
Yes,
which kind of disappointing.
It's probably the only one though out of everything we've mentioned thus far that, despite being kind of bad, I totally understand people liking it.
Yes,
I think it had a lot of goodwill. I think even for things like Tony Todd's last appearance in it and stuff. So there's
you got your fun kills. That's what a lot of people are in it for.
Pretty much.
I really wanted more though, and they could totally have done more. I even appreciated the way that they were going to construct the plot line in that. Like it felt somewhat creative. It's just if you've seen us, we did a little reaction to it. I think Fringy would agree. I'm a lifelong Final Destination fan. There, I said it. I've watched them as they've come out.
I'd say so. I like this series, even though I don't actually like
many of them at all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
they're
one, I
somehow
kind of like five.
the more ridiculous and outlandish they become, somehow the more entertaining they are. So I think you just have to embrace the insanity of them.
I actually do not feel that way. I think Final Destination
Really?
1 is the best one. Yeah, I think the one time that they were kind of like taking their premise a little bit more seriously and embracing the mystery was like the time that it was actually at its best. And the longer that like Final Destination 4 is very ridiculous, but it's pretty awful to watch, honestly.
Yeah, like funny, stupid, and they've definitely play into it at that point. But that just seems to me like more of a crutch as opposed to like lesser talented creators would be like, let's just make it silly because I don't know how to do this serious. Like it's what do we even do at this point? But like Final Destination 1 took it very seriously. 2 is like less serious, and then 3 is like a bad clone of 1.
Yeah.
And then 4 is ridiculous. 5 recovers a bit.
5 kind of pulls it back a bit.
Yeah,
I kind of
then-
like 5. It's got a cool twist at the end.
But man, there is room for someone to make an amazing Final Destination film. I believe. I believe in them, but not quite there yet.
But by the way, it feels like this is worth noting in terms of how annoying the conversation was about movies. Like Final Destination Bloodlines was obviously a bigger success than Sinners, like at the box office. Like, why do people not talk about that? It cost way less money and it made similar money.
Who can say? The mysteries of life, huh?
I don't know.
You know,
It's just
Sinners is apparently the greatest movie ever made with 16 Oscar nominations. So,
yes, it has the most nominations for but hey, it's on somebody's top 10, so we'll be coming back around
We will.
to
We will.
Yeah.
we'll be coming back around to that one.
Is it worth just before
but,
we getting onto those? Because they obviously, we've all made lists for the best movies that we saw last year. I think the theme that will emerge anyway is that how hard you have to work to go and find movies that aren't shit.
Well,
And the usual defense is obviously, well, it's not that you keep saying all the movies are bad. There's loads of good movies released every year. I said, well, you know, there are quite a few good movies released most years, but the problem is you now have to work so much harder to find them. And I did have a look at like previous years' top tens, just to by way of comparison, sort of as a shift in trend. 2015, obviously this is a nice even 10 years ago. Force Awakens, big movie. It's better than the 0 Star Wars movies that they put out in 2025. Probably going to be better than Mandalorian and Grogu, though still not a particularly good movie.
I would question that. Force Awakens is a catastrophe.
It is a catastrophe, I know. I just think that Mando's going to be not even that. I just think it's going to be like
We'll see.
utterly appalling. We'll see for that one. Furious 7 comes out. Haven't seen it. Not a fan of Fast and Furious, but you know, whatever the fuck. Jurassic World, it's bad, but it's better than Rebirth. Avengers: Age of Ultron has some pretty low lows, but has higher highs, I think, than Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts. Minions, not my thing, but pretty impactful. Spectre, Inside Out from Disney, Mission Impossible: Rogue Nation, better than Dead Reckoning Parts 1 and 2. The Hunger Games, Mockingjay, and The Martian. So that's the top 10 of 10 years ago. Mixed bag, but I think on balance, significantly better.
I totally agree. That's a better
Oh,
year.
you mean top 10 box office?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that you can go back. So 2005, though, is a really interesting one just for how far I think we've fallen since that point. So, this is a bit of a mixed bag, too. But the thing is, it's so good by comparison. You've got Revenge of the Sith, Chronicles of Narnia, Goblet of Fire, War of the Worlds, King Kong, Wedding Crashers, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Batman Begins, Madagascar, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith were the top 10 of 2005.
Yeah, see, now you've entered the world where things are more dynamic and the quality levels are all interesting instead of just bad. It's like, oh, no, because that's this. And
I think I'd pretty much rewatch them over anything.
Yeah.
I would, yeah. But it's like we're entering the beginning of like franchise dominance. We're sort of getting towards that era, but you still like the fact that Wedding Crashers is on that list. It's like, yeah dude, like the comedy movies that are now relegated to Netflix, sometimes those were like the most successful films of the years that they came out. There was a time when it was all like comedies and you know, romantic comedies and dramas that are like about regular people in the real world that weren't sequels, right? Compared to now. Not that there's necessarily a problem with more speculative fiction being a part of it. It's just unfortunately all that speculative fiction is these terrible franchises rather than like original science fiction films.
To Platoon's point as well, what you'll find is the sort of cope of, well, if you don't watch, you know, cape shit, for example, and it's like, okay, but there's a huge list of things that have nothing to do with superheroes. It's like, okay, yeah, don't watch Disney shit. Like there's multiple
oh,
studios making all kinds of crazy. It's like, okay, don't watch franchise shit. You're like, I'm sorry, all franchises? Like, what are we? Come
and then
on.
it gets to the point of don't watch anything that has a budget over like
Yeah,
$75 million.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like this. Okay, this is getting stupid.
And then of
Only
course,
watch things that were made in film festivals.
well, and you just get to a point where you're like, it didn't used to be like that. Didn't used to be it would be silly to expect something worthwhile from these
it used
sources.
To be that when you went to a summer blockbuster, it could legitimately be the best movie you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, when
now
you
it's
say
like-
it could
we
kickstart something.
can
I think
all-
one of my
we can all
favorite
point
years to
to-
go back to prove that point is 1984, which in the top 10 has Ghostbusters, Beverly Hills Cop, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom,
Oh my
Gremlins,
gosh.
Karate Kid, Police Academy, Footloose, Romancing the Stone, Star Trek 3, and Splash.
oh my god,
These are the movies that most people are seeing. They are the ones that are front and center. They are box office. They are mass appeal, and in that case, the vast majority of them pretty damn good. So it used to be easy. You used to go to theaters, turn up, and it was a reasonable expectation to say this is probably going to be a really fun film. And now it's like you are almost, like as has been mentioned, you're almost looked down on if you expect anything in the box office to be good. Why did you expect Avatar 3 to be good? Why did you expect the new Star Wars or Marvel movie to be good? Well, because it used to be the case that you could expect the things most people saw would be popular for a reason, as opposed to just, the lingering embers of a dead franchise.
Now it's like you got to wait until October or November when the movies that have Oscar ambitions start coming out. That's like the only time that you might be able to see some good movies, and that's not a guarantee. Some of those movies aren't good. So it's like, oh, cool. So I just have to write off like 7 or 8 months of the year, wait until the Oscar season, like award season comes around, and then like I gotta, and then it's like, okay, and then maybe you'll start getting more reliably good movies, and even that's not a guarantee. It's like that's a really bizarre way to engage with film. You didn't used to have to do that. You could just show up to the theater, and it didn't matter whether or not it was like a mainstream film or an independent film, like you could enter into it with expectations that it was going to be worthwhile, and it could possibly blow your mind. But now it's like, yeah. So I don't know. How can it be a good year if like you have to exclude the majority of like the mainstream films that are coming out? I feels like it's kind of reflected when you're talking about video games as well. It's like if you have to write off everything that or the majority of things that the major publishers are putting out, that ain't a great sign, lads. That's not good. It's okay to admit it. It's not been a good year. But we get to at least talk about some of the good movies that came out this year. Though, I suppose before we do, there'd be a handful of films, unless there are any other bad movies that I've forgotten about. That we
just a quick mention, I guess, for me. I watched Primate because a lot of people talked about how awesome it was, and then I was like, oh, I guess a lot of people haven't yet seen movies like this. It's, for anyone who doesn't know, it's just, there's a family, they have a little ape, and he's just like, their pet sort of, he gets rabies and kills everybody.
Good synopsis.
Well, that's what happens. All the characters are thin and borderline crap, like as you would probably expect. And the best thing about the movie is the gore. He fucks people up pretty brutally. I guess the actor did a good job in the ape suit. That's all I got. Like, I watched it. I was just like, there's no reason why you couldn't have written a really compelling set of characters and story here. I would even find it kind of tempting as a challenge, if you were like, you're in a house and there's just a killer ape running around killing them. It's like, that sounds cool. But what bothers me about this, and we kind of touched on this with horror in general, that's all you need to be celebrated as a really good film, really good storytelling. And I'm just like, that's a little bit lame. I wish the standards for horror were higher, because I adore that fucking genre when it's at its best. We don't get that very often, and I wish we did, but they don't have to try as hard if people are going to be like, this is this is a great movie of 2025. It's like, oh, damn. Okay. I don't recommend it. Not that I want to see it anyway.
So, yeah, moving on to sort of the worthwhile movies of the year. There are a collection of movies that didn't make it to anybody's top 10s. That I saw that I figured were worth mentioning. The thing is I would open it up to everybody else, but it might reveal, because you might be like, oh yeah, no, I saw that, and it's like, oh, someone's top 10. So, The Secret Agent, it's good. It's pretty dry, and it's quite long. It's well, you know, well written, well acted. It's got something to say. But I don't know that I would like super recommend it in terms of a ratio of time to sort of story.
Yeah, like it's very clearly well made, good performances. Even the structure and what story wants to tell. It's all very. If you're interested, if you understand the premise, because we're going to stay relatively spoiler free, it's definitely worthwhile.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people found this hard to engage with.
Mr. I keep forgetting Wagner. Damn it. God damn it. The fact that his name is escaping me is going to drive me crazy. I think this is the first film I've seen of him where he's speaking Portuguese because he is Brazilian. Yeah, Wagner Moura, that's his name. He's quite good, but he's kind of reliable. Like he was good in Civil War. Just a terrible script. But yeah, no, I mean he's good in everything. He's really good in this. It's a good leading performance. But yes, it is a case of like if you got the time, because it's nearly 3 hours long, and it's like you're particularly interested in the subject matter, then you know go for it. But this one is a bit harder for me to just have as a sort of blanket recommendation.
Yes, I'd agree.
Rental Family. Have any of you guys heard of this one?
Nope.
I've heard of it.
So it's Brendan Fraser, and he's living in Japan, and he's an actor, but he's struggling, and he joins like a business where he goes and sort of acts a role for real people to sort of, you know, essentially manipulate them for the people that he's being hired. But then, you know, they realize the value of authentic relationships, and that people, you know, relationships aren't about manipulating or bending them to your will, but to give them what they need and what you have to offer, and in turn that you'll get that back as well. It's a very nice movie. It's I like it. It's pretty vanilla though. It's like you've seen a lot of movies like this. But I mean, you know, it's like, yeah, I mean, if it was on, it'd be worth watching. Maybe I'd say it's worth watching. I'm not sure if I would. It's fine. It's good. But it's not. You've seen a lot of movies like this before.
You can tell what series of films we're into now, where it's like thumbs up. You know, it's like
yeah.
The thing is, I'm fully expecting this to be the case anyway. There will be a number of these ones that are in, I suppose, the honorably mentioned, which could well have made it to my list if I'd heard of them. Because I had to base I watched virtually every single film on my list for the first time in preparation to make the list. And I had to go looking for a large number of them. And so some of them will be there just because I didn't hear of one that was... This one sounds like the kind of thing that may have made it if I knew it existed. But as I didn't...
It might have. It might have. It was on mine briefly, but then, you know, but eventually it got knocked off. But I like it. It's a good time as you're watching it. It's not going to change your life though.
Right.
Have any of you heard of The Coral?
No,
not really.
It's Ray Fiennes is in it, and I thought it was going to be a leading performance from him, and he is kind of the lead, but it's also more of an ensemble movie. It's about a town in Britain in World War One, like making it's a choral, like a choir, and it's about how all of their lives are improved by being a part of it. And that, you know, music being changed to have a more poignant meaning for people at the time to sort of improve their lives and for them all to connect as a community. It's all right. I like it. It's but again, this is another one where it's like, I don't know that I would tell you that you really got to go out of your way to see it. It's I think I was a little bit disappointed by the fact that Ray Fiennes wasn't more of like the lead performance. It's very much an ensemble movie, so it's shared, and you know you've got some good character stuff going on generally.
I see Mark Addy is in it. Good old Bobby B.
Yes, he is. He plays something of a distinctive character in this movie, but he's not in it for very long. It's just one of these cases of like, this is one that I wouldn't say that you need to go out of your way to see, but like if it was on TV or something like in syndication, you know, it's like, you can spend some time watching it. So yeah, there's that.
There's that.
And then the last one to mention, because a few of the ones that were my honorable mentions have made it to some of the other top 10s, but the last one to mention, Iron Lung, did not make it on anybody's top 10.
Oh,
But
there we
I do
go.
like that movie.
That was 2026, wasn't it?
It's
I think
technically
it
2024 in another, depending on.
Yeah, because there's actually one movie that's on that's going to be in our top 10 that I think is technically 2024, but you know, look, all right.
I think it's chill.
Technicality.
I mean, I saw it in 2025, so you know,
I would have.
No,
Yeah, if I'd seen it in 2025, I would have put it on the list. But oh well.
Oh,
Oh.
okay, interesting.
I may have done the same actually.
Oh,
So I assumed it was 2026.
I suppose.
Oh well, too late. it's locked in now.
Well,
I don't wanna
it
do
had
the-
a bit of a wacky release because of the, you know, it started out getting shown in smaller areas, and then you got to push it with more and more cinemas, and then a lot of people saw it both in 2025 and 2026. So it's kind of a weird one, I guess. Exactly where to place it, but I mean, yeah, it's an excuse to talk about briefly. I mean, we did a full episode breaking it down, and we kind of talked a bit about it through Shelby Oaks, but it's I don't know, man. It's a pretty cool outing for someone who's never made a feature film, who wants to give more sort of faithful adaptation to a video game that is just a guy in a very minimalist video game that we made in like 2 weeks. Worked with the developer, wanted to expand its the lore, characters, and then just create a really suspenseful experience of a guy in a metal tube that's gradually realizing it's all worse than he even thought.
100%. That is the movie that Shelby Oaks should have been. Not in terms of like the exact details of plot and stuff, but like that concept of a contained location, get a really good actor or, you know, someone who's interesting at least to play your lead, and have a really smart, different concept that you can have a bit of fun with and keep the audience's tension high and keep the intrigue going.
Yeah,
That's everything they should have done, but you know.
And you know, there's all kinds of tweaks and changes he can make to have improved the film, and I'm sure he's learned a hell of a lot from it. It's an outing that exuded passion from what I thought of it when watching it versus something like a Shelby Oaks, and obviously very interesting to compare them both, because one's from a full-time YouTuber obsessed with film, talking about film all the time, is passionate, knows his film back to front, versus a guy who does know his film, but more so known for screaming at video games, but passionately. And you know, I don't say that to undermine him like we did in the episode covering it, because he's got experience creating all kinds of things. It's just important to recognize
You wouldn't
how
expect him to do better.
no, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't
And
expect that.
but when you sort of break them both down as creatives, one of them is clearly the more passionate, and you wonder just how far that knowledge can go without passion. And I feel like Shelby Oaks shows you the cautionary tale on that front.
Here's the ceiling. You can make something that's technically competent, not in terms of the script actually like making sense, but from a filmmaking standpoint is technically competent but completely hollow compared to this, where it's like it's certainly got its problems. But my God, like you can like actually like make something that's worthwhile. Like you can I can see you getting better and better and better. Whereas with Stuckman, it's like, yeah, I think that's the best you could do. So yeah, it's worth watching, I'd say.
Well, there's a few. I don't think, did Naked Gun make it to anybody's list?
No.
I feel like this is where that would come up. The Naked Gun remake. I didn't hate it. I don't think anybody really hated it. I think a lot of people even quite liked it.
Dare I say it? I had a good time watching it. It wasn't like top tier comedy or anything, but considering it came out in 2025, it got me laughing a good few times.
Absolutely willing to concede that it turned out a lot better than it would have been expected to, all things considered on paper. It's like, we're going to redo a beloved film. We don't have the actor, the writer, as much as there's some hope to be had. I just wouldn't. It's like, I don't know. The trailer had one or two jokes that I was like, okay, there's some hope there. And then the film itself, I smirked a few times, but it didn't get me the same way. I like, just to be clear, Naked Gun, the original, is just one of the best comedies ever made. It is so fucking funny. Like, almost constantly. This one feels like what it is a bit more cynically, in the sense of like they're trying to recapture it. They've got some good ideas. I wish they went a bit further with a lot of them. It's
Would you say the same for Fackham Hall?
Kind of,
I
yeah.
I laughed at this more than I laughed at Fackham Hall, and
I didn't laugh at all in that movie, unfortunately.
No, I watched. It's one of the movies I watched trying to build the list, and it was off the list very quickly. Not, but I like that the genre done well of that sort of comedy of manners, country house comedy is one of my favorites, and this did not understand how that works. So did not have much fun with Fackham Hall, sadly.
Whoever did the trailer for Fackham Hall was an absolute genius, though, because they crammed every actually funny joke into that one trailer. Made it seem like it was going to be awesome.
It just all I thought when watching Fackham Hall, and to be fair, I felt this somewhat with Naked Gun as well. It's just like, oh man, if you just worked a little longer on that joke's nearly there. You just need to do a couple like tweaks if you do this, or maybe have it come back in this way, or because I even kind of like a lot of the ideas and premise, and the insistence on doing visual jokes is really important, I think, for these kinds of movies. And I feel like we're seeing somewhat of a vague revival on that front, instead of just being like the jokes all come from the dialogue, right? It's like, no, they come from everywhere all the time. You need to be willing for the audience to completely miss a lot of your jokes because you've got so many, but you can then create a momentum like the classic comedies that have you fucking laughing out loud regularly, which I really miss, and it seems like is borderline impossible as a standard now to reach. I had hope for Fackham Hall, but yeah, I wasn't super happy with how it turned out. I was like, okay, there's some stuff in here that's cool, and there's a lot of creative ideas, but I think it could have been a lot better. And I feel that way about Naked Gun as well. But again, both films have some creative ideas where I'm just like, man, could this be the return eventually? These are the beginning steps. Who knows? I guess we'll see as time goes on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose that's it for the honorable mentions, because now we can just get...
I want to mention The Mastermind, I think it was called.
Right, okay, yep.
By this is actually the main actor is the lad who's the main guy in Wake Up Dead Man. This film's about a dude who's living a pretty normal life, I think in the 70s, and it's getting rough for money. It's not great. He's having some money troubles, so he decides, because he regularly visits, I think it's a gallery with his family. He realizes gradually, it's like, I could probably steal some really valuable paintings and get them sold and kind of just make my life perfect, because this place doesn't seem very well secure. And the movie is like, the plan seems solid. He gets a bunch of people together and it just sorts it out, but on construction and execution of the plan, everything just gradually goes really wrong, like over time. And it's kind of remarkable in that it's the most mundane series of events. It's like they awkwardly complete it, not to great success. One of the members of the team just leaves before the whole thing even happens, and then another member gets caught up with the police. The police then, like, I don't think this is a spoiler to say, like, it all comes crashing down very normally and very slowly, and he's just like, well, this sucks, and it kind of ruins everything for his life and everyone around him. And you could say it's a bit of a bleak film in that front, with some dark comedy obviously thrown in for good measure, but there's lots to sort of take away in terms of what the film's trying to say. There's more I would say if I was going to go into spoilers, but I don't know if this sounds tempting to you. We're not into the spoiler portion, and I'm probably not going to come back to this film, but it didn't do much for me overall. I saw it, had a respect for like the performances, the way it was directed and stuff, but the story itself didn't grip me very much, so I consider it an honourable mention, I suppose. It was very much a sort of a shaky thumbs up of like, sure, I'm glad you did this, I suppose, but it's not got me passionate. Right.
Yeah, okay. So I suppose that does round it out then for honorable mentions, which leads us to the top.
Not to keep delaying you.
You've got a whole list of these honorable mentions lined up, haven't you, Muller?
I did talk about this one with you, I think, Drinker. It should be obvious why I saw this, but it is 2025. So Locked is a movie. I don't know if anybody knows what that is. I watched it because of the premise alone. It's Bill Skarsgård is stealing cars, and he happens to try to steal a really nice car that seems like the best prospect ever, but it turns out it belongs to Anthony Hopkins, who is a psychopath and traps people who try to steal his car in the car and tortures them with a little receiver that he can talk to them throughout. And I was like, it's probably bad, but that sounds like fun, so I'll check that out. And It does an okay job with a lot of different payoffs. I really don't like how it ends. But it's Anthony Hopkins is like a character who is fucking tired of the scum of society ruining everything for everyone. And Bill Skarsgård is more of a like opportunistic, okay dude. Like he's doing this because he's trying to make ends meet and better life for his family. So you combine those two and you get lots of interesting conversations. The progress of trying to escape this car gradually and who Anthony Hopkins is and where he is. Like, there's fun. There's lots of fun to be had. And unfortunately, this was the first movie I've seen from Anthony Hopkins where you can really hear in his voice that it's like he's not going to be acting for much longer. He spends most of it as a voice, but he is in it actually as well. I'm probably going to check out everything he makes at this point on. So, there's that. It's an okay movie. If you sound interested by that premise, you might find more for it than I could. But I don't regret seeing it. I guess I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
And
sure.
I think
That's probably it then.
I think so, because the only other movies that I would want to mention, I think, are on people's lists. So we're good.
Yeah, that's the same for me as well. So I suppose that leads us to it. I suppose if one of them isn't on the list, then you could be like, oh hey, we mentioned that one.
Yeah.
But we shall progress. So here's how we're going to do it. So given that these are films that we're all sort of broadly recommending, we'll run through a list of all of the films that are on everybody's list completely, like, and briefly, sort of like here's why we think you should watch that movie, relatively short. Then once the list is there and it's like, hey, there you go, guys, here's a list of movies that we recommend. After that, then we're going to talk about them essentially with spoilers so that we can, talk about them more in depth. So we'll run through the list first, and then we'll come back to sort of go through it gradually. As we're running through the list, I'll reveal where they're placed in everybody's top 10, or if they're not in the top 10. And the way that I've arranged it is I've used the Formula One point system to sort of arrange it. So for those of you who don't know how that works, 10th place gets you 1 point, 9th gets you 2 points, 8th gets you 4 points, 7th gets you 6 points, 6th gets you 8 points, 5th gets you 10 points, 4th gets you 12, and once you get to the podium, 3rd gets you 15, 2nd gets you 18, and 1st gets you 25 points. So the films that are in the top 3, and particularly the winner, massively benefit from that. They'll get a lot more. They'll get a lot more points because of it.
So just to explain what people are seeing on screen, I've got this set now so that Spring will be reading out the super list from the 22nd to the first film, and I will let everyone know how that lines up. But then as we go, pieces will be revealed of the other four's top 10s. So everything will be populating gradually. So you can see how things are going.
We do have some ties. There's not really any way to reconcile these. I thought there might be, but one of the ties, for instance, was because it was 5th and 4th. It appeared twice. Oh my god, how hard is it to explain? There is a tie where the films have the same number of points and the same placement in lists. So there's kind of no way to break the tie. So I guess it will be arbitrary, essentially, which one ends up.
We did what we can, damn it.
We did, yes, indeed. So yes, 22nd and 21st with 1 point each was Sisu Road to Revenge and The Phoenician Scheme. Sisu Road to Revenge was Drinker's number 10, and Phoenician Scheme was Platoon's number 10. So I guess we'll start with Sisu. Drinker, why should people watch this movie? What do you like about it?
I'm not gonna lie, I was scraping the bottom of the barrel when it came to 9 and 10.
Fair enough.
It's like, Christ, what movies did I watch? Yeah, I mean, literally as just a dumb, over-the-top action movie that was done on a very conservative budget. I think they got a bit of a boost compared to the previous movie, but yeah, it's very much like a 1980s action flick set during World War II. The main character is borderline invincible. It's so over-the-top and silly, but there's a ton of fun to be had with it at the same time. And I just kind of like the premise of this 60-year-old dude who's probably should be retired by this point, but somehow kicking the absolute shit out of Soviet soldiers, and just taking absolutely everything that's thrown at him and somehow just going forward with that sheer determination. and that refusal to quit. So I had a bit of fun with Sisu 2. It's not high art by any measure, and if I could have thought of something better, it probably wouldn't have been in my top 10. But hey, if you like dumb
fair
action
enough.
movies, it'll be all right.
Fair enough. Platoon, Phoenician Scheme, go.
Somewhat similarly, I think if this had been a better year, this would be nowhere near the top 10, but as it wasn't, it is. So, Phoenician Scheme, Wes Anderson's latest. It is Wes Anderson doing Wes Anderson, which I understand if people find a little bit insufferable, because it can be. However, Wes Anderson, at his core, still has some storytelling chops and also some creative chops as well. Nothing looks like a Wes Anderson movie, so it's automatically going to be scoring highly for its production values and general way everything is framed and shot. Storyline, without spoilers, is it's a guy he's rich, he's powerful, but he's kind of distant and detached from his family. He has all kinds of evil, nefarious schemes going on, but via a series of bizarre events, forms the realization that perhaps he has lived his life incorrectly and that there are higher and more important things in life than money, specifically love. Which as a theme, overall, I do enjoy. The movie is undercut, I think, quite severely by this being extremely Byzantine as a plot. Lots and lots of various insane things occur, some of which in isolation are genuinely funny. There's a lot of good humor in it. As a whole, it can drag the story itself down. It's not always easy to keep the through line in mind when you are watching these things, and quite often it does lapse a little bit into this unfortunate tendency that Wes Anderson has these days, which is this is a good excuse for a cameo. The cameos are good, they don't always help the story, but overall, it is an attempt to tell a story, which can't be said for many of the other movies that released in 2025. Looks wonderful, it is quite funny in its places, its ultimate message is nice and heartwarming. It's just kind of a shame about the middle third. So with those quite significant qualifications, it made it onto number 10 on the list.
I would have had that in my honourable mentions because I liked it, but it's not his best, and it's still lacking like a lot of cohesion for me. But there's just like I really like Michael Cera in it. I thought he was funny. But then broadly, I kind of like the performances on everybody because they're just so insane and wacky. That it was like just standouts of oh, that's curious and fun. And then there's I'd say some of the best jokes are in the trailer, but like there's a few extra ones that I enjoy as well. Not my favorite Wes Anderson movie, and it's like almost a recommendation. It's nearly there. It's like I think especially if you like Wes Anderson stuff, you'll like that.
Definitely. It is one of those ones that would have been, and this is probably true for the bottom half of my list, is just that there are so many films I'm sure I didn't see or didn't hear of that would have knocked it off. So it's kind of there almost by default. I don't think it's not meritless by any means. It's just quite easily beaten. It's just I didn't see too much that beat it.
I mean, that makes sense. Again, this is because, for instance, Hamnet is not on anybody's list. I assume because none of us saw it. But I mean,
yeah, I didn't.
We've seen a lot of movies this year, all right? So, like, it makes sense. Also, I am realizing that some of these we probably won't need to come back to, but that's okay because there'll be some that will definitely demand longer conversations. So in 20th place with 2 points is The Smashing Machine, which was Drinker's number 9, and it would be one of my honorable mentions, kind of.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, I went into it with zero expectations. It's one of those, oh god, action movie man is now aging out of those kinds of roles, and he's going to try and prove to everyone that he can be a serious actor. And I was expecting 2 hours of absolute cringe. But you know what? It actually surprised me. It was not bad. The Rock probably puts in the best performance of his career, I think it's fair to say. I think it's an interesting story that doesn't have your typical Hollywood happy ending necessarily. It's a more honest, raw kind of story about a very flawed man really wrestling with what he does with his life when his career is not really going to work out for him anymore, and something that he really bases his whole being around. What happens to him when he loses that confidence? So overall, yeah, it was an okay movie that kept me fairly entertained, and I was impressed by what The Rock was able to deliver.
I will say, I think I broadly feel the same way, that it's like,
Oh,
we lost Free.
Bring you come back.
Hello?
We lost your audio.
I mean, of all the places to cut out, it was a convenient one because he said, "I broadly feel the same way," and then cut out. It was like, all right, gotcha. Oh,
Yeah, we
Can
got
hear
you.
me?
hello.
Yes.
That was rude. Wait, Muller, are you back now?
I've always been here.
Yeah. We're all
Oh,
here.
Okay. Now I've returned. So, man, Singapore, it solves every problem every time. It's so wonderful. So yeah, I'd say I broadly feel the same way about this movie. Of like, yeah, it's all right. It's I would say, even though I think that The Rock does a decent job, I think that he is kind of like vastly outperformed by Emily Blunt. I think she's way better than he is. Like,
Yeah, I would
think he's,
expect that to be fair.
No, of course. It's just that I suppose maybe it doesn't stand out because like I do think that Dwayne Johnson is like trying and actually cares about this story, which is nice to see compared to like Red One, which is just horrible. That's like, yep, that's what Dwayne Johnson tends to make. Whereas here, it's more of a committed performance. But yeah, I think she's pretty excellent in this movie, and I think that carries it a lot because yeah, otherwise it's like pretty normal as sort of like a biopic, sports movie of like, yeah, he's pretty good, but he's got his problems, and he learns that winning isn't everything. It's like you've seen a lot of movies like this before, but it looks pretty nice. It looks a lot nicer than maybe some of the films that existed in this genre like 20 years ago. So yeah, it's all right. Like if you got the time and if you're interested in, but maybe I was about to say if you're interested in MMA, maybe I would recommend it. But I'm also not sure because sometimes if you're into it, it can maybe not be as worthwhile to watch because you understand more what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it places. So next up in 19th place with 4 points is Sinners, which is Drinker's number 8. I think we can come back to this one. Though what would you say for Sinners?
So broadly speaking, like the movie now is getting so much pushback for obvious reasons. Like it's getting glazed to hell and back by the Academy, by all the professional critics and stuff. Because it's a safe movie to like, kind of like what you got with Black Panther, that sort of thing. But I don't want that to take away from the fact that it is quite a decent movie in its own right. Like it's definitely not 16 Oscar wins kind of movie, but in terms of performances, in terms of cinematography, in terms of like a slightly more, in some ways, faithful take on the vampire genre, where they rely on being invited in order to infiltrate the place, and in terms thematically of having things to say about Black culture reflected through music, and the idea that other cultures might have preyed on it to some extent and quite literally vampirized it. It's kind of an interesting movie, and I wasn't bored watching it. I thought performance-wise, like I say, excellent. Michael B. Jordan did a really good job in it. So yeah, I thought it was okay. Not the best movie ever, but not terrible either.
There we go. I don't even know why I need to mention that we'll come back to because I have seen Sinners, and you might have noticed it's not on my top 10. So we can come back to that one, of course. So next in 18th place with 6 points is Begonia, which was placed in Platoon's number 9. Mauler, it's number 9, and for me, it is also number 9.
Well.
How funny. You haven't had a chance yet, Mauler. Why would you say people should watch Begonia?
Premise alone, I was already like, yeah, I should probably see this. So to give that to people on the sort of spoiler-free recommendation, it's like I think, is she like a health company CEO or just a CEO of I forget what
it's a pharmaceutical company, I think, isn't it?
So yeah, Emma Stone is on a normal day-to-day kidnapped by fucking goddamn it, why have I forgotten his name?
Jesse
Plemons.
Plemons?
Yeah. She's kidnapped by him and someone who works with him, and she wakes up like in a basement, and it's like, the standard fare of, oh god, what horrifying thing is going to happen? What is all of this? And you find out that he believes that she is an alien that has come here to destroy the world gradually by, through pharmaceuticals and shit. And you just get this sense from Emma Stone where she's playing quite an intelligent character, so she's like, right, okay. So it like switches pretty early on from the potential horror film into a how do I navigate this situation correctly, because these people are clearly mentally ill, and it's going to be very difficult to balance me staying alive, me being able to escape, but also not pissing them off, blah blah blah. I really like how it's shot. I think it's kind of gorgeous. I enjoy quite a bit the performances throughout, but I also just like the fact that it's mostly people trapped in a room talking. So really, I don't know how else to put this. It is, because I think I was saying this when I first saw it. It's like gross in a good way. The way that it's like I was gonna say, like it's like a good kind of deep fried. The way the colors are in the entire film, the way that the house is shot, it's very very uncomfortable and very sort of down to earth. Like it very much feels like these people are there.
Stuffed.
Yeah. We will come back to it, right? Was it to talk a bit
Yes,
more
for
about it?
sure.
But I don't want to say too much more. Really, really strong performances and really strong dialogue. It kept me interested throughout. I had some theories about how it was going to progress, especially being who made this. But let's just say, like, I came in for the premise and I wasn't disappointed. I would recommend Begonia.
Agreed. It's a cool movie. But yeah, we'll come back. So moving on. So we got another tie. I've actually done the numbers a bit differently. Which ones are we at now?
We just did
on the list.
But Begonia was what 18.
Yeah. So okay. So 17th and 16th. See, I think I did it like, oh yeah, no, that I could group them both as number 13. So yeah, so 17th and 16th is a tie on 8 points between K-pop Demon Hunters and Sovereign. So K-pop Demon Hunters was Drinker's number 6, and Sovereign was Platoon's number 6. So I guess we'll start with K-pop Demon Hunters, which I've heard comes recommended. So Drinker, what did you like about K-pop Demon Hunters?
I love the wild choices between Platoon's choices and mine. But yeah, with K-pop Demon Hunters, that absolutely, it got a spot on my list because I went into it thinking I should hate it. I mean, it's like everything that's like, I am as far from the target audience, I think, as you could be. And yeah, I settled in to watch it, and I had a blast. The trio of main characters are super likable. They're kind of funny and quirky, and they it's like almost like a Buffy the Vampire Slayer kind of situation where they've all got like superpowers. They're fighting demons, but under the guise of this K-pop group that almost uses music as part of their, not just their cover, but also like the magic spell that they use to keep these things contained. So like fine as a premise, it works perfectly well, but then you get into some more interesting realms when you find out the main character is like part demon herself, and so she's been trying to hide that this whole time. So pretty basic stuff, but all done very well. Even the tunes are like weirdly catchy in it. The animation is quite fun, and I just had way more fun with that movie than I ever would have expected. So it got a spot on my list because why not? I wanted to brighten things up a bit.
I watched all of that movie for this list. The tunes were catchy. I would agree with that. It didn't make the list though.
Should we save that conversation for later, or?
We could. I suppose what's interesting is that when talking about like animated films this year, it's all you might find it conspicuous. I do not have an animated film on my top 10, but there is another animated film that has made it on another top 10 list,
which I do intend to see, but I couldn't get around to.
I do as well. Yes, I want to see that one just based on the premise alone. But yes, so Sovereign. Why don't you walk us through this one a bit, Platoon?
Yeah, Sovereign's an interesting one. It was going to be. It was originally a toss-up on the list between this and another one that is on the list. And they thought, I'd rather kick a different film off the list to make room for this. So the premise for Sovereign is it's Nick Offerman and Jacob Tremblay are the two main characters. Nick Offerman always impresses me in everything, because my first introduction to him, as most people's was probably, as like Parks and Recreation, so you assume he's just a funny man. But every time I see him in a serious dramatic role, he's always pretty good. The idea is, without going too deep into spoiler territory, he's a sovereign citizen. Sovereign citizens are a a very weird, cliquey group of people who basically reject all of the laws and systems of modern life. They believe that they're not beholden to them. They have all kinds of bizarre theories about how the law actually works. They are extremely antisocial quite often. It overlaps with a huge number of mental health conditions, but it's the movie I was expecting, because of what it was, to be just a generic takedown of a certain type of cliche right-wing villain man who makes his son do evil things because he's just evil, and yeah. It's way more, I think, sophisticated than that. I don't know that it entirely decides what it wants to say by the end, but you realize quite quickly that he is the way he is not because he's wrong and evil necessarily. He's sort of been driven to this as a point of desperation. Very, very severe family tragedy. He has been severely let down by the very state he's now rejecting, which has caused him to go down this doom loop, essentially. And he's making his life and his son's life worse and worse and worse, because the harder you resist these things, the more they come back to bite you. So he's at risk of losing his house. He refuses to accept the validity of the law that's coming to take it from him. And he gets more and more desperate. And his son is played by Jacob Tremblay, who's another one who impresses me pretty much every time I see him. Quite understated, but very emotionally impactful performance. He's trying to uphold a basic standard of education, learn about life, but trying to balance what the reality of the state of affairs is and the reality that his father is living in happens to be. Very, very difficult for him. You see, you get these glimpses of his potential alternate life. There's a girl that he likes from a distance, and that's obviously the route a normal boy would take, but because of who his dad is, he can't do it. And it's paralleled with a quick series of sort of cutaways, essentially, to another storyline featuring an old retired police officer and his son who has become a police officer. And the basic thematic conflict of the movie is that though one person is rejecting control so much that he becomes self-destructive, control itself, when rigorously applied, can lead people down this path, which I liked, because it means it takes the film from just a generic kind of tragedy, which is also an opportunity to laugh at politically disfavored people, and turns it into more of a serious human story about the problems with either too much or too little control, fathers creating their sons and being responsible or irresponsible with them. Generally, quite good, I thought. I liked it much more than I was expecting to. So without getting into any other spoiler territory, that I would recommend it, not as a brilliant movie, but just as a slightly above solid good movie, I think.
Interesting. That'll be one that, because that's not on my list. Well, it's not on anybody's list other than yours, so that's an interesting one by the sounds of it. We got another tie here. So for 15th and 14th, we have Train Dreams, which is Platoon's number 5 with this is for 10 points. And then the other film with 10 points is The Long Walk, which is Mauler's number 8 and my number 7. You've just talked for a while, so I'll talk about The Long Walk to split it up a little bit. This film is not amazing. It's got its problems for sure. I'd say actually its ending lets it down a bit. However, in terms of an actual premise for a film, I really want to see more stuff like this. Of relatively very low scope story that is just focused on characters talking to each other pretty much nonstop. With a level of dynamism that is added into it because of the fact that you've got your crazy, sort of dystopian future setting. I probably wouldn't want to say much more than that.
Well, I mean, you just want to say the premise.
Performances. Well, yeah, the premise of this film is that every year they get 50 teenagers from different states in America. And they all walk, and they walk for as long as they can. And if they slow down or they stop, they go less than, I think, 3 miles per hour. They get shot. And then it's essentially everybody starts dropping off until they have one winner who triumphs, gets a bunch of money, changes their life, and it's a system that repeats over and over. Very, you know, I mean, it's based on a Stephen King novel, but obviously you've seen a lot of this before. And I guess the director is just kind of into these stories because this is a guy who's done most of the Hunger Games movies. Not the first one, but everything else. And then obviously, right, the walk is meant to be something of an allegory. I believe the Vietnam War was like sort of on Stephen King's mind as he was, you know, dealing with it. But hey, look, we do Death of the Author here, all right? I would say that it's way more applicable as just sort of an allegory for like life as something that is in persistent motion. And that's something that sort of emerges as an element of the story that is maybe unlike what you would see typically in a lot of these sort of, you know, they compete and they all get killed off and, you know, eventually one winner, is the idea of cooperation and like actually that there is a desire to work together and help each other, even though they all ultimately know that there can only be one winner. This, you know, that is, if you want to be dealing with the walk as sort of the march of life and the inevitability of death at the end point, that along the way, these relationships that are forged are meaningful to them. And push them to help each other and carry each other further and facilitate, you know, more experiences, both good and bad. But like, nevertheless, like continue marching forward. But the ending, I think, is like not great.
We'll probably get a little bit more into it later, but like something I just was enjoying was the many ways that the script is trying to keep this interesting despite its obvious limitation. Obviously, it's self-set, but at the same time, it's like, how do we keep having different ways to have failures of the walking, different characters who have different reasons for being here or different investments and different solutions to how they're definitely going to win this. And then I think like the core relationship for the two main guys was just really awesome to watch. Very much an entertaining film.
That's Philip Seymour Hoffman's son.
Yeah. And the fella from Alien Romulus, who everyone agreed did a good job in that film.
Yeah. He's I think the fact that he played that, as much as I don't like Alien Romulus, the fact that he was able to thoroughly convince me that he was both characters, and in that one, you know, in Alien Romulus, it was a dual role. He's like very impressive to me as an actor.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd be interested in seeing him pretty much show up in anything. Very committed performance, very likable character that he plays. Yeah, this film is certainly not without its problems. The fact that they walk for as long as they do is kind of insane.
Impossible.
And there's no way that works. However, I would certainly take more of these of relatively straightforward basic premise that focuses in on character and just people having conversations. And yeah, how do you make that dynamic when the whole film is them walking more or less in a straight line nonstop? So yeah, I think it's worth watching. So what about Train Dreams?
Train
Why
Dreams,
is this your number 5?
It's my number 5. It wouldn't, again, I've said it before, it might not be in a better year. It's also not the kind of movie I would normally go for. It's slow, it's, I think meditative is the word that you'd probably use for it. Laser focused on the life experience of one man without I mean, it has drama in it. Very dramatic things occur, but the story isn't a conventional drama in the sense that you have your big heroic beginning, second act, low point, and then return to heroism at the end. It's not hugely variant in terms of its drama. What it is, it's the story of it's the life story of a man. He lives 80 years. He's born sort of around this very, very excitingly rapid, fast-paced era of American history, which all takes place in the background. It sort of overlaps that astonishing 66-year gap from the first flight to landing on the moon. He lives alongside this, and without making a big point of any one aspect of it, it's a simple man who's trying to make his way through it. He's a logger. He's trying to make enough money to have a little house and a cabin for a wife and a kid. But as all of the world is moving so dramatically around him, you have the First World War in the background. His life is upended by a particularly tragic event, and he's sort of drifting without purpose for a large part of the second act of the movie, even as the world moves so dramatically around him. He goes back to his old job. He finds now he's older, the newer, younger people, just as he used to be, have emerged with newer technology that he just can't understand. You get these foreshadowing conversations throughout the movie with older people who are the men he's going to become if he stays here, which is a nice, I think, dramatic device for showing you his inner state of mind. As he gets older, he realizes that he's becoming these people, and that he doesn't particularly want to be. That they tend to die often, old and forgotten by everyone. He's trying to find a purpose, and actually sort of doesn't ever really at any point in the movie, which makes it somewhat unusual. You never really get that big cathartic moment where he finally realizes what life is going to be until the very, very end of the movie. And by the very end of the movie, I mean he dies off screen. Obviously, the voiceover tells you he dies as the next piece of information after you learn that he's found what his place in the world is supposed to be. I think it's beautifully shot. I think it's Joel Edgerton is the main character. Does a really good job being an understated, sort of world-beaten man. It's pretty emotional in places, and as a little series of looks at this really, really pivotal moment of history around him, you sort of get an immense satisfaction from seeing this very ordinary man in extremely extraordinary times without being lost in either one of those two things for too long. So, yeah, it's an odd film. It's a very relaxing movie in a kind of sad, melancholic way, which I wouldn't normally go for, but I did. It won me over, so that is why it is on my list.
Sweet. I didn't even heard of this. So.
No, I haven't either, but I'll want to check it out now.
Well, yeah, I mean, you
described it well.
There's a couple of reasons why I would want to check it out from what you said, but one of the things that I thought was kind of cool there, the idea that he talks to future versions of himself or whatever. I was like, oh, that sounds... I'm assuming William H. Macy is a future version of himself.
By future versions, I mean they're not literally future versions of himself, but they are old men who work the same jobs that he's going to become. I think so. Yeah, I'm not good with the actors' names. I believe if it's an older actor, then the chances are that is the role in the plot, because those are the principal male cast members.
Also, Joel Edgerton, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, seemingly. This actor.
That's a good job in this.
Working his ass off for many years, just never quite reached that status that he probably deserves at this point. So, yeah, good stuff.
So next up, we've got 16 points, is Together, which is both Muller and mine. That sentence got bungled. It is number 6 for both Muller and I. Would you like to talk about this one a bit, usually?
Yes, I am simply typing things like it into the correct places.
It's Dave Franco and Brie Larson in a body horror. What?
Not Brie Larson.
Brie Larson, Alison Brie. What the hell?
I
did the opposite mix up the other day.
I got it. I just wanted to get the trailer running as well. So okay, so
but yeah, no, in a horror movie.
I remember this coming up as a trailer for several films I saw around this time it was coming out, and I'll just be completely honest with you guys in the audience. I was like, yeah, oh shit. Kind of fine, but shit. I was like, I'm assuming that the premise is going to be the only reason people would even think to see this. From what I got from the trailer, and I don't know if I'm alone on this, was this is going to be an abstract, wacky film where two people are dealing with the fact that they're getting stuck together for some reason to the point where they're like fusing into each other. And I was like, I mean, it looks different, but I'm fine. And I knew as well at that point that Dave Franco and Alison Brie were together and have been for a long time. So I was like, so this must be kind of some kind of project that they really wanted to make, I guess. But whatever, didn't really care. But then I was looking at the list of sort of movies I could check out to, see if they would fit into the list perhaps. And I was like, oh, I could put that on while I'm messing around with maybe eating or editing or whatever, because I did this with Primate, and it was exactly what I thought it would be. And I was like, yeah, cool, bye. And then, I throw this on. And it only took about 10 minutes before it graduated from second monitor to first, because the dialogue, I was like, wait a minute. This seems kind of good dialogue. So the premise of the film is you got two people who are in a relationship that's probably started and developed from high school, and they're about to move into the next step of their life, but they're not actually sure if they're even 100% right for each other. Certainly not Dave Franco's character. He kind of is. You get an implication that he's a bit concerned about moving on into moving into together and moving to a different place. Meanwhile, Alison Brie is super on board, and you get all these little pieces in the first scene where she's really enthusiastic and he's obviously not, and it creates a couple of awkward things. He's talking to some people, and there was a line. One of their friends is talking about careers and different things to do, and he says, "When I die, I don't want to see someone else's life flash before my eyes." And when they said that, I was like, man, like that's an interesting thing to think about. And like, what would that mean? How would that manifest? And of course, he feels like that might be something he gets trapped in. So the film is them. They move on in together. And I shit you not, they encounter some potentially ancient voodoo horrifying thing in a forest, without getting into more specifics, which we might later. And it starts to cause this fusing in a very like more standard horror way. But the film itself is much more a sort of big conversation about codependency and what it means and what decisions you should make in a relationship where things work but things also don't work, and you might just be awful for each other. And there's so many little conversations and lines where I was just like, this script is better than it has any right to be. There's this they're having food at one point, and they have a friend over, and she says, like, they talk about driving in the area, and she says almost like in a funny way, like, you know, my boyfriend, he can't even drive a car. And then you get like the sort of awkward pausing of, and then he says, yeah, and she gets a personal cook. I can't even leave the house. And you're like, oh. And then she's like, what do you mean? And then he's just like, you know, I can't leave unless it fits your schedule for driving, because she takes them wherever they need to go. And then she says, well, you're not a hostage. And he's like, yeah, hostages don't cook their own food. And it's like, it's all said in a positive, happy way, but it's all like, oh shit, I think they kind of like resent and hate each other, seemingly. And the more the film went on, the more I was like, man, this is such a real representation of so many relationships and how they completely, you know, crash down. Meanwhile, while you get all of that sort of good relationship and character stuff, you've got loads of really solid horror stuff. The nature of this thing fusing them, you get a lot of different things. The fucking opening isn't with them having met this fate. It's with two dogs. They show, to give you like a bit of foreshadowing, two dogs encounter it, and then they go back home with their owner. The owner hears some noises. He goes and checks, and you get, like, I'm not even kidding, I was so surprised. It's like a prosthetic for what's happened to the fusing of the dogs that did not go the way of, let's say, a more coherent, happy fusing. It was like The Thing. I was really impressed. I was like, I don't think that's CG. I think they made that. Like, I think that's like a full-on... I was like, wow, good for you. And yeah, you find out that the two of them cared a lot about making this film. It has a lot to say, and maybe we'll go into a bit later. But yeah, this is a big recommendation from me. I was really surprised. I had no idea it was going to have a really solid script, really cool effects, really great performances, and these two love each other very much in real life. They expertly play people who have very complicated feelings about each other and are deciding whether or not their relationship is worthwhile. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say, Fringy.
No, because we can come back to it. I echo a lot of that. I was very surprised. It is another case of what might become apparent, particularly as a theme for my list, is the dialogue being quality in various different ways really helps propel certain films up the list. And I was very impressed with the dialogue in this film. But yeah, we'll definitely come back to this one. So next up, which just edged out together by 1 point on 17 points, is Good Boy, which is my number 8, and it's Drinker's number 4. I figure the next one, the next one on the list placed higher for Drinker, so I suppose it'll be worthwhile for you to talk about that one a bit. I'll talk about Good Boy.
Wait, is it not on my list? I thought it was on my list, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, it is. Yeah, it is. Sorry, my bad. It's your number 10. It's very close to, yeah. Just
I was gonna have to disown you, Mahler, for not putting that on your list.
I was about to say, I was like, I like that movie.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about how you can make a horror movie work with limited resources with just a very interesting premise or a different perspective, and this movie absolutely has it. Hey, how about if we show a borderline supernatural horror scenario with all the sort of things that have been done a million times before, you know, things going bump in the night, but we're going to show it from the point of view of the dog, and how the animal's going to perceive that, one, and two, well, whether there's a deeper meaning to it, which you find out there absolutely is. And so the movie operates both on the level of being a decent little horror movie for what it is as well, with like some nice imagery and so on, but also just the fact that they were able to coax a pretty impressive performance out of a fucking animal for this. They were able to get it to do the things they needed to do. Obviously, that was a pretty challenging shoot, I would imagine, that took a long time. But in a deeper sense, there is this really like heartwarming and tragic story, really, of what's going on with the owner. I don't know where we're at with spoilers when it comes to describing
We
this
can
sort of
come
thing.
back to this one, I think.
Sure,
'Cause
I'll keep it
I would
light then.
say that talking about it can potentially encroach on spoilers.
Sure. But ultimately it's this really nice idea of, well, the innocence of an animal and how it perceives things that it can't really make sense of, and how we then see that through its eyes. But it still has that loyalty to its owner and that desire to help in any way that it can, even if it doesn't really understand what it's up against. And it does have a superb line right at the end that really got me in the feels, I have to admit. So yeah, good boy. A nice effective horror movie, but even better for just being a real story of like a friendship and the bond between a pet and its owner. So very much
Also,
enjoyed it.
just quick, where did I? Because it's drink is number 4. I think I might have said the wrong number.
Oh. Yeah.
No, you did. You said 4 for me.
4? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can come back to this one because I think it sustains a worthwhile conversation. So next up with 19 points is I wonder if this is a case where it's a film that that might have been overlooked if not for recent events. Is I Swear, which is my number 10, and it's Drinker's number 2.
Yes.
Given that you view it so fondly, I figure that might be another one that you'd want to sort of pitch that one to the to viewers.
I'll do my best to do it justice. And yeah, so it's a movie that came out in 2025. I didn't see it until early 2026, so I feel like am I cheating slightly on this one? But
No,
sure.
it definitely counts for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think recent events have probably shone more of a spotlight on it, and deservedly so, because I think this movie's got a superb message. One of help, understanding people with differences, and that not all disabilities are necessarily immediately obvious as others are, and two, just being an excellent drama about a man really trying to make it in life with a pretty serious impediment, and what it means for him, the damage that it did to his childhood, the opportunities that he could have had, but obviously wasn't able to take advantage of. But also the positive side of, I guess, the human spirit, for lack of a better word. One, his determination to try to work through this as best he can, and two, the really special people that he meets in his life that give him a bit of guidance, and that accept him for who he is, and encourage him to be more. So yeah, for all those reasons, I think the obvious stuff as well, like from a performance point of view, your lead actor is just absolutely superb. I mean, you can't help but feel for him for what he's going through. It's funny, it's tragic, it's dramatic, it's poignant and reflective. It's all of those things. I think it does a superb job. So for that reason, yeah, I Swear was probably one of the best movies of 2025 for me.
It's very reminiscent, I'd say, of kind of like maybe not a film that's like totally disappeared, but it feels like there were a lot more of these sort of films that came out like 10 or 20 years ago, and then beyond that, of sort of like it's your biopic about somebody overcoming like extreme adversity to sort of find some joy and comfort and self-acceptance. That sort of movie. I like it as well. I think it's good.
I think it's really good as well, yeah. It's only because I very much like all the ones on my list. This one didn't quite make it on, but it's pretty easy as a recommendation, especially with fucking everything that's been going on lately.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because I just kind of assume everybody knows what Tourette's is, but apparently that is not true. So,
well, more people do now, thanks to Grace Randolph. So,
thanks, Grace.
I will
say, Grace Randolph, her she is tanked in the on the sort of EFAP Rogues Gallery ranking list. Okay,
we nearly liked her, but then she fucked it all up.
We nearly did. Yeah, she ruined it.
I always saw her as kind of a harmless retard, and now
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
oh no, she's kind of
Like,
graduated into villain at this point.
never mind. So next up with 21 points is F1, which is Platoon's number 7, and it's Drinker's number 3. I know we already spent a lot of time talking about it, but it's talking about a collection of movies. But since it scores number 3, what has propelled it so high for you?
Sure. Well, I don't want to do all the talking on this one, so I'll let Platoon
No.
do some of it. Yeah,
Fair enough.
for me, it's a pretty simple sports drama. Very much the classic formula that they used in something like Top Gun Maverick. You know, the old seasoned pro has to come back and mentor like the young brash rookies. In this case, rookie. But I think it goes down a slightly different track where you kind of expect the rookie's ultimately going to be the protagonist, but he kind of isn't in this case. This is very much Brad Pitt's character's story. And it's this guy who never quite got the shot that perhaps he deserved, and coming back for one last stab at glory. It's all pretty classic stuff, but it's done very effectively here. It's executed well. In a very rare turn of events for movies like this nowadays, the older generation isn't portrayed as like these outdated, incompetent morons who have to be supplanted by the much more enlightened and capable younger generation. They actually have something worthwhile to impart and to teach before they move on. So I like all that aspect of it. Obviously, from a cinematography point of view, the racing sequences are superb. It probably, for people in America as well, I'd imagine, who aren't maybe all that well versed in F1 as a motorsport.
It is certainly a film that is made with the recognition that a lot of people watching it are American and that they don't know anything about,
so
Formula
the
1.
commentators, like when they're doing their commentary on each race, they're describing it as if their audience has never seen an F1 race.
Yeah.
And does
So this is how qualifying works. The team that gets the race, the driver that gets the fastest lap
helps
will
me a
take the
lot.
whole
I know
position.
nothing at all about F1, which is why probably a big part of the reason it's on my list to begin with is that I don't know, and I don't know for a reason, which is that I don't care. And this movie did a pretty surprisingly good job of making me care about something that I otherwise have no interest in whatsoever. So the commentators being very, very kind to the ignorant audience was a point in its favor for me, at least.
Well, yeah, it's just that's Crofty's role in the whole movie is to just sort of explain everything. It's very Drive to Survive-esque in that sense.
I think it's 100% capitalizing on that. I think things like Drive to Survive probably made a lot of F1 fans who probably don't watch F1 races in their entirety, but they will watch Drive to Survive. Like, so that's fine.
We can certainly come back to this one because it's in my honorable mentions, and I'm something of an F1 fan myself now. And it's not really it's not really because of this movie. It's more because of F1 YouTube, which is very amusing. There are a lot of good memes in the F1 world. But we can come back to this one for sure, because I think there's actually a lot to be said about it. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, is that would there be anything more you want to add, spoiler free?
I would just say, like, I came out of this movie feeling good. I know that's the most simplistic thing you can say imaginable, but it's so rare nowadays when I go to the movies and like come out and just like, yeah, I feel very positive after having watched that. That was a good story with likable characters, and I feel buzzing now. Great.
No,
Similar position. It was part of my watch list because I watched probably 2 or 3 times as many movies as ever made the list. I did not expect it to remain on the list, and it sort of did, which is partly a reflection on other movies, but I do think it's a reflection on what this movie does well. Those exposition scenes would have been irritating, I think, if the plot had been paused for them, but the use of the commentators to get them across as stuff is unfolding on screen makes it way more tolerable. You're not stopping the plot to explain it to idiots. It's kind of happening alongside what you're seeing. It might have scored higher, but for I think it's 2/3 of a good movie. And I think in service of making it Brad Pitt's movie at the end, I understand why they did it, but I think that makes it slightly unconventional structurally. But I also don't think that they handled the subversion of the type all that well. So the guy you expect to take over by the end just becomes kind of and he's also there. So it could have done that better and would have been higher on my list if it had. But overall, I enjoyed this one surprisingly a lot.
I also like it, but yes, it got bumped off my It got bumped off my top 10. In any case, that brings us to another tie on 22 points, so just edging it out. This is a tie between Frankenstein and If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. So Frankenstein was Platoon's 4th and Drinker's 5th, and If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You was my 5th and Muller's 4th. Maybe we should start with Frankenstein. Platoon, what do you think of Frankenstein?
Frankenstein is, I suppose, like quintessentially Del Toro. It's very well made, looks beautiful, looks wonderful. The pleasant surprise, to me at least, was that it hoves pretty closely for the most part to the story it's telling. And it's so high on my list because it's adapting one of the most important, and for a reason, one of the best works of this subgenre of science fiction. It does a good job as far as that's concerned. All the performances, for the most part, are good. Settings, beautiful world. They move the time period up, because Del Toro likes that sort of Victorian, almost steampunk-esque thing, which I don't think harms the story in any way. In some ways, improves it because you have this access to huge bundles of bodies because of the proximity to a big war. It would have been higher on the list, I think, if Del Toro hadn't done what Del Toro likes to do, which is to tell a story ultimately about. It's kind of predetermination. It's sins of the father dictates actions of the son, sort of thing. You can speak more about it later, but there are these two versions of the Frankenstein book. One of them focuses way more on the choice of individual characters. It's the 1818 version of the novel. And then the later one, 1931, is like this more Enlightenment, rationalist, deterministic kind of universe. This film does the second, does it pretty well, but would have been more interesting had it reverted to the original form of the novel, where choices are less dictated and more independent of social circumstances, without going into spoilers. But overall, I enjoyed it. I didn't really expect that I would, because lots of these adaptations are kind of shit these days, but this one surprised me by not being so.
All right.
Beautiful.
So on If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. So this film is really intense. It's very claustrophobic. It's kind of relentless. It's kind of a tough one to watch, not in the sense that it's like thoroughly engaging, but the subject matter and its sort of exploration of it is very is rough. Basically, the premise of the film is that Rose Byrne is playing a mother who is really struggling to essentially manage her life, with the focal point of that being that her daughter has essentially like an eating disorder that means that she's severely underweight, and sort of as a looming sort of endpoint problem that she needs to deal with is that she needs to get to a sufficient weight in order to move on to the next stage of the treatment. And that's sort of like the persistent problem that she has to deal with, while around that everything is sort of falling apart around her. It's really confronting as a film, in the sense that it doesn't like opt for easy solutions or easy answers to this problem. Like, the longer that it goes on, the more the more almost like terrifying existentially it starts to become, in part emphasized by the use of like a hole as sort of imagery, as this hole that's like expanding and corrupting, like her home. There's a hole in the ceiling that like collapses through, and then that like persists and becomes more of a surreal like image that is like continuing to expand, right? This hole that's like kind of consuming everything and making everything collapse, and she just cannot get on top of it.
I was particularly impressed with this movie, primarily because I've always thought Rose Byrne's a good actress. When she turns up, she's perfectly serviceable / good in a lot of stuff. But this film, in a matter of about 2 minutes, it already convinces me borderline that this is her greatest performance. I was like, holy shit.
For sure.
The opening is her with her kid talking to, I can't even remember is it a therapist or is it like a social worker?
No,
I think
she's like the doctor who's ultimately in charge of the treatment, but like manages the group.
It's immediately tormenting. It's like watching her she's trying to battle. You understand pretty quickly what a horrible situation this is of trying to get what she wants, balancing against the reality from the doctor, and then also little things that her kid keeps saying that keep kind of getting in the way or reminding just how bad this situation is. And it's kind of unique in just how amazing it is. It creates like a really horrifyingly daunting situation that's getting worse and worse very gradually in the most, dare I say, mundane way possible. It's very much
mundane. It's almost like it's very slow moving of just that's going slightly wrong, that's going oh fuck, okay, that's become a big problem now. This particular, element of her life.
Yes, it's because I've got the trailer running. That is Conan O'Brien, and he's pretty damn good in it too.
He is pretty good, and it's a very serious performance.
Very welcome sight. I was happy to see him, and he plays very much off character. This is not the kind of guy he would usually be, sort of thing. But I really love. We'll get into spoilers a bit later. I love what this film's conclusion is, despite the very difficult and very sort of spiraling content that is within it. And I do think this film wouldn't work anywhere near as well if they didn't have what might have been the perfect actress for this. She carries this film hard.
She might be my single favorite performance of the year.
I would give her the Oscar for this one.
She's probably not going to get it, unfortunately.
No. That's whatever.
But yes, she should get it. Which then brings us to a film with 25 points. This is the first number one on anybody's list.
Ooh.
It's Nobody, which is Platoon's number one. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this movie?
Yeah, the one. Well, it's number one for a reason. I could probably reorder the rest of the list on any given day. This one is not changing from number one, though. Really, really pleasant surprise. Also shows how far afield I had to go to find good movies. Nobody is a Chinese animated movie, sort of in the vein of one of the better older Disney-style animations, all hand-drawn. It's perhaps 25 minutes too long, but all of the work is there, and it's based on a folktale, it's Journey to the West, I think it is, which again, something that Disney used to do and understand very well and doesn't do anymore. There's only a slight barrier to entry for this, which is just a couple of unfamiliar names. You're following a group of four, they're animal spirits called Yao Guai. And once you understand what they are, actually, there's a lot of crossover culturally anyway. They're sort of like fairies at the end of your garden, animal spirits who are traditionally in Chinese folktales quite monstrous and horrible. But here they're turned into the unlikely heroes of the story. The main character begins by doing what Yao Guai do, trying to hold up a passing traveler. But over the course of the movie, in a bid to better their social circumstances, they try and pretend to be a group of traveling monks, I suppose. They're after a set of scriptures. And they believe that at the end of this, they can gain immortality. Over the course of the story, they go from doing all of this for purely selfish reasons to doing it for incidentally, and then at the end, deliberately good reasons, proving themselves to actually be worthy of the thing that they are only pretending that they are. The humor works surprisingly well. I was expecting there to be, as there often is in the crossovers from East Asia to the West, a bit of discordance, some things that you don't quite get, some types of humor that don't work. This is a funny movie, very funny movie. Understands not only visual comedy, which works generally in animation, but lots of dialogue comedy as well, which almost, I can't think of a single instance where it doesn't translate. It's got some really, really brilliant archetypal characters in it. You meet a huge number of different people through different villages all around China as they're traveling. You meet the parents, the drunk father, who is just very funny and ends up being pivotally important at the end. And it's got a really, really beautiful message at the close, which I don't cry very easily, but it made me a bit teary. Really, really surprisingly good film. Really enjoyed this a lot. Would happily recommend it and rewatch it several times. A standout. Like, I don't really care too much about anything else on my list after this one, to be honest.
I definitely want to watch this.
Yeah, I'll be watching this for sure.
I've not heard of it before, but I'm definitely checking this one out. It sounds very interesting. So that's the first number one on the list. Since Drinker is a bit you got limited time, it's actually going to work out well because it's the next one is on your list, and then I think we'll jump ahead to make sure that you get an opportunity to talk about it as well. But the next on the list, the number 5 best movie of the year is Weapons with 31 points. This is Mauler's number 5. It is Platoon's number 3, and it's Drinker's number 7. It's not my list, but it's on my honorable mentions. Who would want to talk about this one most?
Can we hand it to Platoon for a moment because I got to do typing?
Well, yeah. All right.
or
do you
Drinker,
think, Sean?
obviously, either of you.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can have a little bash at it. So yeah, in terms of like kicking off with an interesting premise, like this one's great. I mean, you've essentially got an entire classroom full of children who all run out of their houses in the middle of the night and vanish. And in terms of just gripping you, like pulling you into the narrative, that's great just to get you started with the movie. But then what's more interesting is the way the town reacts to it. It's partly a story about paranoia, the way people turn on each other in the midst of disasters like this. The way that again, I guess suspicion begins to fall on their teacher, and what she knows about it, what she doesn't know, the way her personal life is slowly exposed through the course of this, the way she plays off Josh Brolin, who's obviously the father of one of the kids who's trying to follow up his own leads on it. You've got a series of intersecting stories with various characters through the town, whether it's a police officer, whether it's the teacher, whether it's one of the fathers, and how this, how they intersect with each other. The way it's done out of sequence as well, so that the movie will throw you into some crazy scenario and then backtrack a little bit to lead you into what caused that to happen in the first place. And yeah, Gladys as a villain is just superb. Like, all of these things come together into a movie that's one, just it's an interesting mystery to pursue. It's a fun horror movie with some great visuals, and it's got some really strong performances from a great cast. So for me, it's kind of delivers on everything, really.
I'm inclined to mostly agree. Well, we'll probably like dig in a bit further when we get to the spoilers section, but I think that's a good broad recommendation. A lot of people have ended up seeing this. It got a lot of coverage. A lot of people were very happy with it. It was a really solid trailer, and then I think it came through significantly on the movie. For a lot of people, plenty of people did not like it as much, but it happens. And well, I suppose that's probably a good.
Well, just to make...
Oh, go ahead.
I guess just to make sure that Drinker gets the opportunity to talk about it, we might jump ahead, though I won't actually spoil where this film is placed, but obviously, as you'll be able to tell, it is in the top 4. But Drinker's number 1 film was Warfare, which is
this one
on everybody's list. But yeah, if you want to, did you want to talk a bit about why you love it so much?
I'll try and keep it brief, but yeah, this one really surprised me because let's be honest, we've seen these kind of modern warfare type movies for the past 20 years, really. Well, as long as the war on terror has been going on, it didn't seem like anything new initially, but essentially you've got a story revolving around a platoon of American soldiers in a town in Iraq during the war there. They're sent in on what seems to be a relatively easy mission in the middle of the night to capture some suspected targets for intel. But while they're held up there, they come under attack in the morning, and they're essentially thrown into a pitched battle that lasts throughout the rest of the day. There's nothing earth-shattering there in terms of like crazy twisty plot lines or anything like that. It's very much a down and dirty, gritty, realistic portrayal of what I imagine urban warfare is like. It was made by guys who were actually involved in this battle, so like I assume it's about as accurate as you can get, and it feels it. Like there's no big Hollywood heroic moments. It's very much guys just trying to communicate with each other, trying to keep each other updated on what's going on because they're facing threats and disasters from multiple directions. It has got some very surprising moments in terms of major events that take place that radically alter their situation, shall I say. One of them actually had me jump in my seat because I was watching it in IMAX and it was loud, and it came out of absolutely nowhere. Very impressive. I think the cast all does a great job. All of the combat sequences are well staged, and it is a solid war movie. One of the best I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, this is an excellent film.
This is definitely one where, unfortunately, you can't see it in theaters anymore. I would have recommended that you do, because the sound design is kind of phenomenal. It is like overwhelming, very, very, very loud, but it contributes to essentially what I would say is like the biggest strength of the film, which is that it is incredibly immersive. It really is very successful in grounding you in this situation. And of course, grounding you in this situation means grounding you with some very intense moments, some pretty graphic violence, an immensely high stress situation, and all of the emotions that come with it, as well as being a case of this is what can you accomplish when your scope is essentially reduced down to about as small as it can get, which is we are following a group of people who are, for the entire duration of the film, stuck in this one house. Which should kind of show you like how dynamic you can make a story even when your setting is not large at all. Do not let people convince you that you can't do a lot with a little.
Yeah, it's just uniquely intense, especially because you're watching a film. So when you start and basically you just get a rundown of procedure, like hardworking sort of situation, but it's still very stressful, and you just assume it's like anything could go wrong at any time. But will it? Is that what's happening? And then get to know these people, and then you move into the part where everything starts to collapse, and watching it all unfold, it's just one of those movies where you're glued, and then you realize it's over, and you're like, oh wow, that was the movie. Holy shit, very intense. And just easily a placement for. I've been recommending this to like Gary and Az for like forever. I don't think they've seen it yet. No, and every time I'm like, you need to see it, because this is an easy pick for the best of 2025. I don't understand like how anybody would have trouble with that,
Because it's my number 3, but for a long time it was my number 1. It occupied that spot for a while. There was really nothing that was in a position to topple it, because it's kind of one of those movies of there's kind of nothing wrong with it. It's all very coherent, which I suppose makes a lot of sense given that it was based on real events. But it's very well structured. The dialogue is like very believable and natural, while also obviously becoming like quite dramatic given the situation that they're in. As well as like doing a pretty good job of this is like not a small cast. There are there's like 15 characters or so like in this film, and it does a pretty good job of making sure that you're able to distinguish between them. A lot of that work obviously is done in the earlier portion of the film before everything kicks off, but is maintained as the situation evolves.
Yeah, it's hyper recommendation for this one.
Definitely, very, very good.
And yeah, to pick up on the point you made, Fringy, yep. I love the fact that this was all accomplished on pretty limited resources.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real testament to what you can accomplish with very little if you're just very careful about how it's used and creative. And that's exactly what they're able to do with this movie. So well done to them.
Yeah, because it's not a big budget. It's $20 million. But at no point do you feel that as a restriction compared to how much this movie, because compared to something like Black Hawk Down, for instance, which was like $100 million or something, it's like it feels fully realized within the scope that it chooses to sort of take up. Very, very good. But we'll come back to where that places ultimately, just to make sure that that's Drinker's complete list. I believe is yes. That is Drinker's list now, isn't it?
Yes, there may be some
I believe
confusion, but
them, yeah.
Yes. We did skip ahead for Warfare, but just to make sure, because Drinker, you've got like 5 minutes left or something. So
yeah, unfortunately, I have to go run a couple of errands, which
it's all good. We got your list out, beautiful. But also appreciate you joining us. If you want to head out now, you're allowed to stay as long as you want, really.
Yeah, I will jump off and be on my way, but it's been a pleasure to share some nice movies with you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
And get some good recommendations from you as well, so thank you for that.
Oh, and there's more to come. You got to watch the rest of this when you have free time, okay? You got to see what happens next.
I can listen to it when I'm out, so...
Hey, there you go. All right.
That way.
But thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks
and
indeed.
before you go, I guess, do you want to just let chat know where to find you if they're interested?
You can find me at The Critical Drinker right here on YouTube.
Yeah.
Also, I should let you know, the Critical Doggos have got their own Instagram account because I felt like it was time.
Fantastic.
They need to get out from under my shadow and express themselves. So if you go on Instagram and look for The Critical Doggos, you'll get lots of pictures and videos of them being greyhounds. So anyway, that's all I got right now. No.
Well,
Cheerio, gentlemen.
Cheerio.
See you later,
to see
man.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
So yes, I suppose given that, so the recap for Drinker is his number 10 is Sisu Road to Revenge, number 9 The Smashing Machine, number 8 Sinners.
Wait,
I'm still going to talk about that movie, by the way.
you started with number 9, right? Do you mean number 10?
Number 10 is Sisu Road to Revenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said
you-
that.
Number 9 is
Oh,
I
sorry.
thought I did, yeah.
I was listening to it as Sisu 2, number 9, Smashing Machine, number 8. You know what I mean? Like, I thought you were...
no.
My
Sorry.
bad.
We'll start again. So number 10 is Sisu Road to Revenge. Number 9, The Smashing Machine. Number 8, Sinners, which we're still going to talk about. Number 7, Weapons. Number 6, K-pop Demon Hunters. Number 5, Frankenstein. Number 4, Good Boy. Number 3, F1. Number 2, I Swear, and number 1, Warfare.
Yes.
There you go. We got our list to complete though. Which number 4 with 37 points is The Life of Chuck, which is my number 4, and it is Mauler's number 1.
It is indeed.
So
I think
why
I've
don't you tell us
not managed to
about Life of
translate fully the super list properly, but we'll correct that as time goes on. So no
Yes,
panicking there. What number did you say it was for you? Sorry.
number 4?
Number 4. Just a second. I'll be right with you.
The Life of Chuck was written and directed by Mike Flanagan. I believe it was based on a story by Stephen King. I think technically it's a 2024 movie, but it had its wide release in 2025, right? And that's when we saw it. So I figure it is a non-linear narrative. I suppose it's linear in the sense that it goes from reverse from the end of the end of the Life of Chuck to the beginning. But what exactly does that look like, Mubes?
So I was going to be seeing this no matter what because it's a Mike Flanagan project, and I pretty much consider him good enough as a creative person that I'm willing to roll the dice every time he makes anything. If we get anything close to the best of like a Hill House or a Bly Manor, I'm like, I'll be there because that shit makes me feel things whenever he does top tier work. Even if Midnight Mass pissed me off and House of Usher was good as opposed to... Like House of Usher was consistently good as opposed to having a moment or two that blew me away, sort of thing. Life of Chuck, especially when I found out the cast, I was like, yeah, I'll be checking this out. And it's weird, man. We're going to go into the spoiler discussion for this a bit later, but the first, I don't know, half an hour, 40 minutes-ish is this really fucking strange. Nothing really makes much sense. Everything is all over the place. The way the characters talk is weird. The world they live in is weird, and... it's like, what is this? Then you hit the second act, and it's, for reasons I'll go into later, like one of my favorite sequences in a movie for the year, and very likely the reason why this tops number 1. And then you watch Act 3, and it's much more conventional. And I would split these 3 acts as they're all telling the same story, but they're all doing it in very different ways. The way you could categorize it would be sort of abstract, and then in microcosm, and then more intellectually from a breakdown of a normal like series of events. Like those are the 3 arcs, and once you get the full story, the full picture, it all came together kind of perfectly as a extremely life-affirming film that's all about the celebration of experience and just how much it encourages you to basically like pursue living no matter what your circumstance, and just how much you realize about the potential bleakness of life itself. It gave me feels in all kinds of ways. I thought it was fantastic, and on a rewatch I was just like, yeah, I completely understand everything the film's going for, and I'm very much on board with it.
The rewatch is certainly beneficial because when you're going through that first act, it's all very strange and the dialogue is very weird. And given that you don't know where it's going at the time, it can be a little bit almost jarring. It's like, what is, huh? But then, obviously, the longer the film goes on and the more apparent it becomes what the film is trying to say about life in general, it all starts to very much coalesce. I very much echo the second act being pretty fantastic. Very happy. It's like a very happy sequence, and so unusual it feels as a thing to do, but so welcome.
And I, as someone
We'll come
who
back to it.
very much loves my dark, crazy horror, different sequences, some of which made it into this list, of course, this is rare for me to find something like this rated so high, but like it was that good at it, I felt. So, yes, solidified as my number one.
Which brings us to the podium of the collective list. So number 3 with 42 points is Marty Supreme, which is Mauler's number 7, Platoon's number 2, and my number 2. Man, I really like this movie. I really like what it is chosen to be. It feels like the easiest way to explain it is this is a movie about like a really unhinged guy with a very specific dream that he's trying to achieve, who is willing to do basically anything in order to achieve it. He's willing to do anything, he's willing to say anything, he's willing to lie aggressively and relentlessly, and his dream is really like esoteric. His dream is to be like one of the best table tennis players in the world. That's what he wants to achieve. And in order to achieve this, it sends him on this insane and chaotic adventure that just like obliterates the lives of all of the people that he encounters. I'm so on board with like seeing a movie like this. I'm just like this this protagonist who is at best could be described as an anti-hero, but perhaps when you sort of examine like his story and how it unfolds and all of the lives that he disrupts in order to become the best table tennis player, it sort of morphs into something else. It's got like a persistent, intense energy, and chaotic energy that is carried through like persistently. It sort of never lets up, and I think part of what helps with that is that the dialogue is something that I wish we had a little bit more like in terms of dialogue is people talking over each other. I feel like a lot of
What do you mean?
there are a lot of times when the dialogue I think there are a lot of times when the dialogue is a little bit too polite, and that everybody is sort of allowed to have an opportunity to like complete what they're saying before the next person talks, compared to what you might see a little bit more in real life, which is that people talk over each other, people barge over each other, like people will get so essentially wrapped up in how they feel about a situation that they'll sort of bulldoze over each other, and I like seeing that. I want to see that more in movies. It makes it so that even though this circumstance is like really insane, like the story is I think you could say like borders on farcical at times with how like crazy it gets. That the dialogue makes it still feel maybe like authentic isn't the right word, but certainly like believable in terms of like that you get a real sort of sense for who these characters are and what it is they value, and how much that brushes up against what Marty wants to achieve, which is to become the best table tennis player at the cost of absolutely everybody. I thoroughly enjoyed this film.
It is carnage. I very much enjoyed it. It's a fucking ride, and watching him just so consistently take advantage of basically everyone and everything to get that goal. And again, we can go into it with more spoilers, but it really came together by the time I hit the end for just like, oh, this movie's really good. Like what it's doing, this is cool. And it feels just a little bit bold to have, you know, you don't see it enough, a main character who's kind of a piece of shit and just well contextualized, because you do find yourself being like, man, he deserves some consequences, but you're also like, can he do it though? Can he do it?
Yeah, it's the most remarkable thing about the movie. I almost resent it being where it is on my list, and like, it's the one that I probably erred about more than any other. And if you ask me this time next week, it might change most dramatically, because I do actually despise the protagonist, but nevertheless, the movie really made me root for him, which is an achievement, genuinely is. performance is generally good. I've never entirely been convinced that Timothée Chalamet's reputation matches his talent, but this movie's sort of convinced me it probably does. It's frenetic and it is relentless. It is helped, as Ringy mentioned, by very naturalistic dialogue, but this is how people are. But it's particularly how he is. He badgers his way to his preferred conclusion over and above anybody else. It does a good enough job setting up that this is his skill set before you even go into it. Obviously, his job as a shoe seller is kind of like, you can believe it. He could sell shoes to disabled people. Like, it's like he's very, very, very well drawn. I don't like him, but I'm glad he won. But I'm also not glad he won, because the Japanese guy has a way more sympathetic backstory and character, and you almost should be rooting for him. And the movie's aware of this, and it still gets you to root for a piece of shit, which is just, it's an achievement. Well done, movie.
Yeah.
So that brings us to our number 2, which just edged out Marty Supreme by 1 point. So at 43 points is Sentimental Value, which is Mauler's number 2 and my number 1.
Well.
I kind of adore this movie. I feel like a good way to sort of explain why I like it so much is almost to hit on a few of its specific accomplishments rather than running through like the premise of the film. Though, to help give you a sort of understanding of the premise of the film, it's a Norwegian movie. It's in Norway. That's not America. That's somewhere else. And it's essentially dealing with a family that's got they got some resentment, some lingering issues between them, with Stellan Skarsgård playing the father of this family, and essentially detailing the interactions with his 2 daughters and their interactions with each other. This is a film that is very content to essentially like drop you into the middle of this dynamic and essentially allow you to catch up to it, which I really appreciate. And what I mean by that is, you've got a dynamic here where you've got a father who is estranged from his daughters, who clearly have like lingering resentment and issues with him, and the way that they were raised and the circumstances related to their mother, and that those 2 themselves have developed into 2 different people. The elder sister is more unstable, and the longer that the film goes on, sort of more of a recognition that she actually takes a bit after her father more than maybe she'd like to admit, compared to her younger sister, who is comparatively well-adjusted, given the circumstances. But, circumstances essentially bring them together and force new interactions between them, namely that the father is interested in making a movie, and he would like for his daughter to star in it. And that it's sort of indicated that he's got some acclaim essentially as a filmmaker, and that it's interesting that he would want to be doing this, and that seemingly on the surface you would think that maybe they would want to work on this film together, but there's just way too much between them that needs to be resolved and essentially is going to be explored, and you would expect to be resolved at the end of the movie, but who knows, because it's one of those movies. When I say that the dialogue is sort of willing to let you catch up, generally bad movies will sort of have this really awkward exposition where people will sort of announce things that are known between them, that there would be no reason for them to share. By comparison to this film, where it's essentially willing to let you realize as the movie progresses just how much
baggage,
friction exists between these people.
Yeah.
And that a lot of that can be conveyed not just through lines of dialogue that are laden with subtext or are maybe a little bit more scathing than you might expect, or references to past events that may or may not get fleshed out a bit more in the future, kind of as you would expect, because not everything that people bring up is something that will be touched on later. But even down to simple things like a glance that tells you like, you don't quite like him, do you? Or sort of you just seem very uncomfortable in this situation, and allowing these situations to progress in a very naturalistic way. One instance that stands out is there's a dinner scene, and of course dinner scenes can always be very useful in a story. And the best way to describe it is it's a dinner sequence where the conversation gradually gets more uncomfortable and more confrontational, and there are just certain lines that will push it over the edge into like, okay, now we're going to get a bit more serious, pushes it over the edge. Okay, now we're just going to be getting very blunt. Meanwhile, there are other characters in the scene who just have to sit there very uncomfortably as the conversation sort of derails. And all of this might sound very grim, in terms of like, man, it just sounds like it's kind of like depressing that this sort of generational trauma that is sort of passed on from one to the other and has resulted in some very flawed people. But the film ultimately loops back around with the house as a sort of a framing reference to then like build it back to a more uplifting and positive message about how even though there is this sort of generational trauma, that you can develop a greater understanding of why people become the way that they are and how you can move forward. It's I thoroughly enjoy it, but I feel like in order to delve into it more, you gotta talk about spoilers a bit.
Yeah, all I would add, because that pretty much summarizes the major value of this film, I really appreciated it thematically being a great representation of how sometimes everyone's got different ways of expressing themselves, and some people truly cannot get across what they need to or say what they need to in any other way than art. And like her father is basically that kind of person, very bad at trying to get the situation more healed. The generational sort of character study that you get. We have the unique perspective of sort of knowing like, oh, if only this was said this way or this was known this way. But like we see a lot of conversations and they don't go as well as they could, but that his story is kind of his way of being able to express himself, which I think on a meta sense is so important for a lot of people to understand about people, about the way that they work, and more films being about things that sort of celebrate cinema is kind of cool as a sort of sidetrack to what everything else is going on as well. Yeah, this was also Stellan Skarsgård is as good as you'd imagine. Chat is just kind of guy who nails it every single thing he's in.
The performances from for the actresses playing his daughters are also very good. I would say that they would be competitive for best performance, but neither of them will win, I assume, at the Academy Awards. Unfortunately, which is annoying, but nevertheless.
Well,
but, we can come back to that one.
Though,
I suppose at this point, by the way, Springy needs to learn to use Excel. Mauler is the one who's typing out the list, okay? And I think, as much as I was skeptical about how well you could use Notepad to do it, I don't think he's done too bad a job.
Well, and I mean, this is slapdash, guys. I'm trying. This isn't to throw us back. I don't know if you remember this, but Falcon the Winter Soldier, where I did the sort of top 10. I think I did 17 issues with one scene, and I saw the test was how many between us could we find of the 17 that I found or something like that, and I had that all prepared. This I did not have prepared. Okay, this is I tried. Damn it. Also, I don't even know if I have Excel. And I don't know if I booted that up since school. So
it makes me cry every time I open it, and I hate Excel so much. It's so horrible. I would never use it, even if it's obviously better for the job. I'm not using it. No, never, ever, ever again.
Word to sort all of this out on my end. It looks nice and clean on my end with a table.
Yeah,
and it helps me figure out.
I would definitely have opted for. I probably would have had numbers attached to like everything so that people can read it easily. But this was all just sort of cobbled together to the point where there's clearly mistakes because you want to. Well, so people are like, well, what's number one? It's like, well, it should be obvious.
So you should already figured it out. So number one is Warfare.
Yes.
Warfare has the unique distinction, I believe, of making it on every single person's list, which obviously massively helps. But the fact that Warfare is my number 3, Mauler's number 3, Platoon's number 8, and Drinker's number 1 gives it a huge advantage in the scoring. It ran away with it with 59 points.
I've clearly made errors here. What is Platoon's number 3?
It is his number 3 is weapons.
No. That is correct.
No, that is okay. Have I? So the mistake here must be in the super list because I've got Warfare, Sentimental Value, Marty Supreme, Life of Chuck, Weapons. What is number 6?
Nobody.
Okay, so how did this happen? What did I miss? I've clearly
Well, because
missed something.
Frankenstein and If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You is like, what, 7 and 8?
That's 8 and 9 for me. So F1 for me is 10. I'm assuming it's 9 on yours.
So, okay, let's just work backwards, all right? So number 1 on
Yes.
the overall list is Warfare.
Yes.
Number 2 is Sentimental Value.
Yes.
Number 3 is Marty Supreme.
Yes.
Number 4 is Life of Chuck.
Yes.
Number 5 is Weapons.
Yes.
Number 6 is Nobody.
No,
Number
but keep going.
7 is... Number 7 is tied between Frankenstein and If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. So that'd be 7 and 8. And then F1 is 9.
Keep
and
going.
I Swear is 10.
Keep going.
Then 11 would be Good Boy.
Mm-hmm.
12 would be Together.
Yep.
13 and 14 is Train Dreams and The Long Walk.
Yep.
Then 15 and 16 is Sovereign and K-pop Demon Hunters.
Gotcha.
Then 17 is Begonia.
Mm-hmm.
18 is Sinners.
Yep.
19 is The Smashing Machine, and then 20 to, that must be there's 21 movies. For some reason it's 22.
Oh. Well, then I was fucked from the beginning, damn it.
Oh no. I thought it was 22.
Well, I can't be asked to move all of them, so I'm just gonna put void.
That's okay.
Like
That's there you go. So that's
but that
the
is
top
it,
10.
yes.
We're gonna loop back because there's like way more that I would want to say about a bunch of these movies, and I assume it's the same for everybody here.
Are we looping through the super lists?
Yeah, we'll go in reverse, I suppose. I feel like it seemed like everything was said about Phoenician Scheme and Sisu and Smashing Machine, because it's just like, yeah. I've seen people be mean to Smashing Machine though, saying like it's obvious because it's the Safdie brothers. They split off, and Marty Supreme was one, and the Smashing Machine was the other. And it's like, see, yes, we find out who's the talented one. It's like, look, all right, Smashing Machine is fine. I like it. It's okay. It's not as good as Marty Supreme, but it's all right. But I'm the only one here who's seen it, so there's not much more to say about it. So Sinners. I can wholly appreciate what the film is trying to say and sort of what it's trying to explore. However, Ryan Coogler himself recognizes that the plot matters because there is a lot of time in the film that is dedicated to just dealing with plot problems and conveying that information. And look, all right, we got to talk a little bit about that third act, okay? So sort of the finale of the film, you know, the sort of thing that spurs it is that the vampires are like, it uses the vampire rule of you got to invite them in so that they can come in and then obviously turn everybody else into vampires. They got to be invited in, and right now none of them can get in. And so they've been sitting outside for a while, and they're like, yeah, okay, so here's what's going to happen. The vampires, we're going to go to the town, and we're going to go after all the people that you care about unless you invite us in. Two problems with that, and this works, basically. Them saying this makes one of the characters essentially, like, lose her shit and invite them in, which obviously sentences them all to death. So, that's pretty, and then is what allows everything to happen. And you might be like, all right, okay, so how does all of this work? It's like, well, the sun is about to come up in 10 minutes, and they have shown that the town is really far away. I don't know, man. Doesn't really make any sense at all. And this is the ending of the film?
I can't speak to that. I haven't seen it.
Like, what I'm missing? Like, what am I missing here? Like, oh yeah, you got to invite us in. Well, shit, I guess I got no choice, even in my irrational way, to invite you in, even though you can't make it to the town before the sun comes up and melts you all. And, like, letting you in just ruins everything. And, like, for some reason, none of the characters seem to recognize that this is the case. That the town is really far away, that the film really shows that the town is very far away. They put a lot of emphasis on how far away the town is from this barn where they're having this party, and the sun is coming up very soon. And this is all putting to one side that, like, the only reason that any of this happens in the first place is because they chase the Irish vampire. They show him, he runs to, like, a house that's out in the rural area, and he's being followed by, like, a group of hunters that are pursuing him. They know he's in that house. They know he's in there, and they know that he's a vampire, and they know that the sun is about to set, and there are two just regular people here who, sure, are being very, like, standoffish with him. They don't want to let him in, but, like, you know what's about to happen, like, if you don't deal with this problem. If you don't deal with this problem, he's going to turn them into vampires. It's going to be nighttime, and they're going to be in a position to wreak havoc, but it's like, oh, well, the sun's going down, gotta go, no time. And then that's how the whole movie happens. I don't know, man. Seems like a bit not great on that front. But I haven't seen it in a while, so maybe there's, like, more to it. And, plot isn't everything, for sure. Plot isn't absolutely everything in a film like this. But I don't know, man. That stuff ain't great. Kind of makes it impossible for it to make it to my top 10. But look, alright, if you all enjoyed it, that's great.
Beautiful.
I started that movie, and I did not finish that movie. I watched it back to back with One Battle After Another, and so I did watch all of One Battle After Another, which also didn't make it to my list.
Yeah, I saw that too. Didn't like it.
I have a very deep-seated inbuilt aversion to anything which is screaming at the screen, "Give me an Oscar." So it's kind of why both of those movies. I did finish all of One Battle After Another, which seemed to me to be a worse version of the South Park bit where they kill Chef, because it's the Super Adventure Club. But, like, that works because the joke is against something solid and real, whereas One Battle After Another is not. The Christmas Adventure Club is just like, this is what it needed is something on the screen that said, this is what Hollywood people actually believe. Then it would have been funny and I'd like the movie. But so I think because I'd watched that one before and then I started it up on Sinners, and Sinners, I mean, obviously, from what little of it I saw, production values look great, all of it, but this is a movie that wants Oscars and nominations. I hate movies that want Oscars and nominations, and I did not. I'd heard enough bad things about the film as well that I just thought, oh, fuck it, there's got to be something better probably than this. I might go back and watch it, but
it looks good. It's got good music. It's got good performances. It is saying something that I think is interesting, but, like, the plot is a problem. It just is. Gets in the way big time in terms of being able to make it onto my list. So Begonia. So do you want to talk about, like, the reveal, or do you think it's better to almost save that?
Let's be very clear now, okay? Chat, you listening? That little list we've got for you, you are welcome to watch some movies based on that, and I would say pretty much everything in what we're calling the super list is like it's pretty much there in terms of we think you should watch it, like even including the ones sort of on the end. If you've been interested by the sort of selling of them premise wise, then you should probably stop. This is the stupidest thing you can say as a streamer. You should probably stop watching this stream now, because we're probably going to start talking about the end of these films. And the way that works is that if you don't care, or if you're not interested, or if you're sort of you're on the fence, or if you've seen it and you want to hear us talk about a bit more of it, then that's what we're doing now. And it's because we're not going to be doing dedicated episodes to probably any of these films that we want to just talk now about maybe why we really like some of these ones. And Begonia is very spoilable with how it ends. Mm-hmm. So we're going to begin doing that now. Such is
nature. You know what the films are. We recommend them. We think that you should watch them. So now we're going to talk about that more in depth. So,
you have been warned.
Don't watch them. You've been warned. That's all. One of the cool things that is working in Begonia's favor is it doesn't take long to realize, oh, okay, so this is one of those films that could go basically anywhere, and I'm on board with that. I'm like ready for it to go anywhere.
I watched this with Fringy, and oh, wait a minute. So technically, how do we do this in terms of spoilers for Platoon? Because he has no choice but to be here.
No, he's seen it.
Oh, no, I've seen this.
No,
movie.
no, I mean, there's other movies like Life of Chuck, for example. I guess.
I'm happy for them to be spoiled. I don't. It won't make a huge amount of difference. I'll still be able to watch it and enjoy it. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the list that I'd heard loads about before I'd seen them anyway, and a load of other movies that didn't make the list, but the same is true. So it's not going to affect my enjoyment of it, I don't think.
Okay, well. Continuing on, it took like 10 minutes of this film to understand the premise and knowing who directed it. I think I said, like, it's gonna be she's an alien. I'm almost certain she's gonna be an alien.
It's like that's a legitimate possibility as it and the longer it goes on, the more you believe that that's possible as an ending.
They keep playing back
and
and forth. They give you a lot of references that would support both, but it was when she survived the electrocution that I was like, "That's a
Yes.
huge clue. She's an alien." Like that's what it is.
yeah,
Although this
It's,
was actually the reason it didn't make it up higher on my list. Actually, is because I enjoyed the humor in it, and I enjoyed what it was trying to do to obfuscate. And it gave you two valid points of view, or at least valid possibilities for how it was going to point out. But I think the fact that it was quite, I mean, I spotted it pretty early on. I think even before that section, it was just it's just where the movie's going to go. It would be too dull and too boring for it not to do that. But because that is the central mystery of the film, that sort of limited its rise up my list, because it was like, yeah, I enjoyed it for what it was, but I also knew what was going to happen well in advance, which meant I hadn't invested a huge amount in it by the time it happened. It was more a case of, yeah, of course that happened, as opposed to, oh shit, that happened.
I think I understand that in the sense that it's kind of like it feels like it is kind of the obvious direction to take it, and it's like, well, what does that mean? Even with having said that this is a film that could go basically anywhere, it's like it can, but it feels like the direction we're going is that she is going to be an alien.
So that didn't bother me because of the fact that I wanted to see how they were going to contextualize it. I wanted to see what the switch of character would be if she were an alien, and I want to know what the motivations of like the alien forces and stuff. And then of course I loved so many pieces of the film, like the fucking cop, all the conversations he's having with someone who he's like childhood friends with, possibly. I think he like bullied him or something, so he's trying to like sort of apologize, come around terms with it, while talking to somebody who's got someone trapped in his basement, and he's awkwardly trying to get him to leave.
Desperately wants him to get out.
Yeah, like there's lots
and
of
can't quite figure out how.
The conversations throughout the whole film I just found really interesting, and I was enjoying the hell out of it. And then when the twist inevitably came, I quite like the idea that, you know, these aliens were interested, because it's I think self-aware goofy, the reveal of the aliens. It's very dark humor sort of moments, because there's a lot of gore in this, and when you see them in their ship, so to speak, it's really silly in a B-movie way, but also aware of it.
As it turns out, he was totally correct. The hair was how they communicate.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, they have
it's
little
kind of
moments
amusing to reveal that he's actually got a lot of this right.
Yeah, in the first act, they say they cut her hair off so that she can't communicate, and she reacts as anyone would, of like, okay, that's whatever. But then in the third act, they're like, why did you communicate with us? It's like, they took my hair. It's like, damn it. Like, it just said so casually. It's like, oh, right, okay.
And it's but I wonder if it's actually, yeah, go for whatever you're going to say.
In an attempt, I think like the aliens are invested in trying to correct the sort of path that humans are on of self-destruction. This goes so catastrophically wrong, and he's done so much damage that they basically decide, like, I think humans, like, we can't save them. Like, which, you know, you'd say it's like a bleak ending, but obviously I took it as kind of funny. Like, the film is kind of, it's silly, but in a way that really worked for me, because I think the whole thing commits to it.
Something I will say, it was something that felt crystallized as I was watching this film. It's kind of a weirdly specific thought. So I think generally everybody agrees that Emma Stone is like quite good as an actress. She's quite reliable, very willing to commit to a performance. In this case here, going bold and putting weird white fucking like cream on her face, right? To kind of willing to look like really strange. The conclusion I came to is that Emma Stone is like the more successful Margot Robbie, and that both of them are clearly interested in like being in real movies and getting awards and nominations, but that Emma Stone consistently makes better choices and is more willing to commit to a performance. I felt that very strongly as I watched her with with her bald head and with white cream on her face, playing kind of like a bit of a, you know, somebody who has been wronged in this situation, but is like quite an aggressive, standoffish, scathing sort of character.
She's her own worst enemy in a lot of sequences. She can't. This is what I love about the dialogue. She's trying to negotiate, but simultaneously gets pissed off and will ask too many questions in too aggressive of a way that gets her in trouble. Meanwhile, you have Jesse Plemons, who's trying to organize this situation to get the best result, but simultaneously he has a bunch of flaws that he can't quite get over. And so it feels like two very real people sparring, you know, quite a bit, and the situation develops and changes the stakes and the sort of flow of power quite consistently as well. But
And then meanwhile, you've got his cousin who is, it's just like, he should not be here. This is
No.
not a situation that he's like ready to deal with at all. He's been dragged into it and is constantly having to be egged on, but one of these two is way more committed to this than the other.
And I would say, on the front of Jesse Plemons, what a fucking find for Breaking Bad, because everything he does, he's really good. Like,
He's so good, yeah. Every time, you know, Civil War, that movie sucks, but he was great in it.
he's a standout. He's in it for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. He's so reliable. And yet another instance of because I think that's probably would be like a big sort of overarching praise for it, is very committed performances, which I just love to see.
Yeah.
I love seeing people essentially commit to playing like scuffed kind of characters.
I went in thinking this was a bit of a gamble as to whether or not I'd enjoy it, but I came out pretty happy. Was
Likewise.
happy to pop it on the list.
Same. And the only thing that was sort of depressing about it is that I wanted to try and get a good span of genres, particularly on the list, and I realized how terrible a year for science fiction 2025 was, and so I only really watched it because there's nothing else that I've tried or that I've seen that I might try that is going to end up on the list in that genre. Really, I mean, Frankenstein is the debatable exception. So it's like, well, I went in there not even expecting one way or the other to like it, but just out of a sense of obligation, I'm going to watch it. And it still made the list, which I think probably speaks to its credit. It's got, you know, some pretty poignant, sad, and dark elements to it as well, which helps it. Obviously, the silly overall tone might have been a bit grating were it not for the fact that the movie does a really good job of showing you how serious this really is, particularly the fate of the autistic cousin, which is sad, and like it reminds you that as goofy as a lot of this is, everyone in the movie believes it. It's because there's a lot of movies where a lot of characters in them seem to be aware that they're in a goofy thing and they act accordingly. This movie does probably a very good job of making sure that no, that they're all absolutely committed to their bit. No one's aware that they are slightly taking the piss, and it reminds you that there are real human consequences to simultaneously delusion, but also manipulation. Because it's overall I one of the more rewatchable movies I think on the list.
Definitely. I think that is actually like a noteworthy. When you were saying that, I was thinking of The Fall Guy. I hate that movie. I do. I hate it. And one of the things that I think I hate about it so much is it made me realize like how farcical there are a lot of these like. I totally agree that like a really important element of ensuring that your story doesn't become a farce is like if the characters in the story are taking their circumstances seriously, even if the circumstances that they're in and some of the actions they take are like bizarre and crazy. But when the characters start to realize they're in a movie and almost act like they're in a movie and cease to become real people, it just kind of drives me mad. Which doesn't happen here. It's like it's surreal and strange in a lot of ways, but the characters are consistent. So yeah, it's a good one. Definitely recommend that. Should we move on to so K-pop Demon Hunters? So Platoon, you have seen this, right?
Yeah, I have. I watched all of it as well. I tried a whole bunch of them. I also did Demon Slayer Infinity Castle and is it Chainsaw Man?
Chainsaw Man?
Yeah, and Ninja too. So I tried a whole bunch. They failed for various different reasons. This one to me didn't make the list because I understand why the songs are catchy, and I think I don't actually think the animation is brilliant. It's good. It's not brilliant. But the overall problem is that I was sort of sold on the movie by people who did like it as being no, it's not just like catchy pop songs. There is a real story. It's about a battle between shame and overcoming shame and overcoming your past shame and your history, and you're trying to make something new of yourself, which it can be really fertile ground for storytelling. I got to this movie and found that the reason people were saying that is because all the characters say that. So it's not exactly subtextual, and I don't think it's that well worked into the story itself. It's just occasionally characters will meet and have a conversation where they tell you this is what the movie's about, and then you get another song. And I've also heard it said that the songs, they're not just show tunes, they are actually, as musicals should be, relevant to the story. Again, technically true, but the big qualifier is that they're relevant to the story because they just tell you what the story is. It's not that much thematically going on. There's certainly not much subtextually going on. And if you don't like this sort of garish, over-the-top anime reaction stuff anyway, which I don't think its animation style does particularly well, incidentally, then the movie's pretty shallow. It just has some catchy tunes. It's not terrible. I've seen many worse movies in the course of making this list, but it's also not great. And it's not, I wouldn't even say even good. It's just, it's serviceable occasionally. And a lot of it is reliant on how much of the sort of pink pop song stuff you're willing to take. So not for me. Maybe if I was more of a K-pop fan, that would change, but that suggests to me that the movie itself isn't doing any heavy lifting. It's just genre.
Wow.
So with that said, it's going to win the Academy Award for Best Animated Film.
Which is a shame, because
I assume
it's
absolutely.
better
Well, I
animated.
mean, it sounds like Nobody is super worthwhile, but I believe it's not even nominated.
Probably not. No, I mean, I'm trying to remember back to seeing, like, is it particularly good as an animation? And it's not my area of expertise either, so I might just be misjudging what it is. But to me, a lot of the stylistic tropes that go into this, which is sort of stereotypical of anime, work better when it's not in this sort of 3D CG style. I think you can forgive a bit more of the style when it's hand-drawn for some reason than you can. Maybe it's the overall flexibility and malleability of the faces which really aids it, because you're stuck to realistic proportions with this animation style. It really seems more like, weirdly enough, overacting when you do the same device in this style than if you did it in a more obviously cartoonish production. So there is that, I think, that works against it. There's also just not a huge amount of notable, worthwhile side characters. They all have a bit. They all have a bit in terms of their backstory that they have to overcome, but you know this mainly because at one point, one of the characters will tell you that this is the thing they're trying to overcome. Isn't that great? But the rest of them are kind of reduced just to their reactions to events. Each of the three main girls has a particular attraction to one of the demon K-pop boy band cast. That's funny, I guess. It's not though. Like, one of them likes abs, and so her eyes turn into abs, and it's like, that's not even that imaginative, really, though, is it? That's just pretty. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm being extremely put off by everything, but it's not. I would not rank this as a particularly good animation, never mind a particularly good movie. It's pretty uninspired for the most part. Lots of pretty light shows, though, which I know are popular, so maybe that's why it's getting fated for being a best animated production.
Well, I wonder how much of it is because, I mean, the competition is in terms, because again, films that are not like American really struggle in this category to ever get like any recognition at all. I believe there's two other, I think they're Japanese films that are nominated that aren't going to win it. So it's between this, Zootopia 2, and Elio.
I watched Elio as well. Didn't make the list, but it's better than this film.
Oh my god, that's a hot take right there. That's a spicy meatball.
All right.
I haven't seen Zootopia 2.
I haven't seen any of those. I don't have much of an intention to see Elio or Zootopia 2, or even Kate Hawk Deer Hunters. Honestly, I'm not too bothered.
No, I want to see Nobody though.
Yes, I want to see that.
I definitely want to see that. Well, Sovereign, is there anything more that you wanted to add on that, Platoon? Or do you think you covered it?
I think most of it was covered. It's definitely carried along by very strong performances. And it is an arresting premise because it's not just sort of one man's torment against the world. It is filtered through the lens of, he has a son, and the son is caught between essentially a fantasy and reality. To be honourable to his father, he has to buy into a fantasy. He realizes and without the movie ever telling you outright that this is the case, he realizes how much of it is a fantasy. He's the one left picking up bills and foreclosure notices that his dad keeps telling him don't matter. He's the one who sees his dad periodically embarrass himself, but he doesn't disbelieve him entirely, which is where I think lots of the tragedy lies. And ultimately, it's his actions that drive the conclusion of events. It's the son being overwhelmed in defense of his father that causes a catastrophe, which brings the two parallel plot lines, but they've got the police element as well together, particularly tragic circumstances. And it probably falters on the other side of the story, which is the police side of the story, because you understand what it's trying to do. The father is quite strict, quite controlling, never tells his son that he appreciates him or that he loves him. He'll tell his wife that he holds his son in high regard, but never tells him. They have a young baby. The father is very strict and stern with the baby as well. He's one of those, let it cry itself to sleep type people. And then what the movie's trying to tell you with all of this, of course, is that there is a balance to be struck between this sort of very systemic, rigid control of the system and complete rejection of the same. I don't think it ever quite decides exactly what the conclusion's supposed to be, which is where the movie falls down and is why it isn't higher on the list. But as a character drama, as a human drama and a human tragedy, it is very compelling. So I would recommend it. Probably one of the movies you will watch once and not again, but not because it's bad, just because it's pretty bleak.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's like, if I had legs, I'd kick you. It's like, will I rewatch that? So probably not soon.
Probably not, yeah.
Nevertheless, it comes highly recommended. All right, so The Long Walk, I suppose we'll move on to that next. So I this is as you guys might know, look, as you know, I am very partial to films and stories in general that take on a limited scope and try to like expand it so that they can fill out all of its permutations as best as possible. Like, how much can we do when we limit the scope down to something that is pretty basic, in this case being conversations between these lads as they're walking forever until they start dropping and getting killed, which of course is very grim. And a lot of it is that it feels like we get a lot of the permutations that you would want. It begins and it's all kind of light conversation and everybody's generally pretty optimistic about their prospects. However, people start dying and it starts getting more serious. The dynamics of the group start to develop as this happens. You get like sort of our core group here of about 4 or 5 lads who are going to be sticking together for a while, as well as certain people who become ostracized within that group. It all starts to develop. While that's happening, you're learning a bit more about the world and the prospects of these characters. But the longer it starts getting on, the more that those emotions start getting ratcheted up to the point that you start getting some like serious conflict. It feels like a sort of a prominent example of that is nighttime. As they get to the hill, it all starts to get a little bit more real, and our protagonist essentially turns on somebody who, I guess at this point it's unclear exactly what the dynamics are going to be, because
the assumption is everybody is working against each other inherently, because you kind of do have to.
You're assuming that it is kind of your more Hunger Games, like, well, whatever alliances you have can't last because it's not to your benefit. And that, like, the longer the film goes on, the more you start to realize, no, we're not quite doing that here, because as they're walking up the hill, it's Ray as our protagonist, and he and Pete is sort of I guess you could call them both the protagonists in a sense, given the nature of the ending. Sort of like, fuck you, Pete. Like, you're not actually trying to help me. Like, you want me to die. Fuck off. But then he gets put under serious pressure as he's going up the hill. And it looks like he's at risk of, he's about to get shot because he's already fallen below the pace too quickly. And then Pete actually comes and helps him and gets him through the night. And it's like, once that happens, I think the realization is, oh, we are doing something different here. This is going to be a story where they're all trying to support each other. Which of course makes for an interesting dynamic, because at no point do you believe that we're not locked into essentially the premise here, which is that they are going to start dying. Which then makes for, you don't have instances of characters betraying each other. You have instances of characters essentially fighting for each other to keep going, even though it's ultimately futile. And I think that even with that being the case, that it is ultimately futile, if you look at the story through the lens that The Long Walk represents life in general and the inevitability of death, it turns from depressing to strangely uplifting, that people are in a position to forge meaningful relationships with each other and help each other, even in a very oppressive circumstance.
There's a couple, like, obviously as the film progresses, different people dropping off for different reasons. Like there's sometimes very effective and then sometimes very casual and stock sort of deaths. But a moment I'll always remember is him having a chance to see his mum. That like was a big old emotional high point. It's very good stuff. Very tragic as well. And
Well, and it's on the violence, it feels like that is worth noting. This film doesn't pull its punches. It was because the first one to go down, he's like the youngest of the group, and he gets like a cramp that prevents him from walking. And then he falls to the ground. When he gets shot,
Isn't
like
it,
the part of his face gets blown off.
it's Jojo, right? From Jojo Rabbit.
Yes, it is. And like you can see like his teeth and everything. It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, I was like, oh shit. Okay, so it can get pretty violent, and it does. And I think it's worthwhile to essentially commit to that sort of grim and realistic and brutal violence, rather than trying to sort of water it down. I think it like helps sort of accentuate the desperation.
You know, since we are kind of in spoilers, like, so one of the things was that they walk for way too fucking long. No one would be able to do this. Isn't it like a week or something? It's just like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, they walk like 300 miles, don't they?
It's insane, and I don't know why they scaled it up so high. Like they would just be dead, like in so many ways. And I don't know. You don't need that. Just scale it down. Just scale it all down. You'll be fine. You just have to make each moment matter. That's all.
Having it last for like 5 days or so compared to if you had it just a couple of days, it's like that's as long as you could make it, really.
I mean, they can't sleep. And for anybody who does walking semi-regularly, once you're past, as I know that they're all, this was something I think that I would have had some trouble with too. They don't come across as people who have all been prepping for this. A lot of them seem very average.
Well, no, I mean, our protagonist he ain't light.
No, like not only that, but I don't even think do you get any dialogue of people being like, I've been practice walking for like a few years. You know, like you don't really hear anybody saying that. And as someone who does a lot of walking, when I was watching the film, I was just like, I don't know if the people who made this have done long walks. Like
done walking, yeah.
It's
I know it's walking, and I know that they're only going 3 miles per hour, but 3 miles per hour is like kind of brisk. It's not a slow walk. Like 3 miles per hour is the kind of speed that you kind of need to think about to maintain, I'd say, for a long time anyway. So it's kind of like you have to get past that, and you have to get past as well that you aren't going to get a huge amount of information about the world. Basically, as far as it's going to go is circumstances are bleak. This is like a good enough option in the eyes of enough people to do it, and it's kind of like a mythology has been created in this alternate sort of future around it. Once you get past that, we're just sort of dealing with the characters.
Yeah.
And I am willing to get past it and sort of take it for what it is. And extract a good amount out of it, though I suppose maybe it's worth talking about the ending a bit.
Yeah, that was very disappointing for me. So if we want to just be explicit again, I don't know how many times we can do a warning, but warning. So it does come down to our two protagonists, and they both don't want the other to lose. And so it's like, so how do you end that? How do you play this? And it's like, it's complicated. And you have to remind me, like, one of them, don't they both like so our main dude is here to kill Mark Hamill, like that's his actual goal.
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's kind of their central conflict. So Ray is in it to get Mark Hamill basically, whereas Pete is more like, no, do it, get the money, like live. Like let it go essentially and move forward. And obviously what we ramp up to in the film is something of an inversion of that essentially Ray sacrifices himself so that Pete can live, but in doing so Pete becomes
he takes on his
spirit.
goal. Yeah. You could call it, I don't even know if I would describe it as a safe ending. It's like a neutral, like sort of that was written down and no one changed it throughout the course of writing this. Because it's the most basic sort of like they both keep each other going. You know, one of them falls over and then the other one's like, no, you stand up, you keep going, and then that guy stops and the other one doesn't realize and he gets killed. And it's like, oh, I was very like, okay, yeah, I guess that's how you could end that. And then you get your wish, you've completed it, you've come first place. What do you want? He's like, I want your gun, and then shoots him. And it's like, oh, and that's the end. And it's like,
and then he's walking alone.
I was very underwhelmed. I was expecting something a little bit more creative or special.
Yeah. However, it doesn't diminish that I was pretty captivated with a lot of the dialogue.
Yeah.
As we were progressing, and I really got on board with these characters, and the tragedy of the demise of certain characters hits pretty hard. Particularly when the one of them who gets like shot and is left to bleed out, screaming, "I did it all wrong," as they're all continuing to walk. It's like, ooh,
There's a lot of just standout moments, and it's why I'm probably not going to forget the film. But I will then remember, like, oh yeah, but there's loads of things they could have done better. Damn it.
Yeah, it's flawed. Its placement on the Begonia is the better film, I would say.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
But I think I enjoyed The Long Walk more, regardless. So yeah, go check it out with that in mind. So Train Dreams was tied with this. Was there anything more you wanted to add on that as well, Platoon, or?
Not a huge amount, I don't think, because it's, to its credit, it is a very simple movie, and it's one of the only movies on my list that is exactly as long as it needs to be. One of the common problems with a lot of the movies that I did watch, even the ones on the list, is that they tend to go on at least half an hour too long. This one doesn't. It's pretty efficient. It's not a speedy movie. I think it's around 2 hours in total, but it's not a huge amount of wasted time because every minute you're there is purposive. You are supposed to feel lost in the wilderness. You are supposed to feel the sort of the pain and the slog of the work that he's doing, because part of the point for the first half of the movie, or first third of the movie, is that he doesn't want to be doing any of this. Like his dream to get back to build this simple life for a wife and a kid that's on the way. It's supposed to make you feel somewhat impatient. There's a huge amount of stuff which, because it's also, you're not supposed to understand everything that's happening around him. So during the period of time of the early part of the movie, he's building a train line, where it gets the name Train Dreams from. Building a huge bridge, but in the background, sort of the American context at the time, there's a massive crackdown on Asian immigration, and so he sort of sees without really understanding when some of his friends and work colleagues are just dragged off. One of them is killed, and he sees this, and it sort of traumatizes him and comes back because he doesn't really understand why. And that's a common thing in the movie, is that the world is changing so quickly around him, and he never really understands why. He doesn't understand the world he's a part of. There's the big, probably the most obviously dramatic moment is that he returns home one day. There's a big forest fire has burned down the cabin that he's built. His wife and kid are missing, and he spends the remaining movie wondering, hoping that they might one day come back. But because without them, whatever sense of purpose he did have is now completely gone. He meets a couple more people. They change his jobs a few times. It's then becomes a bit of a story about trying to find your place amongst the people in the community around you, and kind of failing to do that. For as nice as some of them are, they are supportive, but he's never really going to belong there. So it's contemplative, and it doesn't waste any of your time doing that. And you don't have to pay a huge amount of attention just to appreciate the core themes of the thing. Everything that's happening to him is sad and tragic, but it's also beautiful in a weird, nebulous way. He doesn't understand what he's about up until, as I mentioned in the non-spoiler section, the very last scene in the movie. You get a few shots where he takes the train back and forth, and you can see the bridge that he's built as it changes over time. It's this simple wooden thing for trains. It's replaced by a car bridge because everything he just spent his entire life doing is made redundant within 15 years of it being created. You get a couple of shots like that, and until the very last scene of the movie, when he goes into town and he sees footage of the first American astronauts orbiting the Earth, and doesn't really understand this either, and then on a whim takes a trip up into a biplane and loses himself, doesn't understand what upside down is, right and wrong, up, down, anything. He's lost completely, and that's, weirdly enough, the moment when he realizes what his life was all about. There isn't actually a grander purpose to any of this. You don't understand. Not understanding is the point. It's just about trying to enjoy what moments you're given. And that's the last scene of the film, and then you're just told in a bit of dialogue that he just dies unhappy. Well, not unhappy. Dies alone, but not unhappy, I suppose would be the point, having made peace with the world that he's lived in. I wouldn't say this is more than a once watch either, but it's an enjoyable watch for what it is.
It sounds worthwhile for sure.
It is, yeah.
I will have to see if I can make time to check that one out. Somebody, it's good to get a few more movies to fill it out, because again, 2025, tough one.
Yeah.
So Together is up next, which we on the initial thing, it was very much echoing that, like, the dialogue very quickly I think I'm gonna get more and more and more and more comfortable with essentially like judging a film based on not allowing like, well, maybe it'll just suddenly become dramatically better later. I think I'm gonna start to ignore that as an instinct compared to I think is the case, which is that generally you can just sort of tell what you're in for pretty quickly. And in the case of this one, there were just enough lines in just even the opening sequence at that party, you know, before they go to what will be the main setting for the film. There are enough lines that are interesting enough, surprising enough, not quite what you would expect in horror, which is unfortunately a very poorly serviced genre when it comes to good writing. There were enough of those lines early on that make you realize, oh shit, is this like a real movie?
Everyone's seen this scene a million times where someone asks someone to marry them and it goes well and happy, or it goes badly, and it's kind of a tight rope to walk, because whenever I see a scene that goes really badly, I'm always sitting there like, why does nobody know that you say yes in front of everybody and then you pull them aside and be like, listen, this is, you know, like, we need to talk, blah blah blah. It's always so dramatic in these movies where the person goes, oh no, and then it's like, oh, how awful that it went the bad way. And so yeah, she thinks their relationship is really, really good, and the impression you get early on is that she's kind of a borderline a succubus, and that her life is more important, that his is getting drawn away from her. And so when they're announcing that they're leaving, you get all these little pieces of dialogue about how he's losing his way of expression and his pursuits in favor of making sure that she's going to be okay. And she asks him to marry her in the first like 10 minutes, and it's played pitch perfect. The whole audience is so excited. They all react to it before he does, because she's behind him and she kneels and she proposes, which is already just tells you something about their relationship, that she's proposing to him instead. And he sees her, and you can see in his eyes like he like freezes. He's just like, what the, because he's not even sure about moving away with her. Of course not ready for him, but then realizing everyone's around, so there's this pause, and then he goes, yes. It
takes just a little too long,
just a little
for
bit,
him to answer.
And everyone, and she's like smiling, and everyone's like, okay, great. And it's so fucking awkward, because you know exactly what's happening, and it's so unsteady, and it's just like, oh god. And to me, it was already like, wow, what a great way to tell me exactly where this relationship is.
Yeah, and then over the course of the film, you get to develop a better understanding of the relationship. More so that you get to have a better understanding of his failings in the relationship.
The more information you get, the more he's the inadequate side, and she's doing everything she can to make it so it doesn't fall the fuck apart. But that there are big flaws on both sides that they can't quite reconcile. And what I found bold about this film was that it felt to me like it was just showing you what a codependent relationship looks like, and how desperately they are to stay together, when all signs point to you're probably not happy together, and that's okay. You need to come to that realization.
Like, you can believe that they would maintain it because there are enough instances of like genuinely positive sort of experiences with each other that are sprinkled between the more like, that was like not the right thing to say, or man, you didn't show as much concern for her as I thought you would, given the circumstance there. Like, there's enough instances of them getting along that you can sort of believe that they would actually want to persist with this. But I mean, there are certain, because of course, when they reach the supernatural element, right, he drags her down into the hole.
I was going to say, yeah, so there's a big hole. And you don't even need the supernatural aspect for this. There's a hole. He falls in, but he's holding on to like some twigs or branch or roots, let's say. And she goes to help him, and as he's falling, he just grabs her and pulls her in with him, as opposed to, you know, what you would expect from a more, let's say, noble person. And I was already just like, oh, nice. Like, you know, a lot of movies wouldn't have the balls to do it, but like he just fucking grabs her in, and they fall. They're both getting up, and he's kind of panicking because his phone is now broken. He says, "Oh, a lot of my like recordings were on that, or whatever." And she's just like, "I'm okay." You know, like don't even, he just doesn't even ask about it. And I was just like, oh, there's all these little pieces, because they're together and they're somewhat happy, but you could tell like they probably shouldn't be. And as horror imagery goes, there's a nightmare he has where he sees what we discover is his it's like the deathbed of his parents, essentially, in the way I really love the way it was filmed. It's like they're in bed, and then their bed extends all the way to the other side of the room where his parents are in that side, and the bed starts like closing the gap of distance, and the way they shoot it, it starts to get closer and closer, and it's just his mother that looks completely fucking ruined, crying but smiling aggressively at him, and this happens really early on, and I was like, what the fuck? That's creepy. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
good job,
And
movie.
then, of course, when you like actually get to the body horror stuff, you've got this sort of gradual escalation. It gets more and more and more creepy and unnerving. And of course, it's just like a good, you know, given what the story is about, having like there is a supernatural thing that is now going to force them to fuse together.
Yeah.
Is like a really good sort of device to use to sort of explore the nature of this codependent relationship. It's like, yep, you're about to get mashed together. And there's sort of a few different angles that you can go for there, because there's the more positive thing would be, oh, it's like you form one whole, you know, like you complete each other, and it creates this like new thing that's like greater than the sum of its parts. Or you could go the other way, which is like, oh shit, like this smashing together has like created something that shouldn't exist, the codependency.
There's also
which
a strange amount of successful comedy in this. There's a handful of jokes they managed to achieve where I feel like a lot of other films wouldn't be able to with the tonal balance. But there's nearly a scene where he goes to see someone to help with the fact that he's having weird experiences and like headaches now with the supernatural part taking over. And this doctor like recommends him let's just say medication, and he goes, is that Valium? And he goes, no, it's called diazepam now. And he goes, oh, okay. And then a few scenes later, when they are fusing significantly in quite a horrifying way, he wants to get the medication because he, as it's described, he says their bodies are fusing. So his logic that he's pretty much on point with is that whenever they're asleep, more of it takes place, and so the idea must be that when the mind is like more subconsciously settled, the body gets to take over and it gets drawn together and stuff. So while they're both trying to go to sleep, they both get drawn. There's a couple of pieces of imagery in this trailer that are kind of that scene, and they're fusing, and they're near where he dropped his medication. So he says that you got to grab it. He describes as muscle relaxant. It's like it'll save them. And she goes, Valium, and he goes, no, it's called diazepam now. Which is just like suddenly in the middle of this horror scene. I was like, it's kind of funny.
Now their arms are like melting in and sort of mixing together.
It's yeah, and
that's cool as well.
They try to balance it throughout, and you find out there's another person in this town who is a bit odd, but he's really friendly. And they give you some clues as to there used to be two people who lived in his house. It's just him now. He used to have like a partner, and you see pictures of them, and you're like, man, those two people, neither of them look quite like you, and both of them kind of do. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And
of course the reveal.
Yeah, you find out that he's previously done this, but he embraced it, and he tries to advise that they should as well. And toward the end of the film, I guess, because we're doing this sort of thing, but they decide they would not prefer to live. Like, the logic is that one of them could kill themselves to free the other, because that's how bad this has become. But then they instead commit to they would rather be fused permanently than to abandon each other. And at the end, you see a combined Dave Franco, Alison Brie person that it is quite unsettling in terms of just like it's very casually presented. And you just sort of see it, and you're like, "Oh wow, that's what they are now." And you can go the direction that they managed to solve their problems and they've reached an equilibrium of their relationship, or you could see it as they've embraced the codependency and it's destroyed both of them to create something different. Their lives have both been sacrificed in favor of creating this new experience. But broadly speaking, yeah, I liked everything. Like performances, the way it's edited, a lot of the choices for horror, the structure, like what they wanted to talk about. I've not seen many films that address this issue, but then also have to fuse in drama, horror, and comedy. I quite liked it, and it came out of nowhere for me.
It's cool. Yeah, because I didn't expect. I just figured like, whatever, who cares? But no, it's cool. Good stuff. Which that brings us to the next horror movie, Good Boy. Which given that, so I again, I'm on board with movies like this that are trying something that's quite experimental, but also with a very limited and grounded scope in order to achieve it. I'd say Good Boy is like it's flawed for sure. There's some of the scares are repeated maybe once too often. Some of the dialogue is a little bit too expository at times. However, I think that the film is like very successful in employing its filmmaking techniques to really ground you in the perspective of the dog, as well as to sort of it's more than just, well, the camera will generally hang low to the ground from where the dog is, or will sort of track behind him. It even goes beyond that too. The film kind of wants to experiment and play around with how does a dog perceive the world? Obviously leaning into something that on its face seems more supernatural, but then sort of gives way to a reveal that is not that I quite like. Because obviously, like, the film can rely a lot on, oh, dogs can sense things that people can't, and the sort of initial read is that the house is haunted. There is some sort of like specter that is looming here. And is perilous to the dog and is a danger to his owner. But that eventually, the longer it goes on, the more the realization is the dog is not sensing a supernatural threat. The dog is sensing the decay of his owner. His owner is withering away, and he's changing into somebody that he doesn't quite recognize. Somebody that might be quite scary and a danger to him.
Yeah.
Ultimately leading to, because his owner is terminally ill and he's moved to this, house in the woods to improve, and his father lived there and he had a dog. And what happened to that dog? There's almost a sense that that our protagonist doggo, senses what's up. And the reveal is, his owner's father died and his dog perished with him. Which is potentially the fate that he's going to sort of end up at. However, that's not the fate that befalls him. His owner does die, but he is saved by his owner's sister. And obviously, that all of this is like a really quite, even though it's all very sad and tragic, kind of like a great sort of allegory for the nature of a relationship between a man and his dog. That this dog is this loyal companion who will stick with him essentially no matter what, even as the relationship between them changes and his owner becomes somebody that he doesn't quite recognize, ultimately culminating in this dog, our protagonist, is essentially able to escape the fate that was going to befall him, which was loyal to the point that he perishes along with his owner. It's very sad, but it also feels like it does celebrate dogs.
As crazy as it sounds,
he is a good boy.
It felt like
he is a very good boy.
Feels like a companion piece to Jurassic Park. Bach, where the Futurama episode, because the ending of that one is that Seymour waits until he dies, and that's quite tragic. And it's a celebration in and of itself of just the love between a man and his dog, sort of thing. But it's still very, very sad. This one feels like maybe the creators were aware of that, or at least aware of the concept as a storytelling technique, or that's what, how much owners mean to dogs and vice versa, that it wants to offer the alternative, which is that the dog did everything it could and felt everything it could for its owner, but still recognizes like life goes on and that the dog is going to find
and that the
another owner
wants the dog to continue to sort of provide, because I think the line that he says at the end is like, you're a good boy, but like you can't save me.
And I really love a lot of the choices for how this film was made, but the reason it wasn't higher on my list was that there were a couple of scenes where I was like, I feel like we did this already. Like it's a similar sequence. There's a couple of sequences that begin with the dog and the owner and everything's normal, and then something weird happens and the dog tries to inspect, and then we can't tell what's happening, if this creature is coming to get them, sort of thing. And I remember at the time watching it thinking, like, it's not a particularly long film. It feels like there could have been alternative ways to present as it going on, but knowing the budget and knowing how it was made and stuff, it's like it's very impressive. And
yes,
the dog is awesome as well.
I love this dog. He is a good boy. He's got a long and prosperous career ahead of him, I hope. I mean, it's a good dog performance. It's and I do enjoy the creativity of a lot of the filmmaking and just that general running of is like, oh, is this house haunted? And then giving way to like, no, we're kind of actually doing something a little bit more meaningful than just the dog senses a supernatural threat. It's like the dog senses the decay of his owner. It's really cool. It's really tragic, but also feels somewhat life affirming. Of like, man, dogs are really cool. We sure do like dogs. So I would, and the fact that it's so short makes it a pretty easy recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
It is only like 70 minutes long. I think it's worthwhile. I want more stuff like this. I'm really on board with this. I like it a lot, even with its flaws.
When people were just talking about the premise, it felt like a thing that loads of people were like, I want to see this. The dog is the main character.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, I want to see that.
Yes.
It's one that I regret most not checking out for the list. I just ran out of time to do it, but it does make it, even admitting that it's a flawed movie, it does make it appreciably better if it is also a short movie. I think like flaws get more annoying if it's also taking ages to deliver them. So if it was like a 2.5-hour movie with the flaws that it has, would it be as enjoyable? Probably not, would be my guess, because it would be more annoying. But you know, it sounds like at least it's for the most part really tightly written, and it's punchy in its delivery, which is something more films should learn from.
I'd say
it's a film
it hits
very
when it
much
hits.
Yes, and it's very much carried by strong theme and strong execution of exploring that theme. It's also
the
really cool. And
it's the
I like
director's dog, right? And so he has like actual full-on history and videos that are able to be in the movie for the sake of the story as well, which is helpful.
Yeah.
Like from when the dog was, her puppy.
Yes. So good stuff. So brings us to I Swear, which is again a recent one because it was brought about my awareness of the film even existing by current events.
Yeah.
It was already because Drink had already touched on it a lot. I would say this is like just sort of your standard good biopic is how I would describe this one. There were a lot more of these types of movies like 10 or 20 years ago, whereas it feels like now with a biopic, you're more likely to find something that will try to be more unconventional or have some sort of twist or dynamic to it, which can yield good results, but sometimes it kind of yields bad results. I'd say this one is much more plain with its intentions, but in doing so ends up with just like a pretty well executed story about a man who overcomes tremendous adversity, and it goes from essentially like denying the existence of Tourette's to essentially just trying to like bottle it up, almost like that's like the only way to go through it, and it doesn't work, to then moving into a more life-affirming self-acceptance, to then even moving to maybe you actually have something that you can share with the world to improve other people's lives. With all, your sort of peaks and your valleys, right? Like your highs and the lows of life. Rock bottom to clawing his way back up. It's got all of those sort of elements to it.
It has borderline become necessary viewing for education now, which is insane. But here we are.
I'd say people need to watch it to understand what Tourette's is.
You get to see his life before it happens. It kicks fully in because he's got it early years. He doesn't, and you watch what it destroys around him, and it's absolutely tragic. You watch a full set of different reactions. They run it from absolute intolerance to the point where they 100% believe he meant what he said and that he should be destroyed for it, all the way up to certain characters that understand perfectly what the situation is and they facilitate him entirely. And going back and forth into all kinds of different scenarios, be it from the classroom to family life to literally he goes to court in a certain sequence. You are just following and going up and down in the hopes that people will simply give him, more space to exist. That's and it's what the film achieves so well, is that you understand exactly how it happens and you watch him deal with it. And there's a sequence where he says to a girl who's heading out of a shop, I think he's near, he calls her a slut, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, I can't control what I say, what I do," and I think he calls her it again. And this consequently has her talk to her boyfriend, who talks to some friends, and they ambush him at one point and beat the shit out of him, near to death. And he's in hospital, and he doesn't just have the verbal ticking, of course, he has the jitters and movements and stuff, and a lot of the common ones is his head will move, like, suddenly to the left or right. And yeah, there's just this part where he's in hospital. He's got a neck brace because he's taken major hits, and it's just like absolute pain, fully realized in that moment of this involuntary issue he has mentally is just consistently damaging him, and there's nothing he can do about it. He has to sit with the pain because you're not going to heal as well if you don't stay the fuck still when you've got major bruising and wounds. But he can't stop it, so it's just constantly immense physical pain, which for the most part it's more of a mental pain and oppression from everyone around him. But the film offers so many moments of hope in the form of different characters. One of them being the job he tries to get with. He's like a sort of community center organizer. It's this guy on screen right now, just for the second there. There's a whole sequence where he's explaining the job to our main dude, and he's just constantly saying shit to him, like, suck my dick, you piece of shit, fat bastard, all these sorts of things. And I love the acting in it. The guy will see him and hear him say these things, and he'll freeze for a moment and be like, so yeah, this is where we have like this, and this is where this goes, and this, just continuing normally. It seems absurd, but that's like what everyone needs to be at. You need to understand that.
And then after enough time, he becomes like one of his strongest advocates.
Yeah.
Like when he's in court, he advocates for him strongly and talks about how great of a guy he is and why would he pretend to do this? What does he stand to gain from pretending to say things that piss people off and get the shit kicked out of him? And that essentially, obviously, because it's based on a real story, he dies. It's all very sad because he was this really positive influence, but that the influence lives on. Like, he plants the seed that becomes him, becoming an advocate essentially for education about Tourette's. It's all it's a film that doesn't like essentially shy away from how negative the impact is. There are some moments where it's quite uncomfortable to watch, but it ultimately leads back to your sort of standard biopic uplifting, inspiring ending that he's, self-acceptance and moving forward, and becoming a positive influence in the world. It's ultimately a nice film, even with the discomfort that comes from some of the circumstances that he deals with.
Yeah, and divorced entirely from meta, it's well worth seeing, but that's impossible to do right now because it's a reality. The irony that this film was up for the BAFTAs, and then the controversy is centered fully around the complete misunderstanding of Tourette's is some kind of irony that like a god couldn't create. It's so amazing.
Many people are saying, well, if this is something you have, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to exist in society. Maybe you should be shunned and sit in like a fucking cave.
Segregated.
You need to be segregated.
Spaces set aside.
Yeah. So that's crazy. I love how like nobody believed in ableism, I guess, like as a concept. That was all just a lie. It's like, no, well, if a disabled person inconveniences you in any way, fuck them. It's like, yeah, nice, good job, guys.
And like we said, it was bizarre for us because I think certainly us three as well. Like, I've known about Tourette's my whole life. I don't even remember not knowing about it. Like,
I mean, it's always just been a thing, and of course, you might point to the South Park episode, but as I understand it, a lot of people with Tourette's are very partial to that episode. That they believe it actually is like, and that feels like an example again of that's a great episode, but just the fact that
2007, right? So that was a long time ago. It probably helps that I've not seen the episode in a while, but Cartman genuinely gets Tourette's at the end of this. He starts off by faking it, and then like he genuinely gets it, and then the toll is taken on his character because of the genuineness of the thing that he was originally exploiting. So it's not just making jokes about how funny Tourette's symptoms are. It's also, it does find the space to put in that this is actually a pretty horrible thing to have if you have it sincerely.
Well, yeah, because that's kind of the thing. For Cartman, it is really fun to just say whatever he wants, but it's not fun when he starts saying stuff that he doesn't want to say, which is, like a nice, good... And of course, it's one of the... Because Cartman wins that one. Kyle sabotages his Dateline thing and unwittingly saves Cartman from embarrassment. It's very... And yes, it is really funny. The guy going, piss coming from my ass! That's very funny. But it is still an episode that actually... Because that episode covers the kinds of tics that people have that aren't just swearing. There's one guy who keeps going, and then there's one who always has to like tilt her neck and snap her fingers.
Yeah.
Um,
And this film
you
covers
know,
a lot of
it's-
that, and there's definitely sequences that totally admit and acknowledge it's funny. It can be really, really funny.
it can
And
be funny. Yes.
it's much better to find it funny than to find it so hurtful you need to attack people.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, surprisingly one of the most poignant and important movies of the year because of the fact that apparently people don't know what Tourette's is.
Yeah.
Or they choose
Yeah.
not to, which I think is a large part of that, is that it doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things if they understand it or not. They have their hierarchy, and unfortunately, people who are disabled don't sit very high on that list.
No, they don't actually. Is the revelation? People with disabilities will be sacrificed quickly, I suppose, on that stack. So yeah, that's grim. But yeah, go watch this movie. It's good. It's worth your time. So which brings us to F1. That's next up. This is on my sort of this was my honorable mentions. It got bumped off the list. So I guess why do you think it has been able to stay on your list, Platoon, out of curiosity?
I think a large part of it is going to be lack of better options, and also how pleasantly surprised I was by it for the most part. Because it's not, I don't think this comes close to being the most technically complete or perfect movie on the list, and it's probably more imperfect than some movies that didn't make the list, just on an objective technical level. However, being able to take something which I have no preceding knowledge whatsoever, and which I expected not to have any investment in at all, and give me, I think fundamentally it's the character who is quite endearing. Having the main character, Sonny Hayes, being not, I mean, so his backstory is that he did once race in F1 back in the 1990s. He was set to be the next big thing, and then has his massive car crash. And since then has spent his time gambling, drinking, and then being a random racer for hire. Someone who doesn't seemingly take it all that seriously, but is preternaturally good at it, and then thrust back into the state of affairs where it reminds him of the trauma of having missed out on his real shot at fame, and now in bizarre circumstances he has this shot again. As Drinker mentioned, at least for the first third to 2/3 of the movie, it also has all of the fairly good, solid tropes that you would expect from this. So you've got the old hand, and then you've got the younger upstart, and then they don't immediately get on. The younger upstart feels like he's been pushed out in an important way, and eventually starts learning some lessons, and you expect it to go in one particular direction, which usually in this case is the old hand steps aside and lets the young upstart get his moment in the sun. The movie doesn't do that, and I think actually is probably worse for that change. So it's really the first 2/3 of the movie that sort of solidified its place on the list. It's extremely well shot. It makes the races great fun. It sort of reminds me why, for all I think it's probably too long, the pod racing stuff in Star Wars is as iconic as it is. It's a fundamentally brilliant concept. It is really engaging, even if you don't know a huge amount about the rules. And this movie it does the races very well.
It's because I like this movie, I do. And as I mentioned before, I think I wouldn't say this movie got me into F1. I think I got into that because again, there's a lot of great YouTube channels that talk about lots of great memes. It's a very meme filled sport if you want it to be, which I find entertaining. But then it is just cool. It's engineering. It's people going really fast. Though obviously they entered into new regulations this year, which are controversial. But never,
That was related to the film. I assume that a lot of what they do in the movie is probably inaccurate, technologically and regulatory speaking.
So there was something that happened called Crashgate, where this was back in the late 2000s, where it was Renault, I think. One of their drivers was told deliberately to crash to bring out a yellow flag so that Fernando Alonso could win. I think it was for Singapore. That got found out eventually, and it was like a huge controversy. A lot of people got in trouble, got banned from the sport. It was like a big deal. There's a part in this movie where the extent to which they break the rules is so insane. The punishment would be very severe, very, very severe. Sonny basically does a whole bunch of insane shit to totally manipulate the race
Several
in a
times in
way
the
that's
course
like
of one
really.
race, he clips the wings of other cars in order to bring out
He
the
keeps
safety
bringing
car,
out
right? So it
cautions,
bunches
basically.
everybody
Yeah.
up.
He
Now,
keeps bringing
I
out.
don't know much about the rules of F1. I assumed that probably has been accounted for in the rules and regulations for a very long time. But if you don't know anything, or if you don't like, you're not all that interested in the sport as it actually is, I do think that works dramatically. It serves as the kind of character he is. He spent so long
He's the renegade.
much less officious sports that he's learned the dirty tricks, and he's bringing a lot of knowledge that he's taken from other racing genres, I suppose, to this newer, supposedly more professionalized. And it's what allows him to get ahead. Because it is essentially an underdog story on multiple levels. The company that owns the cars he's racing is about to go under. And the car is shit, and so he's using a lot of the stuff that he's learned off the grid, as it were, to give them a fighting chance. So dramatically and narratively, I think that all works. I am aware that it probably does not accord with the rules of the sport.
I would say that that's like totally true. There's obviously like a thing that they're going for, which is, this is an underdog team that needs to get creative to win, and they have like the right guy for the job. But there is that thing of like, well, let's be real. Apex GP is said to have never ever scored a top 10. They've never scored a point ever in their entire history as a team. And in the span of half of a season, they go from a team that couldn't even get a point. So we're talking about like right now, the only that's Cadillac right now that have just started. Even when you're talking about like Alpine last year, or Sauber before now it's turned into Audi. Like even these teams were able to get like points sometimes. They went from getting no points to being able to fight with Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton at the end of the season. Like actually on almost like equal footing for the win. It's a little bit silly that they could make such a dramatic jump from like back marker, absolute back marker to being able to fight with like the top teams with massive resources and funding, and just the fact that Formula One is like a relative game. Everybody is trying to extract the most out of the cars. Everybody is trying to maximize. If you came up with something that was giving you like insane like advantages like that, everybody would be catching on pretty quickly. They'd be trying to get on top of it, and what you're doing might not actually be allowed, depending on if it breaches the cost cap or if there's just a whole bunch of reasons why that probably wouldn't be able to happen. But if you can get past it from that front on the authenticity thing, then sure, you
But they also, I mean, once you get past the inauthenticity of the thing, I do like that the transformations that are made are of a piece with the general underdog story, right? So not only is it the tactics that are used that he's bringing in from his life as a kind of downtrodden, unofficial racer for various other sports, but the changes they make to the car being essentially to say we have to seed ground where the strongest are strong, and we have to maximize the areas where the strong are weak. In other words, because the big change he suggests is to effectively give up the speed race down straights and to maximize your potential to turn around corners very quickly, I guess is the simplest way of putting that. Which I think is quite clever, again, if you didn't know anything about the sport anyway, but B, it is actually used to drum up tension and the stakes as well in some of the later races, because they quite clearly establish what the rules are, and they quite clearly establish then what the relative strengths and weaknesses are. So there are parts in some of the later races where like they do as much as they can, they do really well, this is working, but they are still not quite far enough ahead, and they are going on to straights, and then the exposition, I think, knows when to shut up as well, because it's established the rules so effectively that you understand what's about to go wrong, or that they are still in severe trouble because they've made some progress, but it's not enough. And I just think as a spectacle of like a completely fictitious sport, I think that works really well, inauthentic though it might be to the real sport.
No, it's kind of the only reason I bring it up is because I guess it is like interesting to talk about, because you could almost think of it from an adaptation standpoint. What is the nature of criticisms for its potential inaccuracies when it is trying to be its own like self-contained story that has specific like narrative objectives that that can sort of be like accomplished by not rigidly sticking to essentially like accuracy. And to some extent there's a question of maybe like it's like a difference between authenticity versus like at the least giving people the sensations that you want to give, right? Of going really fast down the straights, the tight like it really, I think the filmmaking is quite good in terms of really getting you like immersed in the environment. Like all of the shots on the car, the way that it pans around, and all of the like over the top of the cockpit, like around, you know, when the camera's mounted to the tires and everything. Like it's all really cool, and it gets you into it, and it can get you into it enough that you don't necessarily need to be thinking about whether or not any of this is like particularly accurate or feasible. That like Apex GP could go from never scoring a point to being able to like fight with Mercedes. To be fair, this was Mercedes at I think this is based on the 2023 season, which is kind of funny because when they do the montage of like all of the races, Max Verstappen is won every single race, and they you know, try and mix it up like, yeah, no, there were a few other people getting in there, you know, Lando Norris, everything. Yeah. It's that season I think Max won all but 2 races. Wait, no, it was he won the most like ever in one season. It was kind of ridiculous.
Which is one of the reasons I
also
think
kind of
that
cool.
that changes were essential, is that actually in a sport where resources determine so much of the outcome, at least that's how it sounds from the outside, it can reduce an outsider's participation in it just because it's just not as dramatic if everything is kind of predetermined going in. It's one of my, I mean, this is betraying my ignorance more than it is an absolute criticism of the sport, but like one of the reasons I never got into F1 was exactly that. It doesn't like the driver's skills are very important, obviously, but you could have the best driver in a shit car and it will make no difference.
Well,
because
we're
he's
seeing
just
it
gonna
right
lose.
now. We're seeing it right now. Max Verstappen is the best driver, but now he's like qualifying P8. Like right now, he's because
So I
it's
think-
Shanghai this week, and it's like, yeah, man, that that Mercedes is a fucking rocket. it's kind of. And obviously the film
has to do this
right?
to flatten the playing field a little bit, so that it has to do that to make it dramatically satisfying. Because the criticism of the realistic sport is that it's just not dramatic enough. So obviously the story has to take some liberties to make it so like this underdog can come back to an underdog company and win the day in the end. Where I think it goes slightly wrong narratively is basically the final third of the film. Because you have some interesting-ish character stuff going. I wouldn't say it's remarkable by any means, but it's fairly solid. You've got the good old school mentor who takes over the team and starts instilling good habits and then displacing the young upstart. You've got a bit of the backstory about Brad Pitt's character. You know, he has this dramatic accident. You learn later on top of that he also has a heart condition. It's like, fucking, where did that come from? That didn't really see. Like, it's like, oh yeah, racing's actually really dangerous for you. What did we do with that? Kind of nothing. The young upstart has a crash that sort of mirrors and mimics Brad Pitt's earlier crash in the 1990s, which actually doesn't get a huge amount by way of payoff. It seems a bit weird that they had it in there, and they don't really hinge the second act low point on that, because then they move on. He's in hospital and he's recovering, and Brad Pitt's doing his own thing. And so he briefly gets angry. So it's sort of, the narrative sort of unravels toward the end, and it loses a lot of the focus that made me like the first 2/3 of the movie. So the reason it's not higher on my list is exactly that. I just don't think the end knew exactly what it wanted to be. It wanted to have simultaneously the payoff of the mentor teaching the young upstart who naturally should probably overcome him, and then it also wants, though, the old mentor to get his final shot at glory and win. And you obviously can't do both of those things. And that means one of them has to be sacrificed. And it's the young upstart character who gets sacrificed. He just crashes, takes another car out of the race. Pretty sure that's illegal. And then he's just like cheering on from the sidelines, and we never really see him again.
Actually, no, the crashing is not, I mean, you know, people crash, right? And a lot of the time it's just like, it's a racing incident. I would imagine that's what the film is saying. Like, yeah, it's just an incident. But you know, and then he goes for the win, which I think it feels like there's a bit of a compromise there, in the sense that like Sonny gives it up so that Joshua can get past and go for the win. So it's like he does do the thing of passing the torch, but then, you know, he takes out Lewis, they both get taken out, and then it gives Sonny one last chance to go flying, you know, and the whole, do they have the car? We have the driver, very nice, but the car matters a lot as well. Unfortunately, you know, that it just does, because it's kind of a tricky thing that they have to balance. Obviously the film wants to make the point that it's all about the driver, or they want to focus more on the driver, because they know that the technical stuff of like designing these cars is, number one, kind of hard to condense into a film, and number two, kind of like not what audiences want to see, even though it is a huge part of the sport. A huge part of it is the engineering. It's about building the best car.
they sort of pay lip service to it with a couple of the side characters. There's the guy who is he the technical director for the team? I can't remember what his name is character.
Well, you would have had because you have the team principal. I can't remember what that character's name. Then you have the 2 race engineers, and then you had Kerry Condon, who played like the car designer, kind of like an Adrian Newey,
and then temporary love interest as well. I'm thinking of the guy though who sits down with the interviews with the other equivalently employed people in Ferrari and the other company. And say the movie's temporarily sort of playing with this idea that he has been replaced because all the strategy has now fallen to Brad Pitt's character. Which you could have, they sort of then just, I think, dropped that angle to the point where I understand why they included it, because one of the more interesting potential storylines to explore with this sport anyway is just how much of a team thing it is, the stuff you don't necessarily see. So they had to chuck that in, but I also think they didn't really have any place to take it. So like you get the sense that he's upset and he's been replaced, and then he goes for an interview where that seemingly is confirmed and the other people mock him, but then his arc closes after basically the first third of the movie where he's like, no, he's just on site and not a character anymore. So I think
because he doesn't really get to, because again, the team principal, he's like the boss, right? But they'd rather have Javier Bardem as like Ruben. He's like a team owner. Yeah, and it's almost like they want to treat him almost like he's the team principal, but like that it is not the same. Like the team principal is the boss, like of the operation. They're making, you almost think of them as like the coach or the captain or something like that, as an equivalent. But he doesn't get to play much of a role because it is kind of a matter of they have to pick and choose what they're going to focus on because there's just so much that they could be talking about. And, it's more interesting to look at like Sonny Hayes from a, seemingly from a filmmaking standpoint as sort of like, look at his crazy unconventional ideas, then talking about like the compression ratio on the engines and how like certain tricks with that could be used to like extract more potential out of the car, or even just how much of it will come down to, like tenths or hundredths or thousandths of a second. It's which is fair, right? Like if the goal of the film is to get people interested in the sport, this is probably like a way to do it, but it has to go beyond this. Like if you actually want to start to understand anything about the sport.
Yeah, and it's why I think it was always going to be limited as to how far up the list it could rise, is because I think it's incomplete as an advert for the sport, obviously. It did make me slightly more interested, but not a huge amount. I just also think it's a little bit incomplete as a film in its own right as well. I think there are too many dropped threads, and the end does spiral out of focus too much to be complete. If it stuck the landing better and decided exactly what story it was telling with every character so that they all were given their due payoffs, probably would have been much higher on the list. But it's probably a testament to the strength of the first half, at least, of the movie, that it made it to the list at all, because I did find myself surprisingly engrossed.
Sorry, someone in chat's getting triggered. I'm getting triggered by that. I'm getting triggered every time they call it a sport. My dude, it is a sport. You could not drive an F1 car. If you drove an F1 car, you would pass out. Yeah. It is a sport.
There are lots of things that aren't sports. I'm like, golf isn't a sport, and American football isn't a sport. But, otherwise.
What about darts?
Or darts. Darts, no, darts is great. Darts is an excuse to drink competitively.
I just like how so many of them are such pub goers, like the big old bellies, and they'll even have a beer in the other hand while they're darting. It's like, good for you. Good for you that there's a sport you're that good at.
It's it's I like it. It's a really easy film to recommend because it's pretty entertaining. It hits a lot of the basic beats. It sometimes will surprise you with the way that it goes with the beats, but I would agree that there are certain threads that get dropped that are and I suppose in a meta sense, I would hope that this would be a gateway into like actually watching races rather than just watching Drive to Survive. Like if that's the level that you're engaging with, it's like, damn man, I feel like you're not even watching it really.
So chat like goldfish. Yeah. Yes, I'm here. I'm listening because I have no interest in F1 at all in real life, and then no interest really in this film. So I'm just listening to them talk about it. I'm enjoying it.
Here might be a way that I would explain it. I think that Cars is the better racing film. Like if you want to watch a film about racing, that's a sports movie about racing. That would actually be an example I would point to. I think Cars is more coherent in its ending, right? The whole thing is that Lightning McQueen is the hot shot who only cares about himself, doesn't really think about the team or anybody else. And then like the ending of the film is him giving up the race because there's something more important than winning, like integrity and honor and respect. Giving up the race to make sure that the king can finish his last race. It's like that, I would say, works better compared to I'll give up the race so that you can win, but then you get taken out, and then I get to win. And hey, but you know your future's looking bright, kid. You're gonna win more races off screen. And also, I've seen people point it out, like Rush is probably you'd probably be better watching that. Like if you were more specifically interested in watching an F1 movie, like a Formula One.
I could end up loving this for all I know, but like I can't see everything, so I'm just gonna pick and choose. Like Ford v Ferrari, I thought was fucking great. Like as a as a representative of car movies sort of thing. I'm not against cars. I've got a little interest in this.
Well, you know what's funny though, I suppose, is that if you're looking at Rush and Ford v Ferrari, those are, they're biopics to some extent, both of them. And I wonder if that's to their benefit in terms of being made compared to this, where essentially it is meant to be, Apex GP doesn't exist, right? Sonny Hayes and Joshua Pierce, they're all meant to be like composites of various things, right? And it's meant to be like your sort of baseline template for sort of understanding Formula One compared to for something like Rush, where it's specifically dealing with an actual rivalry between two world champions and a very dramatic, like real life event as sort of the focal point of it. But yeah, I like F1. It's cool. You should watch it.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be back with the next movie we discuss. Okay, so this is why it's a good dynamic, because a lot of the time, two of us of the three have seen the film, so it's you have the back and forth, changing every time.
So the next one is If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, which yes, I figure now Mubley can jump in to jump into it.
Yeah, so I mean, this movie's tough to watch, as we mentioned, and it's funny because I didn't know much at all about it other than it came highly recommended from Mike from Red Letter Media. I think this was his favorite film of the year. I think I could be wrong about that, but I was like, oh, okay, and then I looked at like a brief summary, and interestingly, I'd seen it described as a horror film, which is like, I get it, but it's also not. It's much more of a drama, and it's just a slice of a woman trying to live her life, but broadly it is very much about motherhood, and it says something that I don't think I've seen a film say before, which is that everyone promises motherhood is going to be the most amazing thing, and everyone always says that it is, and she basically comes to the conclusion at certain points in this film that she's broken because it's not doing for her what she thought it would, what everyone said it would, and It feels like the film is being brutally honest, because she's going through something that's pretty tough, and a lot of people face this in life, which is that you're caring for someone who is chronically ill and needs your help at every single step, to the point where your life is no longer yours to live. It's you live it for someone else. And the way they do this film, which was impressing me already, you only ever hear her daughter, you never see her. I say that, we'll get to, how the film progresses, but
the ending.
She keeps talking, and a lot of the dialogue is stuff she needs the mum to do, stuff she needs at the time, or questions that make life more complicated, and it's tough for the mum because you can see her constantly trying to solve problems that are sort of, expected in real life, constantly dealing with people who get the wrong impression of her, but ultimately, and I think this is a big boon to the film, doing their job. A lot of people in this film are just doing their job, but the context and the way that it comes across is absolutely antagonistic because of just how difficult the life is for the main character. And I'm talking about people who are trying to stop her from parking illegally, or people who are expecting her to be on time for certain scheduled things where she can't quite make them. The film does a good job of getting us in a position where conflict keeps coming up, and nobody's really at fault, unfortunately, with how life simply progresses. She's also, her career is like a therapist, and it's a fucking nightmare. Every single person she sees in this movie, everyone she talks to, and there's so many moments where she's clearly about to collapse, but she has to keep going because it's her daughter. And like the film rounds out at basically too much pressure, everything goes wrong, something really bad happens, and she gives up, and she runs out into like a beach. I don't know, is there something you wanted to say before I get to that, or?
No. It's the ending of the film feels like it
It
really
brought it
sort
all
of if
for me.
by that point you're like, what the fuck am I meant to do with this? This is
Yeah.
all just horrible. Then the ending kind of brings it full circle.
She runs out into like a beach and starts just charging, and you see pieces of this in the trailer. She's charging into the waves. She keeps trying to basically go and drown herself, borderline. And the film, you expect at any moment, is going to fade to black as a bleak ending, but she keeps coming into the waves, getting just slammed down, and then the waves draw back, and she's still there, and she just sort of gets up like, okay, gotta keep trying, keeps running back in, and the waves keep pushing her back and pushing her down, and it's just never working. And the more it was happening, which it does go on for a bit, but very suitably, like a metaphor for the entire film, for living your life, basically. Like, she's kind of happy for it to end, but her responsibilities are too important. There's too much for her to do, and she's never actually going to push herself to that final decision. But the reason she's nearly brought to it is because of just how much misery she's experiencing. But the waves, like, simultaneously pushing her down and pushing her back as like a serious amount of strength that she can't overcome. It's still not enough to end her life, so she's still there. And at one point, she settles and lies down on the beach to just think about everything that's happening, and her daughter comes into frame, and for the first time you see her, and she's just talking about, it's like, what are you doing and what's happening, and can we get back to it, like. And oh man, it's why it's so high on my list. I was like, holy shit, the daughter's been kept away from the camera right up until this point in order to treat her more as like almost like a tumor on her life, this drawing aspect that's sapping every last piece of energy, and she's, everything's ruined to keep her down, sort of thing. But in this moment, you see, like, the way I would sort of describe it, she's kind of got like a cherub face. It's entirely sweet and innocent, and she's just like, what's my mum doing, and are you okay, and can we move on? And it's like a moment of everything clicks for her, and she's like, as much as this is absolute hell, there's a very, very good reason why she's doing it, and so she will carry on. And
first time in the film that the daughter gets treated like a person rather than a problem to be solved. Very deliberate choice. And it's in keeping with the fact that a lot of the filmmaking is very claustrophobic, lots of very tight close-up shots. Very infrequently does the visual language give you room to breathe. It's all,
it is an oppressive film
and constrained. Yes, it's throughout the whole runtime, and it really doesn't give you many moments to breathe. Particularly as it all sort of starts to escalate and get worse and worse and worse, because you've got like several threads that are running at the same time. As much as because I think when I mentioned in the summary, the sort of overall ticking clock is, if she isn't able to essentially get her daughter to eat enough food to get to a sufficient weight, they can't like continue with the treatment. So that's like the core problem, right? And it's sort of represented as the hole that keeps expanding. But there's a lot of other problems that are running at the same time. Like, they're out of their house because the ceiling collapsed, and it's just, there's no movement getting made. So they're in a hotel, which is just like not an ideal environment. She's got specific patients. There's a client, one in particular, who is completely unraveling in a way that she's not really able to deal with at all. And while that's happening, she's just got regular clients that she needs to deal with who are not particularly accommodating or compassionate. Her husband is a pilot. It's Christian Slater, and he's away, and there's conflict there. And then it even comes down to little things like, she keeps getting into fights with the dude who enforces parking at the hospital. It's all of these running problems that just keep sort of getting worse and worse and worse. She can never quite get on top of it, so it all starts to fall apart, to the point that she basically not goes insane, but has something of a break. That really like sort of sets things off totally over the edge, that then leads to her trying to throw herself into the ocean, but the ocean essentially denying her. She can't opt out of this. She is a parent. And this is her responsibility. So it's like incredibly oppressive and grim, yet it weirdly ends on a something of an uplifting sort of message, kind of.
Yeah, and so much of the dialogue from the characters that are arguably ruining her life, it just paints a picture of they're very normal people, and so to an extent is she. She's so desperately trying to keep this together, and she has a lot of normal sort of vices and ways to try and escape, little pieces of a better life trying to be lived, but still really, really trying to make it work. And then, by the end, she does break. But she sees Conan O'Brien is a co-worker therapist, but she also sees him for her own therapy. And like as the sessions progress, you can tell he's figured out a lot about what kind of life she's living and what she's doing about it is edging her further and further toward finding someone to solve all of her problems. It's like she just wants something to do it for her instead of having to sort of deal with it. And he tries to explain that to her. And, different things happen throughout that keep painting a very, very definitive picture of the life that she's got. And it just came across as a very realistic telling of there's going to be so many people in the world who are doing exactly this and are desperately just trying to make things work. I was quite impressed with, again, where they were willing to go, and then you have like 1% of the film left, and that last piece, I was like, oh fuck, that's great, that's really, really good job. Like the restraint to focus so hard on one actress to basically the entire film, and they chose correctly, as said before. Her performance is top notch. You totally buy that she's in absolute anguish throughout this whole experience. And it was a nice surprise. I didn't expect it to be that good.
It's great. And I believe the only nomination that's got the Academy Awards is for acting for Rose Byrne. I think that's bullshit. Not that she should get it. She should win. I'm also saying it's bullshit that it hasn't been nominated in other categories, like for the prominent ones. That's crazy to me. It's obviously one of the best movies of the year. But yeah, I hope she gets it. She won't. I don't think she will, unfortunately.
She deserves recognition for this, though. Like I said, if anyone out there just watch the first 2 minutes of the movie, it's already like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's a really great performance. It probably is my single favorite performance. I shall double check actually if it got anything else, but I'm pretty sure it didn't. I think that's the only one that it got it for, was for Best Actress. Yeah, I think it is. So lame.
Yeah.
Should get more, damn it, but oh well. Which then brings us to Frankenstein, which I have not seen. So I will leave it to you two, I suppose, to pass through it.
I'll go first because mine's going to be potentially as detailed. I thought it was good. I really did, and lots to appreciate. I just didn't. It didn't quite grip me as passionately as other films on the list, I suppose. I don't really have a negative thing to say about it. I just because visually it was very striking in a very positive way, and it was just fun to see a sort of another telling for Frankenstein. And Del Toro's reliable on many aspects, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't think about it very often. I can barely explain why it doesn't quite work for me as well as other stuff does.
That's probably. I mean, I broadly agree anyway, and I don't know if it's a deficiency in the adaptation or the fact that it's been adapted so many times that the story is essentially so familiar. It doesn't give you much new to think about. I mean, criticism-wise, I think it plods a little bit structurally. So it divides, much as sort of the book sort of does anyway. It divides between your perspectives of Victor and the monster. But if you were to boil down its structure, it's Victor arrives on ship and says, "This is my story." Monster arrives and says, "Okay, now this is my story." And then end of movie is they have a quick chat and that's the end. I wouldn't say it's bad. It just sort of it's a little slightly clunky, I suppose. But also the changes they make it fundamentally a more familiar type of story, which might be an actual problem with the adaptation. We've seen a lot of stories because it is quite conventional to have it that everything's sort of determined by the flaws and the sins of your past, and your circumstances dictate a number of your choices and your actions. And it wasn't always the case that was the story of Frankenstein. It just sort of became that way over time. Because like in 1818, it wasn't. It was way more sort of Byronic heroes making questionable choices without necessarily having been determined along those paths. But most adaptations since then, to the extent they've done this thematically at all, have always been about like, no, nobody really makes choices. They're all sort of forced down their paths by fate and by circumstance, and often mechanistically. And this movie really doesn't do much to upset that trend, because ultimately what happens here is that unlike in the book, Victor here has a very bad experience growing up. His father is Charles Dance, and Charles Dance is good, as he always is. But he's not a very good father to Victor, and so Victor, his egotism and his desire to defeat death stem from his family life being quite disordered. And so in a sense, he's denied a lot of agency that he could otherwise have had. He then obviously passes those same flaws onto the monster, and the monster is then forced down a path essentially by destiny and fate, as opposed to much choice that goes in. And the resolution is way more hopeful than either of the two main versions of the book, where it's very bleak and the monster essentially accepts its own inevitable death as part of fate. Here it's like, oh, I forgive you, Father, and then it goes off more hopefully into the sunset, having rescued the icebound ship. None of that's bad, but it is also pretty familiar, and that might be why it just doesn't create much by way of thought. It's like it's a very competently made version of a very often told story, which seems a lot like a number of other stories, which are inspired by its source material. So in a way, it's high on my list just because the story itself obviously is so strong and it is so well made. But I would agree that it doesn't really make me think a huge amount. And if I were to do the list again in 2 or 3 weeks, it might be lower, or it might not even feature, just because I'm probably not going to rewatch it or think about it ever again. So ultimately, it doesn't have legs. But I don't know. I still think it's a solid, well-made film. A solid, well-made adaptation for the most part too.
Well.
All right.
I didn't know if you were back, so we were like, I guess next one.
Yeah. No, it's
Well, that's another problem, right? Because if Fringy wasn't back, we'd actually be struggling to find more things to say about Frankenstein, which is not usually the sign of a really rich film. If you're like, oh, well, I guess there must be something else to mention. There probably is, but like, we wouldn't have that problem if it were genuinely, you know, bold and daring and.
Wait, Christ! Look at how long we talked about F1. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, F1 has a great soundtrack. I forgot to mention that. That's Hans Zimmer. It's a great soundtrack. I've been listening to it a lot. It's good shit. But yeah, I guess that's Frankenstein, which brings us to Nobody, which was your number one. I figured that you might have a few things to add, but it was a pretty extensive summary that you provided before.
Yeah,
also, I want to see it, so
I was
guess
about
I don't
to
want
say
it spoiled.
this unfortunately might be an example where I'm
do
like
much more by way of spoilers for this one, because I think it is worth it. The funny thing, extensive as it was, actually, it wasn't all that comprehensive a summary. But to avoid any major spoilers anyway, and just talk about more of the setup stuff that I think works particularly well. So you have your first introduction is to Pig. You never ever learn the names of the 4 main characters, which is important thematically for the end of the film. So you've got Pig, and he's trying to rob a passing traveler. But you learn very quickly that as terrifying as he's supposed to be, he's actually really low ranked. No one respects him, even among the Yaogwai, who are low ranked amongst humans anyway. He's kind of in service at King's Cave, which is a powerful group of the Yaogwai. But he's doing menial tasks, menial labor with his friend, who is Toad. And you learn really quickly these very essential parts of each of these animals' characters. Pig is pretty disreputable, doesn't really have a very high sense of morals, but what he wants is, he just wants to be bigger, better, he wants to be respected, he wants immortality, which is a big part of the overall story. Toad is there because his uncle got him a job, and he wants to do right by his family. And for reasons, they mess up because Pig tries to get ahead of himself, and it causes him a big problem. So they are sort of chased out, and they start meeting a couple more. So you meet the Weasel. The Weasel's funny. The Weasel's big thing is that he is a nervous talker, and he talks all the time. And there's quite a few funny sort of transition shots where they're walking in the morning, and he's talking, and then it cuts, and it's middle of the day, and they're walking, and he's talking, and they cut to sunset, and they're walking, and he's still fucking talking. It's done pretty well. And then they meet the monkey, and the monkey is big, obviously, big, like, imposing gorilla, but his big flaw is that he's a nervous wreck. And And so you've got all of these well-established character tropes that they all have a deep flaw, but they all have a deep want as well. And because they have to take on as part of their quest, they are taking on the guise of one of the foremost Buddhist priests and his entourage in the entire region. And they're forced to play characters who are the opposite of their own flaws. And they don't realize this. And the movie never tells you that overtly because it likes doing subtext, but it's not hard to spot that this is what they're doing. So the weasel is forced to play a character who's famously quiet and stoic. And the monkey is forced to play Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. This works brilliantly well because they're so unsuited to it, and that they are spotted and their disguise is ruined several times early on. They can't get the hang of it because they're trying to be people that they're not. But over time, they start by necessity doing good deeds and actually, without realizing it, acting like the people they're trying to be, and getting recognized because of their actions as the people they're trying to be. On the course of this journey, like you said, they meet their families, as I mentioned in the opening. There's quite an important pivotal scene, which doesn't seem that way at the time. The father's like a drunk, and he's happy to see his son again, and like he's allowed to drink, and he's just lying on the bed, just bitching about his ill health. But he gets a bit more talkative the drunker he gets, and he starts whispering to people. And it's like it seems just like a comedic beat, but it's actually one of the most important things, and it does sort of happen off screen for the big resolution at the end. I won't spoil anything basically beyond that point, but suffice it to say that they carry on this journey and they start very believably being the people that they're only pretending to be, up until the point at which they meet some people more powerful than themselves, and they have the obvious second act low point is that they are forced apart and forced to abandon their pretensions, and everybody sees through them. But they have to learn a very important lesson by the end, which would sound conventional if I were to spoil it. But the way it's done, and because of all the work that it does for its characters and its themes throughout, this sort of self-abnegation and sacrifice, it's really quite moving. And especially what happens as part of the postscript, essentially. There's a whole bunch of really believable and memorable side characters that you meet. It's one of the of the movies I have on my list. This is the one that's left by far the strongest impression, the one I'd be happiest to rewatch. I think it's the funniest. I think it's the most feeling, the most emotionally resonant, and it is the sort of thing that Disney used to do brilliantly well and doesn't do anymore. And if they wanted to get back to anything like the peaks that they used to hit, then learning what makes this film work would really just be remembering what their films used to do. And I would recommend it to them as well for that reason. But yeah, most pleasant surprise. Didn't expect it. I went through a lot of movies trying to find it. As like I mentioned, I went through fucking K-pop Demon Hunters, Nija, which obviously is another Chinese movie. Doesn't do anything like as well as this. That's an incomprehensible film, even if you have seen the original. So yeah, can't recommend this highly enough. Really, just really good.
What got you on this film's trail? Like, what did you discover it?
Just desperate searching. Because I was looking through like all the big Western movies that came out, and it's like I've seen a bunch of them and they're shit, and there's a bunch that just don't capture my imagination. So I deliberately went and thought, okay, so what are the biggest movies or the most interesting sounding movies that came out of Japan, Korea, and China? And I didn't. I mean, Japan has a couple of those larger animated movies, but they are sequels to long-standing animated shows. So not Demon Hunters, Demon Slayer, Infinity Castle being one of them. Tried it, but I have no familiarity with it at all. So I excluded those just because I haven't seen the anime. This is a standalone, and the premise sort of it being an adaptation of a fairy tale. It being a standalone, it's adapted from an older 20-minute TV episode as well. But you don't need to have seen that first. So there was a low barrier to entry, and it sounded interesting. It's hand-drawn animation. You don't get many of those these days. Yeah. So that was sort of desperate searching coupled with intriguing sounding premise and intriguing sounding art style. And very, very happy that I found it.
Awesome.
Oh, definitely be checking it out. Yeah, it sounds super interesting. And it is kind of interesting that you have to venture actually like beyond American films to like find something that wasn't even that unusual 30 years ago. In terms of American cinema, of traditional 2D animated film, fairy tale based, but in some way subversive or mixing up the formula, but still trying to deliver like a sort of timeless and poignant message. That is much harder to come by now in the
It is.
in American cinema, which is
I
really
wonder how
unfortunate.
much of it is like economy of scale as well. So I believe I'm right in saying this movie made something like the equivalent of 250 million at the box
Yes,
office,
I saw that. It
which
was pretty
is obviously
successful.
pretty good, pretty successful. Like nowhere near Nija 2.5 billion or whatever that was. But
Yeah.
I sort of wonder whether the economy of scale thing will mean that like there might be a bit of a market still for 2D animation, and we might see more of them, but they will probably have to come from China, where you have a sufficiently large audience. It might not be a great return on the investment they put in. I don't know what the production cost or the production time was. I know that they drew a huge number of shots for it. Some of them are slightly variable in quality, but the overall quality is generally quite high. But whether or not we might see more of these coming out of China, and that was another thing I was interested in, was like, we probably will be seeing more Chinese movies anyway, so I wanted to see if they were going to be any good. Nija doesn't seem to be, but this was. So, it's a mixed bag from China, but this was very good.
2D will come back at shifting that way. Not in America. No, not in America. I don't believe that. I saw, because for Hoppers, the director posted a sort of 2D almost like proof of concept that looked really cool, and everybody's like, oh, can we have more of this? It's like, I mean, you can ask for it and they're not going to give it to you. It's not going to happen, unfortunately.
I feel like wasn't
I think the reality is
Princess and the
sorry?
Frog was their test to see if there's anything worthwhile
Yes,
audience
they gave
wise,
it a
and it
shot,
failed. Well, not
and-
like
well,
it failed in the sense that it didn't give them encouragement to continue with 2D.
relative to the 3D animated films, yes, massively expensive to produce. Not that 3D isn't, but 3D can be cheap. 2D kind of can't. Like if you're going for like best of what Disney can offer 2D animation, it's like invariably expensive. Compared to, for instance, Illumination, where like these Minions films cost like $80 million. Sounds like a lot, but by animated film standards, pretty low. I mean, Pixar movies cost like $200 million. Hoppers is kind of conspicuously cheaper at $150 million. But, still, compared to Treasure, it's cheaper than Treasure Planet was, not even adjusted for inflation, I think. So, yeah, and they did Winnie the Pooh, that's true, but I mean, that was a smaller project. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Sorry. I wish it would, but it won't. It won't happen. So I guess, yeah, you have to venture across the pond to to sort of seek out those ones, because obviously Japan will keep making 2D animated films, but it looks like, I guess you might find some from China as well.
I don't
I would
think this
definitely
has
check it out.
a dub. At least I watched it in subs, which is probably the best way to do it anyway. But I was kind of pleasantly surprised as well how well the humor worked in a way that it might not have done in dub, because dubs tend to over exaggerate dialogue and voice styles.
I prefer
some of the
sub.
jokes.
Yeah.
So sub. But then again, I was kind of really pleasantly surprised how much of the humor just translates one to one. Like there wasn't anything that was the only references that are slightly unusual, obviously, and you sort of take for granted how embedded certain cultural reference points are when you watch any old story, is that where, like, if I mention, say, like a show which that they're on a quest for the Holy Grail, you immediately sort of understand what the reference is, what the story is kind of about. The Grail doesn't have to be literal, but you get the overall symbolic importance. This obviously doesn't have that, and so like they're on the quest to get the Tripitaka scrolls, I think they're called, which are very important in Buddhism, and you don't immediately understand what and why they are significant until you realize that it kind of is still a Grail quest, because these things have a lot in common. So it translates really well. You have to watch it in subs, but that is probably the best way to watch it anyway. It's still very funny when it needs to be.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I'm sold.
Definitely be checking it out for sure. Which then brings us to the next movie on the list, Weapons, which is on both of your top 10, but not mine, and I have seen it. And I suppose what I will say to explain it is like, well, wait, why isn't it on your top 10, Fringy? Do you dislike this movie? No. I was not in sync with it though when I watched it at all. It
was a rare case
it's one of those cases.
You watched it. We had like borderline opposite takes on it, I think, me and you, which doesn't happen very often.
No, I watched it. The problem is it's kind of a case of like, yeah, but I mean, do you think it's a good movie? Yes, but I didn't enjoy it when I watched it really the first time around. So like, it kind of can't make my top 10 because of that. I have to be enjoying it at least to a decent extent first time around, compared to where it's like, yeah, no, I totally understand what it's going for. I appreciate it. I respect it. But it doesn't make my top 10.
What is it that stopped you vibing with it? Is it because it's unconventionally structured? Was that part of the fact
I
that you
will
cut
say,
away from
I
narrative so
wonder how
often?
much of it was the meta because I'm so black-pilled on like the sort of Jordan Peele like horror sort of thing, and I think at the start I was like, I almost wondered is this going to be one of those ones where it's like, if it's a horror movie that has a theme at all, like if it's even trying to have a theme, that people then say it's like the best thing ever. And then obviously the longer that it goes on, the more that it's like, okay, it's definitely way better than that. But I wonder how much of me feeling like it was going to be that kind of movie got in the way of me getting on board with it for a little too long. To where if I rewatched it now, I'd be like, oh yeah, I can get on board with it. But it just wasn't clicking for me. So that's why I didn't make my my top 10. But I can appreciate that it is quite a well-crafted film.
I have my issues with it, and we'll go over them, I guess, in a moment. But I was quite impressed when I saw this. It did so many different things that I was really happy to see and sort of feel. The dialogue already kicked off really well for me. As again, we were sort of talking about earlier, but it's always a sign for me that I can get engaged if I'm being treated as somewhat intelligent. I really enjoyed all of our main characters, and I quite loved the structure, the way it was weaving. Like, we get chapter 1, 2, 4, 7, and then chapter 3, 4, 8, and then and everything keeps weaving between each other, seeing other POVs and seeing how things are slightly different from different characters. But broadly, and this was we talked about it on Open Bar when the film came out. I just got a big, strong sense of what the film seemingly was about at the fundamental level. Like, we follow I'm not going to remember the names at this point 'cause it's been so long since I watched it, but main girl essentially drowning her sorrows with alcohol, and how it's defining a lot of the decisions she makes, be it where she goes to buy it or what action she's doing with it. I was like, I had that in mind. And then Josh Brolin's character, who's almost completely subsumed and just taken over by the grief of losing his son, that it's defining every action he's taken and sort of destroying portions of how he's even doing his job. And then police officer man, good old Han Solo. He's his life is like ruined by his inability to sort of control the situation in any way, shape, or form, and keeps trying to make the best of it, but also he's like self-sabotaging, and it's other people who will provide some opportunity for a particular path to be taken, and it's not usually him that necessarily makes the decision, it's someone else, and then he has to deal with that sort of consequence. But it's also like an aspect of him being spineless to an extent as well. And so all of it was, especially there's a moment where Wong and his partner are watching like something about cordyceps, I think, on TV, something like that, and then having the witch using people as literal puppets. I was like, oh man, this whole movie's making such a big commentary on like the nature of how we live our lives and control, and basically like a single aspect can entirely deviate, and we're not even necessarily aware because we think we're choosing to do all of these things, but that this like particular item or experience is just entirely. And in this case, I'm always looking for why a movie is called a particular thing, but I started to get to a point of like, it's weaponizing everybody, all of these elements, like each of these sort of things, in the same way that broadly this event of the children going missing weaponizes the entire neighborhood, the community. It turns them into like a mob force, and everything starts to crack down and be destroyed because everyone starts to distrust and assume so much of everybody else. And you see like Josh Brolin is I really like the character in this. He might even be my favorite. But before you get to his side of the story, he's kind of an ass, and he's aggressively attacking our assumed at the time main character, who's desperately just trying to make the situation better when she has no idea why all of her kids were taken, and with one remaining sort of thing. And so the more POVs, the one I completely missed, the fucking the guy, the thief, the homeless guy, right? Like, drugs have controlled his entire life and turned him into a person that is ruining his own life but other lives around him, and actually pulls him into the plot line as a result. And then each of these people, as we've seen, like the big thing to recover is to start taking action that's a little bit more complicated, or selfless in order to like solve these sorts of problems. So all of that's running. I'm really liking all of that thematically. But then something that really struck me was, man, some of the choices for direction and cinematography in this were seriously just inspired on like a horror level. One of the ones I haven't forgotten, it's so simple, is she wakes up in her house and her bedroom door is open such that you can look down into the hallway and then through to the front door. And so she can hear a noise. She doesn't know what it is. And she slowly like leans over and the camera leans with POV, like as if we are her. And you then can see directly down the whole way, and it's quite dark. And I was just like, that's such a simple choice for an obvious technique you can use. And yeah, I was just like, what a perfect choice for this moment to enhance like just how much horror there can be in someone who's just woken up in the middle of the night and can hear weird noises. That simple horror sort of concept. But then, you know, when you get more serious, like I think there's more of an act 2, or it might even be act 1 because I think it's her story. She's outside the house, the suspicious house. She has her drink and she slowly just falls asleep. And the camera just lingers on the front door, which is in the trailer, I think. And the door opens to just an abyss. And then this woman frantically and almost robotically in weird ways is moving out with a knife and getting closer and closer to the car, but the camera moves away. You don't see exactly where she is. And then you hear the car door open. And like, you know, the effects of the pressure of getting in. So you're just like, what the fuck was she gonna do? And then the scissors is, because it's not a knife, the scissors comes up to her hair and snips it off, and that's it. And the scene ends. It's just like the amount of tension they create in that moment. I was just like, fucking hell, this is great. Like I'm enjoying this so much of like a, you know, it's just I don't get to see many horror movies that are able to pull off that kind of thing. Another moment of like a flourish is Han Solo's just trying to track a guy down, like that guy with his car. He's just going to drive around the block until he can corner him and get him. But the way the camera works is that, like, I guess they fitted it in the car, so it switches from POV of following his target to following the road. And so when the car, like, switches different directions, the camera sometimes won't or will, and it creates, like, a really dynamic, again, point of view shot. And they were doing that a lot in the film, and I was like, not only is it helpful, obviously, with the main characters all sharing their chapters to get inside their heads, but it just creates creative angles. Not necessarily a POV shot, but I assume everyone remembers in the grocery store where you have the like girlfriend or partner of Han Solo is trying to get to Silver Surfer S, and you see her walking through the aisles, and she gets closer and closer, and every time she's almost there, the main character switches a corner, and so the camera switches the corner with her, knocking her out of frame again. And I was just like, she keeps getting closer, then disappears, and closer and disappears. I was like, you didn't need to do that for that scene. You could have just had a conventional one where she bursts in and says, hey, you blah, 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 blah. But they did that instead. And I was just like, this movie is filled with so many creative decisions that it is candy for the eyes, all right, is how I kind of felt about it. Now, the way that the plot unfolds, lots of nice, scary, weird things and pieces that I think are to be celebrated in terms of coherency and reveals and explaining why things look and are the way that they are. But still, at the same time, like, there's just some stuff with toward the end of the film, they're like, that worked that way because of this. And you're like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And they're like, yeah, we're moving on. Never mind. Leave us alone. You know, like the way that Josh Brolin gets the key pieces of information, you'd think a cop would have done that. Pretty straightforward. The way that the parents of the only child who survived this entire thing, quote unquote, they're catatonic, and somehow the police weren't able to find that out through what I can only describe as just insane coincidence and convenience. But there's a couple of pieces like that are just like sort of damaging to the story, I think, in a kind of a sad way that was probably avoidable. But then at the same time, I really like their approach with this all being down to a witch. Like, it's nice to see a witch movie that's, you know, not discounting plenty of good witch movies, but like she's just a horrible piece of shit and a classic sort of, you know, decrepit old lady that's desperately trying to harvest the souls of innocent people to stave off her own sort of like fall to age or illness, whatever it may be. And she does a really good job. Oh, Gladys, the actress as well. Just what an absolute disgusting, horrible piece of shit. And her whole sequence with the kid, you know, just torturing his parents, but simultaneously, in order to make the threat as efficient as possible, explaining to him how she's doing it, which then in turn allows him to learn how she casts spells. and creates the sequence at the end where he desperately almost is torn to shreds by his own parents, recasts the spell to send all of the kids after the witch. And man, I don't know how else to explain it. I think I said at the time when I was first talking about this movie, it is such a Marmite moment of you either get this and you're with it, or you just don't get it and you're not with it. But watching the children tear through a neighborhood chasing this witch down until they tackle her and then just tear her to shreds, like in the most gory fashion, I thought it was fucking hilarious and an absolute like fist pumping moment. I was just so happy to see them do it, even though it's so grim, and I was kind of impressed with it just for that, like to show me those kinds of visuals, but to the same time make me feel celebration because of all the torment she's caused. I was just like, I don't know, this movie's special, I think, with its flaws, of course. I was just happy it wasn't disappointing because the trailer was cool, and a lot of people were talking about seeing it. I was like, please don't be shit. And despite the fact that I said that, that there are flaws, there's lots of stuff in it I really liked.
It's almost it's greater than the sum of its parts in the sense that the end I enjoyed, but if you were to boil it down and tell this thing conventionally and in a linear fashion, it's extremely simple, and in fact probably so simple you would struggle to make the runtime, because it is just a witch. It's a pretty simple spell mechanic. She takes control of it, and it's pretty simple when you know what happens to undo that. There's not a huge amount. It does rely a little bit on, particularly on the part of the police, stupidity and inaction. I don't think the plot is as undiscoverable as it really needs to be. But what their approach to, I was dragging out is the wrong word. Their approach to make it non-linear and to have the structure be what it is and to start filling in these gaps non-sequentially, I think it really aids the movie a lot, not just because it justifies the external runtime and the runtime the movie has to have, but it understands what the hook of any given scene is. And so you're not, I didn't find anyway, frustrated when you get to this big dramatic moment and it's like, oh my goodness, what's going to happen next? And then you find yourself going back in time to a related but separate chapter and then starting kind of that discovery process from the beginning, because the hook is so strong that it's like, well, this has got surely to be leading to the part I've just seen, so this is the explanation for it, which I thought was really satisfying. The end, though, being what it is, being so simple, almost couldn't justify how great the setup was. I think I did find it underwhelming, as enjoyable as it was, to have it's essentially, well, now is the time in the plot where the end has to happen, so the kid obviously has learned, but has learned for a while that this is what you do, and now is the time for him to do it, and he does it, and then it is comedic, and I think it's supposed to be jarringly comedic to have them running through the town. It's funny, and it's almost a deliberate letdown, given like how big and dramatic it's all implied to be, that it can all end in this quite comedic chase. I didn't dislike that choice. I think I did prefer the setup to the payoff, though, when it comes to that.
Yeah, fair. Something I just randomly remembered was the visceral sort of like when Han Solo's strangling her to death and she grabs onto anything she can. It's a fucking potato peeler, and she peels his skin off with it. I was like, oh, like,
there's a few of those moments.
Well, just no reaction.
Yeah,
it's not as gory as it could have been. Like, they could have overdone it with blood and stuff like that, and they didn't lean too much into that, but they did it just the right calibrated amount in virtually every kill scene you get. Whether it's Wong sort of caving the face of his partner in just by headbutting him repeatedly, which you don't really see directly to camera, but you understand that's what's happening. And it's,
and then giving him the crazy eyes.
The crazy eyes as well. Stabbing Han Solo in the neck as well after the potato peeler bit. Pretty graphic. The stabbing parents stabbing themselves with the forks repeatedly. Like, it could have been way more over the top gory, and I'm glad that it wasn't, because like it's disgusting conceptually, and that's where the strength of the emotion lies. And they didn't lean too far into it.
There was quite a balance in that moment, because that was like a with the peeler, but then when she is able to get his gun, because he's a cop, but he's also essentially like a zombie at this point. Like, he's just strangling. He doesn't know anything else to do because he's been commanded to. He like lifts it up and starts, crying essentially, because you've got no choice. He's strangling you to death. She understands how the mechanics work. She has to shoot him, and the first shot doesn't even stop him. He just keeps going, and then she has to shoot him again. It's a kill shot, and it's just like, fuck, that was effective for me for a lot of reasons, right? There's a lot of emotions flying around in that moment.
It's emotions, and considering their past relationship and essentially having no choice to do this, but also the fact that it's cut in between, right? When the much more comedic stuff with Josh Brolin and the druggie who's also a zombie who keeps getting up and he keeps throwing him across the room, and he gets up and he throws him across, and this keeps happening, and it's quite funny. And then you cut away to this one where you've got the established character backstory, the relationship, and the desperation and having to do this thing that you don't want to have to do, but you have no choice. That juxtaposition works really well, I think. It elevates the severity of what she has to do when you cut away to how unserious what he's doing is.
It is one of my favorite jokes as well for 2025 movies. The sequence where he's looking at his son in his dream, and then it turns into Gladys, like she's got like clown makeup and she's smiling, and he sort of jumps and then wakes up, and there's a pause. That he just goes, "What the fuck?" Like it's just this wide shot in his room where he's like, "What the fuck was that dream? Like, what am I supposed to do with that?" It's got a big old laugh out of my cinema as well. And that's Weapons.
Yeah,
All right.
It's a good movie. Good movie.
So that moves us on to number 4, which was The Life of Chuck.
Oh boy. Again, you know, I just pretty much fully recommend as any movie at this stage of our recommendations. But so to be more specific now, since we're in spoilers, first act, it opens with the knowledge that every environmental disaster you can imagine is happening. Portions of California, I think, are like falling into the ocean, like significant. We're talking like major percentages of it. You know, either everywhere all over the world is underwater, on fire, exploding. There's things about like nuclear power plants and everything ever, and you're just like, what movie is this? Like, what is happening? There's like news reports and everything, and then there's just people talking to each other pretty nonchalantly and confusingly almost, and a lot of statements they make seem out of sync in some ways, or over expository, and things are just a little bit off and uncanny. And you're like, why is everything this way? What is this story? And Chiwetel Ejiofor is kind of like our main character. I'm not even sure what to pick, what you guys would know him best for, but you'll see him in this trailer every once in a while. You probably know what I'm talking about. And he, we just sort of follow him broadly. There's a couple of other scenes for Karen Gillan as another like POV character. And the world is just falling apart in every way you can imagine. That's like the most conventional version, the sort of environmental stuff. But then in ways that like we just find out people are sort of disappearing or leaving. Like lights are doing weird flickering or movements. There's sounds that are like out of place. There's and then like it's all captured by there's this billboard and this message that keeps going around the whole area, which is thanks for, I think, is it like 39 years or something, or 40 years? It's something around that
thanks
number.
Chuck for 39 years.
Thanks, Chuck. And it's just like, who the fuck is Chuck? And that becomes like a thing that a lot of the characters in this world keep asking with no answer. Until he reaches, well, he talks to Karen Gillan. The idea is that they're somewhat estranged, or they're exes. But they discuss a different handful of things and a lot of stuff about life. I'll be more specific the further we go on, because I have to draw back to this first act. But there's lots of strange things, but still meaningful things. They just don't seem to have a placement. It's very confusing. And he decides he's going to reach her because it seems like the whole universe is about to collapse, and that's like a potential theory that we're at the end of time. And he does reach her, and together they actually watch the North Star, among other constellations, planets, and like everything just disappear from the sky until everything goes somewhat dark, and then it's intercut with Tom Hiddleston, who's on his deathbed, who is Chuck in those sort of billboards and stuff. And he's like having his last breath. Is the heartbeat sensor and everything is just about to go out. And that's Act 1. And it's like, I'm sorry, what the fuck am I dealing with? What was any of that? What am I supposed to do with all that? Then kicks in Act 2, which is Nick Offerman is aggressively narrating as though it is just a book playing out in real life almost. Just a situation randomly in like a sort of area of at any given. I think that the whole idea is that this could happen anywhere at any time, and that's what this is. It's a busker is playing the drums in the middle of like just an area, having some fun, doing her daily thing. He gives like a description of who these people are as he introduces them to give them a bit more life before running the sequence. And then there's another girl who's recently just been dumped, and she's just walking down the street unhappy, sort of shouting to herself about different things. And then there's Chuck, who's had a day in the all counting for things and just doing all that sort of stuff, just walking down the street, and he stops because he's hearing this music, and it's almost like subconsciously or against necessarily a conscious decision. He just starts like vibing with it, and then getting more and more aggressively into sort of dancing with it. And he's kind of, it's just come out of nowhere almost, and the girl sort of syncing with him, trying to provide different beats and songs for him to sort of work with according to what she sort of sees in him. Again, all of this is kind of explained by Offerman's narration until it sort of takes on a life of its own, and he's just dancing with her, playing the music, and then that other girl that was introduced sort of gets into it as well, and he offers to dance with her, and this whole sequence is just this incredibly sudden and authentic group of people who are living all these different lives, expressing themselves together in an artistic way out of nowhere. It's like their paths cross to the right place at the right time to have a wonderful experience, and all these people are watching them, and it's just like, oh shit. And you kind of, you have fun with it, and you don't even know what the fuck all this is for. It's just a really, really cool sequence, and when it's closing down, everyone's enjoyed the whole show, and you can think what you want about anything that's just happened. They sort of wrap up, but like Chuck's having a bit of a headache, and they say like, we could continue this, we could go on for a band. It's like, no, and they all go their separate ways, and that kind of wraps Act 2. But Nick Offerman says Chuck, had a bunch of fun with this, and it reminds me of certain things, but he can't quite grasp why he stopped or why he got so into the music, and unbeknownst to him, he's going to die in less than a year. And then that's Act 2. And it's just like, what are we doing? Like, what is this movie? What's happening? And so Act 3, I say this, they're not labeled this way. You saw Act 3 first, Act 2 second, and Act 1 is last. And the reason for that is because they're trying to sort of make you think about how everything would slot in, and what everything is trying to say, and it makes you really consider the point that gets made in the final act when you start thinking about how the third act sort of comes together. Chuck is a kid whose mum and dad and an unborn, she was pregnant, the mum, they hit a patch of ice and died, crashed, unfortunately, and so he lived with his grandparents and grew up with them. We sort of see like a sequence of events unfolding that define his interests and explore different perspectives on life and all that sort of stuff. There's a whole bit where his grandma teaches him how to dance and sing, so it's something he gets kind of interested in. And then, in school he pursues it as well. And there's these little match cuts. There's fun little connections to different statements that get made, or values and analysis that you're like, wait a minute. That was in Act 1. I remember someone saying that randomly, out of context in a different way. Or I remember that visual. I remember that TV show that's on in the background. And it's like, but why? What's happening here? Like, what's going on? And, you follow the life. He grows up, he's a kid to a teenager to a young adult, I guess. And a lot of different events happen with a lot of people he cares about, and he learns a lot of shit from different shows he's watching or people he meets, and he becomes like an excellent dancer in the school. And the grandmother unfortunately dies, and it's Mark Hamill is the grandpa, and he's like an expert accountant, and the mother was much more invested in dance. And there's this part. I'm kind of skipping through lots of it, trying to figure out what needs to be explained to sort of give you the overview at the end. He basically says, like, I want to do dance because numbers, accounting, it's boring and lame. And Mark Hamill has a sequence where he explains the art of numbers and math and how it sort of sits underneath as a foundation of everything in life, and that you can be creative and you can save lives and you can do all this sort of stuff with numbers, and that accounting is actually a lot more important than people realize, and that, you know, like even in the thing he seems to love the most right now, which is dance and singing, like there's numbers behind all of that as well, how it's constructed. And he has this whole speech about it that's like I found pretty meaningful in a sense of giving its due to jobs that are like associated most with the least sort of expressive and most boring, from someone who cares about it deeply. And so you get that, and soon after, unfortunately, Mark Hamill dies as well, and he's left the house. And you're reaching the end of the film. You only got like minutes left, and you sort of discover that like everything that happened in his life which this is explicitly said by a teacher at one point. Every sight, smell, sound, every person you've met, every place you've been, every great memory, it's like all stored in our heads to an extent that it almost generates a universe within us. There are multitudes is kind of the repeated sort of phrase throughout this, and it's the first act is a representation of Chuck's mind as he's dying and everything's shutting down. So like everything you see and everything you hear and you know experience, it's all just supposed to be representative of what's going on with him, sort of subconsciously or emotionally. And if you rewatch that first act, then you have an immense amount of fun and engagement sort of deciding what all of it might mean. Like the environmental disasters are, you know, just the shutting down or deconstruction of like different organs perhaps, or all of his abilities to process information perhaps. They say at one point the Wi-Fi is down and that's like permanent, and you know I'm inclined to believe what they're trying to say is that the ability to take in new information is gone, because there's a parent-teacher meeting and he's like, it's okay, I've got hard copies of everything. And I assume like what's being referenced there is like no more new information's coming in, all that's left now is the memory. And you know he's in a coma, he's going out of consciousness, that's what that means. And so he's just got his memories left, and all of them are, you know, falling apart and slowly deleting in a sense, or getting corrupted. But in the universe, it means that different people are disappearing, different places, and all this like confused information is popping up in different areas. And then, you know, as it's coming to an end and darkness is taking over the whole thing, it's like the stars are all disappearing, like in the night sky, and you know, is you go both ways on how dark you could consider all of that to be, but also that the film itself is trying to say like that's an inevitability, and that it was wonderful, the world that got created within each of us because of the lives that we live. And so you can then see like the dancing he does in the I forget what kind of dance it is at the school, but it's like completely reflective of the dance he does in Act 2. Which is caused in part or significantly by all the dancing he did with his grandmother. And again, they show match cuts to sort of imply like how that happened. It's just like a majorly life-affirming story about, you know, we're not here forever, but the time that we have is kind of beautiful, and that you should probably pursue as best you can all the best experiences that you can. Because it's there's nothing, why else are we here, sort of thing. And that second act, almost in retrospect, is the most like authentic and honest version of that, where this borderline stuffy accountant is you know, just doing his daily shit, but then takes a moment to just express himself fully, and it creates like a wonderful moment for everybody involved, and then it ends and everyone moves on, and that's totally fine and wonderful in and of itself. What's funny is the movie is simultaneously reaching some levels of criticism for being too depressing and too saccharine at the same time. When I you know, for me, it was struck a perfect balance of being honest about the nature of life and death, but then the importance and meaning in experience. And yeah, it's my favorite of 2025, which is unusual for me. I usually prefer darker stuff, or more rough. Like a lot of those choices on this list have kind of represented that, but I I love what it has to say. I love how it represented it. I love how much it challenges you to sort of slot everything in yourself. I love the choice of the three acts being so unconventional. As said earlier, it's like a really abstract, complicated puzzle in the first act, and then the second one is a genuine just slice of life moment that all of us experience in our own ways. And then the third brings it all together if you are understanding sort of exactly what it's going for. Yeah, I don't know, and it's kind of crazy how many Stephen King we got. Was it 2 on the major list, the Long Walk in
We
this
do
in the
have
same year?
2. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is somewhat amusing.
But yeah,
But I
I
mean,
don't know.
very. You still got that Flanagan DNA though, right? You got your monologues about like meaning and life and all of those sorts of things. But obviously, I suppose what's interesting is that on the thing of the Flanagan element is this sort of persistent mystery of what is in that room upstairs that Mark Hamill insists that Chuck not go into. And for a while that sort of persists, and if you know who Mike Flanagan is, might linger as like, I wonder what the reveal is going to be. For the reveal to be that for whatever reason, this room seems to reveal the fates of people, and that so both Mark Hamill and Chuck sort of see what their fate is, and that when Chuck sees his fate of dying at an age that he can't quite figure out whether he's particularly old or not, that in response to this is just a categorically life-affirming message. Essentially, okay, I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to live. I contain multitudes. Sort of the embrace of so be it, right? So be my fate. I'm going to live my life to the best of my ability, whatever that may be. It's it is interesting to think about the fact that there is a criticism that this film was too depressing but too uplifting. I say the depressing part. It's like I don't really know how that can be said, other than I guess the fact that it's a story about a character who dies quite young. But I don't know how that ending doesn't leave one with the impression that it's anything but incredibly life affirming, as embodied pretty wonderfully by the dance sequence, which very much caught me off guard in a good way, because the first act I wasn't really in sync with. A lot of the dialogue was very strange. But of course, in retrospect or on a rewatch, you start to understand why it doesn't make sense, because what you are watching is almost like a movie that's been crafted in Chuck's mind from several disparate pieces that are kind of coherent but also kind of not.
Yeah,
And
it's just because I
immensely
saw someone
representative of the
asking
decay of his mind.
why would someone dying cause a universe to die? So the idea is that we take in everything in our senses every day, all the time, and it's all stored in our head in some kind of way. It's not a conventional robotic hard drive. It's more of a experiences are all melded together, and memory changes with our recollection of it. It's all creating an almost universe in our head, and that's what the first act is. It's the universe in Chuck's head almost. That's why the main character is a guy he vaguely knew from school, the teacher that we don't even really get more than a line from when we see his actual life in the third act, and he's dating someone who doesn't get a line at all, and some of the lines they have to share with each other are lines he's heard from different people in different contexts, and then but he's still aware of them. All the actors that
It's
sort
a
of turn
strange
up,
composite.
yeah, like there's a doctor who works with Karen Gillan. You see him in the end of Act 2. He's just drinking a coffee in the background. It's not like
Just some guy.
he's just there. And it's the same for so many different elements of that first act. Like I said, both in dialogue, in visual, in whatever have you. Everything that's shutting down, it's his brain, and all of the life that is like within those memories and stored experiences. It's all going. It's all going to die, and that's why it sounds like a weird thing of like, thanks Chuck, for those great years. The film's trying to say is like, it's not sad that it's over. It's really great that it happened. As
Smile because it happened,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. But obviously, we're going to explore it more thoroughly, and as kind of mentioned before by Mauler, it's like broken up into different ways of approaching it. Act 2 is very it's not intellectual, right? It's very much getting you into the feeling, and it's a very positive feeling of this spontaneous creation and joy. And then concluding on the remark that, you know, yeah, this is sort of what it's all about. While Act 1 is actually sort of establishing the foundation with like more thorough arguments, like people giving speeches on the way that they view, like what does life mean? You know, what is the path that you should tread in the future? The I contain multitudes is, you know, established there. The Act 1, which in this case is Act 3, is much more thorough in explaining it, but it really is a great compliment to Act 2 as being just, this is kind of all it is. It's sort of just feeling things is what it's all about. But then it's like, sure, but it is more than that.
Yeah, and it offers just
It's,
so many
very
perspectives and very engaging. And yes, I do want to mention, that's true, Variety listed it as the worst movie of the year.
That's insane.
Well, that's a point in its favor, surely.
I guess so.
Yeah, that's insane.
Why did they say that? Because nothing you've described makes it sound like it's the worst movie of the year.
I'd have to fucking check, but no, it was a strange experience to me because I watched this and I was just like, I had, I think, the exact experience that Mike Flanagan was probably hoping for, that I was confused but engaged by the first act. The second act just hit perfectly, and then the third act explains the first two and binds it all together and then finishes off with like a really strong point. I was just like, oh. And this list, as we've gone over, it's not a breakdown of what we mechanically believe are the best 10 for each of us. It's more so favorites, and that's how I would justify Life of Chuck being at my number one. I got the most meaning from this film out of all my favorites of this year or previous year.
I'm looking forward to checking that one out.
I would recommend it for sure. It's worth watching. Very, very good. Speaking of, Marty Supreme, that's next up. That was our number 3. I think what I enjoy so much about Marty Supreme is it feels like it fills a niche that is itself like sort of a part of a subgenre of a much more prominent and popular thing. There are a lot of your just generally, here's a guy and he's chasing a dream, and boy, I sure hope that he achieves it. There are a lot of movies like that, but this one, it's like, so it is a peculiar dream of becoming like the greatest table tennis player in the world. Nothing wrong with it, but it is a strange dream to be chasing. And the main character who's chasing it, once we sort of move out of the first act of the major setback to now he's got the target, he's gonna start moving towards, it changes from, at the first part, it's like, yeah, he's eccentric and he's kind of like a wacky guy and he can be kind of like a jerk, but it all feels very normal. He's going for his dream as opposed to the job that he's not very interested in. He goes for it and stumbles, and it doesn't go very well for him. And it's like, okay, but now he's got a new opportunity. He's going to reset and he's going to pursue it. This strange dream. But then the longer it goes on, it's like, you said something different to that other character that you were speaking to. Is that a promise you can really keep? And it all just starts stacking up. Just gradually stacking up of all of these lies that he keeps telling. The situation starts to unravel to the point that, like, going to a table tennis tournament is, like, insane. That's something that he's interested in doing when his life is unraveling dramatically and he's dragging all of these other people down with him the longer that it goes on. And it starts to change from almost, like, plainly comedic and funny, but kind of mundane to like genuinely life and death like situations that he's getting himself into, the complete destruction of people's lives, livelihoods, relationships, like serious jeopardy, as well as just a denial of reality that is like insane the longer that it goes on. But it's all sort of fueled by this like fundamental desperation to achieve this one very specific dream. So then he actually kind of gets there, and then the door is slammed shut. It's like, what you want is not going to happen. You are not going to participate in this tournament. It's done. Even though he's made it there and he's on the doorstep of achieving his dream, and it's over. And instead of being in a position to do that, he's committed himself to kind of like a show where he's going to have to humiliate himself in order to get some money, which of course is just like it's like the one thing that he cannot bring himself to do. If there's like one core trait that sort of explains every single choice that he makes, it is that he has an insanely inflated ego. And then you almost think like, oh shit, is that gonna be sort of the end? It's almost his just desserts of this is kind of what you get, is you have to participate in sort of a show table tennis match where you have to lose for the sort of the home hero. But then like with the rejection there, it's like he claws his way to like the next best option for him. I can't win the tournament, but if I say that this whole, show that we're putting on is a farce and it's not real, hey guys, let's have a real tournament or like a real match to see who comes out on top. To have that match happen, to then win, and it's like that is like enough to satisfy him. The effortless nature in which he like pivots from this much grander dream that's going to be like much more beneficial to him to this is the best that I can get, so I'm going to take it, and that genuinely brings him like immense fulfillment. Is just kind of like fantastic as sort of a direction to take it, to then bring him back to the reality of the situation, which is that he he's gotten someone pregnant. That is his kid. It's something that he's been relentlessly denying the whole time, because of course that would massively get in the way of achieving that dream. And now that he's achieved that dream, he can like in an effortless way pivot to this new dream that he has. I've seen people on the internet say that Marty crying at the end as he's like watching his daughter, like his newborn daughter in the I don't know what you call the room, I guess the viewing room for the
maternity
the
ward
newborn
thing.
Yeah, as he's watching that, he's crying because like his life is over or something and he didn't achieve his dream. It's totally the opposite. This dude won. In his world, he won completely. He achieved his table tennis dream. That's good enough. That's over. Now he can just sort of slip into this new life of being a father, and like that is where the fulfillment is now going to be derived from. Like
it's a really interesting thing to choose to do, right? Because it's almost, you could be forgiven for saying that between minute 5 and minute whatever the 5 from the end of, I can't remember what the runtime is, the last 5 minutes of the movie is all about stuff that ultimately just doesn't matter. That's I think a forgivable interpretation, because like the beginning and the end is beginning, you've got a girl knocked up, and I don't know that he even so much denies it as he just pays it no mind whatsoever. He acknowledges that this is the case, except where acknowledging that it as a story will harm him. But he doesn't think about it. Like he will just use it occasionally as a bludgeon to get what he wants out of someone. But he doesn't spare any thought for the consequences or the meaning of what he's just done. The entire story is about him doing something which has nothing to do with that. Then in the last 5 minutes, he very quickly, within the last few minutes only, immediately gets on the plane back from Japan to show up at the hospital, and he bursts into tears and he's crying because he's seeing his newborn daughter. So you could read from that maybe this is an acknowledgement on his part that nothing you've just done, nothing you've spent your entire life devoted to, ultimately is important. The only important thing, as he now recognizes, is this newborn kid who gives his life meaning. I don't know that that is even the correct interpretation, though, because it is so quick and so immediate that it's actually of a piece with everything he's done. He's just done one thing that he wanted to do. That's over now. And so he just moves straight onto the next thing, which he's done every moment through the movie, is kind of him just going from one scheme to the next scheme to the next scheme, not really necessarily learning anything. So I don't even know, having watched the end of the movie, that he's learned anything about the importance of the daughter. It's just like, this is just the next thing his life's about now. That's the extent of the thought that he gives it. So I said, when given the summary, he's not, I kind of despise him, but I do also really root for him. I don't think he's learned I think he's a pretty shit human being, and I don't even think he's redeemed himself by the end. And nevertheless, I find myself thinking, oh, good for you. Grudgingly.
The whole movie, I just want him to get to that tournament. I really wanted him to make it to that tournament. He was trying so fucking hard to get there that it's just like he needs, even though every way that he tries to get there is massively destructive, and he's just willing to lie and cheat absolutely everybody to get there. Like, I view it is kind of like a villain movie where the villain like wins. He kind of can't be defeated. It's essentially what you're seeing throughout the whole film. There was like no obstacle that will stop him. There is nothing that can get in the way. There is no amount of all of these people screaming at him that like he's ruined their life or that he needs to get out of their house because he's completely like, you know, he's putting them in jeopardy or like destroying just any number of the relationships or livelihoods of everybody around him with no care at all for like what the consequences are going to be for them to achieve his dream, which he then gets denied. So then he just immediately moves on to the next best thing. And then once that's done, he moves on to the next thing, which is that now he's going to be a dad. It's like the story. It really is like a sort of a twisted version of the inspirational somebody is chasing their dream story, because I think he even says a line in the movie like that he is self-made, which when he says it is especially farcical, just given like how many people he needs to use in order to get where he got. It definitely comes across as like, what if we took what is meant to be your standard inspirational story about maybe like an idiosyncratic sort of strange, quirky, autistic, whatever sort of person achieving their dream against adversity, and then it's like, yeah, but what if he's like really unhinged? What if he's like really contemptuous? What if he's what if he doesn't really like have the sort of redeeming qualities that you would typically expect for this character? And can we see how far we can push it? I've seen like a lot of people make the comparison to Nightcrawler, which I think I see the connection there. And that you're dealing with like a pretty relentless protagonist who's more or less willing to say or do anything to achieve a very specific goal and ultimately prevails.
I love Nightcrawler. What a fucking great movie.
That's an amazing movie. Yeah, it's one of those, man, Jake Gyllenhaal, he's a great actor, much more talented than his sister.
How dare you? She's trying, damn it. Women are oppressing her, or she's oppressed because she's a woman. God damn it.
And I guess it's worth talking about, right? The Timothée Chalamet. I mean, I really like him in this movie. I just like him in general. I'm not on board with the hate that he's getting right now.
Oh no, I mean, in the first place, he is absolutely right about opera and ballet.
I don't understand what was controversial. What he said. When I searched for it,
it's just like he said something that was true. And then to get a lot of online virtue, lots of people who've never been to an opera or a ballet decided that they now cared about them.
It was really weird because I found out like everyone hates him for it, and people are making fun of him in like overt ways. Even Spielberg made fun of him for it. And I was like, wow, what did he say? And it's just from what I gathered, paraphrased, he basically said that ballet and theater are not at the forefront of culture like they used to be.
And he doesn't want to end up working. I think it was in the context of the potential decline of movies. He does not want to end up working in something that people keep alive because they think it should be kept alive, like opera and ballet. It feels like something which is being sustained by handouts, and he doesn't want to go through with that. The point was, don't let movies go the same way as these older art forms, which by any objective metric are exactly as he describes them. I don't think it was very controversial, but he has gone around in a lot of the press tour stuff and the publicity material for this movie, essentially playing the character from this movie, which has deliberately rubbed people up the wrong way. It's amusing to watch when you understand that that's what he's doing, but lots of people are a bit stupid and like to take everything seriously. I think he is kind of playing Marty Supreme all the way through, and it's almost like everything that makes you slightly uncomfortable when he says something in real life in a press tour is kind of like watching him in the film as well. It's like, I kind of root for you and I appreciate what you're doing, and at the same time, it's not what you should be saying or doing. It leaves you in this awkward position of rooting for someone who's just brusque and unlikable. It's kind of a genius marketing ploy, to be honest, because he's got so much more attention for what is ultimately not like a blockbuster. I think it's probably outperformed their expectations largely because of all that effort he put into the publicity for it.
It's A24's most successful film at the box office. It's but you know, it is worth noting it. $60-70 million budget, 179 million. So probably successful. Like that would probably be. It's probably made its money back, and of course, it's got a whole bunch of awards nominations, so that's, you know, makes it worthwhile as well. It ultimately worked out, but I don't know. I'm just not on board. I feel like more people are shitting on him, but like I think he's a good actor. And I like that he actually is like not really pretending that he like. I like that he is essentially doing the acting equivalent of I want to write the next great American novel, I don't know why we're shitting on people for being more honest about the fact that they are like trying to actually be great at their respective craft. Whether or not he actually ends up getting there,
Yeah,
I'm
there's
not
a
sure, but,
difference
like,
between saying I am great and everyone should love my work, and I want to be great and that's what I intend to be. Like, that's fine. It's fair.
I mean, it's again another good committed performance of playing this absolute scumbag who you kind of can't help but hope makes it to his tournament.
Yeah.
It's and then you just add on top of that it's just got a really chaotic energy that's maintained throughout the film, but not at the expense of being like easy to follow and track and understand who the other characters are that he's interacting with, where they're at, and when they come back, what their issues are going to be with him, as well as generally very impressive dialogue that feels natural, but also quite fast paced and sharp.
He's also
and
your
so-
point of view character, so that you're right. It's not a hard to follow movie, but the movie understands who its point of view is, and it doesn't dwell on what ought really to be the most severe consequences of what he does any longer than he dwells on them. So, like, this is a guy who basically gets at least 2 people killed at one point in this film. One of them may have survived and gone to hospital afterwards, but like, you know, when the gangster who's led to the guy because he's trying to get his dog back, and then there's the shooting match that ensues. Like, at least 2 people I think did die in that situation. That ought, and in a less intelligent movie, might have had a little bit more of the camera's attention, because oh shit, what have you just done? You're now complicit in a serious crime. But we don't spend any more time on that. He just immediately goes and rifles through the guy's pockets and gets the money, and then off we go again. Next part of the
we
adventure.
don't care about this conflict. It's a table tennis tournament. That's what we're trying to get to. And you know, you mentioned it before, Platoon, but it is something worth commending. Is it is quite difficult to get essentially an audience on board with like a story that is about a pretty shitty person trying to achieve a goal, where it's all kind of it's all hinges on like you kind of want to see him succeed. That's like really tough, and it's generally tough to balance this sort of tone, because it's a pretty funny movie. I'd say it's generally quite comedic, a lot of good jokes that work, but it's all a tone that's very difficult to balance, given that the protagonist is essentially kind of a villain. It's a really, you know, like, it feels like a common bit of writing advice. Oh, you got to make the protagonist likable. They got to be likable.
No,
and this feels like
don't.
a good example of not really. And
Especially
likability
because,
is not about whether you'd like them if you met them, right? You can like someone that you wouldn't want to meet. I mean, you like Darth Vader, but you sure as hell wouldn't want to like be in the same room as him.
But it's especially stuck because it gives you his opponent, and you fall into his mindset. Is it Endo is the Japanese table tennis player's name, right? So like he has the sympathetic story. One of the interesting like historical settings of the movie is that so you've got Marty who is Jewish, and is obviously this is the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, and he's trying to make a name for himself, and he lives in New York, and his concept of self-becoming is self-becoming. It is he will do what he wants to do. He will be recognized and respected and liked. He will win the tournament for himself. And he goes against the community. He goes against his own people. Like most of the people he spends his time conning money out of other older Jewish people in New York, versus Endo, the Japanese guy who goes deaf in the American bombing of I can't remember which city it was. And he is now the last best hope of his people to restore some national sense of pride. So this is a guy, the opponent, who seemingly has a way more sympathetic story. Maimed as a kid in a war he didn't take part in, is now the best hope of a community, a group of people, a nation that he's trying to restore pride to. In other words, self-sacrificial. Everything you're usually taught to like and respect and admire in a protagonist. And Timothée Chalamet's character, Marty, is the opposite. He's the villain, conventionally understood. Self-motivated, selfish, self-centered. He will sacrifice everybody else on the altar of his own achievement. And yet you find yourself, when they are playing that match, especially the final one, the one for real,
particularly intense, that match.
God, I hope he actually beats this poor man who's doing it for his country.
In front of his home country as well.
In front of his home country.
Crowd. And then he does, and he like collapses to the ground, and he's elated. And they even show that his opponent, he's quite like sad about having lost. And the fact that, I mean, and of course you like him because he's willing to do like a real match. Like he's willing to honor the request to make it like authentic, even if he still loses.
Have to do that.
He does. and Marty wins. It's like, yeah, there he goes. And you're right. It's like the villain won, and you're kind of like on board with that as something that you're watching. It's I kind of wish there were more films like this. It's nice and subversive in the way that I like. And I mean, I was just totally in sync with it. I was engaged from beginning to end, all the way through, very enthralled by the dialogue.
Agreed.
So yes,
Yeah.
this comes highly recommended. I really like this film.
I forget where exactly on, because I think it was 2 on my list. Was it 2 on
Yes.
yours as well, Frank? And more, so it was lower on yours, wasn't it, more or less?
7
So
on mine, I
what
think.
were
7.
the 7? What were the points against it? Well, why 7 as opposed to higher? What worked against it for you?
Let me check what my list looks like.
It was 7th below. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
above
this
the
is-
Long Walk Below Together.
It's literally it's almost, I think, pretty much everything on the list is really truly ordered in just how much I ended up thinking about everything in it, and that's essentially the best I could do for creating this order. So all the best answer I have for you is every movie above it I thought of a bit more after I'd seen it.
Yeah.
But I think
That's fair.
Marty Supreme is excellent. Like there's I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And I agree with everything that you both just talked about. There's not much I could add other than I really enjoyed watching it.
So yeah, go
Except
watch it,
it's that
lads.
sort of slightly dirty sense of enjoyment. It's like, should I really, though, have actually enjoyed that as
I
much as I
mean,
did?
I totally get what you're saying, but like I've never had trouble with that sort of thing because I don't like a lot of conventional writing advice. Like Fringy just referenced the whole, your main character needs to be likable. Your main character needs to be an active participant. They need to be guiding the plot. You need, remember the thing of your inciting incident has to be at 11% of the plot way in, or some shit. All of these pieces of advice, I'm just like, yeah, but no, though. And I very much enjoy and I'm at peace with movies that are just like, so we're going to throw out the book on this one and try to give you something crazy. Obviously, there are people who try it and are terrible at it, but then there are people who know what they're doing because they know how stories work.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of them.
Yep.
So go watch it, lads. Which then, the number 2, Sentimental Value, edged it out by 1 point. And I suppose what's interesting is that I would say that it has a decent bit in common with Life of Chuck, but then it also has plenty that's not in common with that as well. It's sort of in the sense that it's exploring like fundamental. As much as you might be like, well, come on, it's not that existential, right? By comparison, where Life of Chuck gets quite existential, I think that like Sentimental Value is like quite multifaceted in a way that can make it almost tricky to hone in on exactly the singular point that it's trying to make, because it feels like it's trying to present a more holistic presentation and interpretation of like why people become the way that they are, why they clash with each other, how they can sort of be driven apart, and then what are the opportunities to draw them back together.
Particularly bold and unique to show us multi-generational, like a bloodline traced all the way back to trauma that relates to war, and that you can still see the remnants of it, like, and the consequences of those lives that have been lived. Fascinating to watch.
It's the house. The house is like the framing device for that. The house is a persistent element of the story. Obviously, we mainly see it as it exists in the present, sort of hollowed out because the mother has died. And sort of that is the reason why all of this is even happening. It's the reason why Stellan Skarsgård's sort of been brought back, along with, what he sees as an opportunity to create a film with his daughter. But we jump back to see the house when these two daughters were growing up together and Stellan Skarsgård fighting with his wife, and that there was clearly like friction there, namely seeming to spawn from the fact that he was achieving a lot. He was a respected and talented filmmaker, and that maybe the family was dragging him down, which obviously leaves you a lot to think about as you go forward. But then it's like, yeah, jumping back even further to his childhood, how his mother was essentially taken from him. And that starts to explain a lot about like why he became the way that he was. And I suppose something that I think is kind of interesting is it feels like typically what you would be seeing is more of an exploration of his failings as a father, and sort of the consequences that it has had on his daughters. But then like the longer the film goes on, it's like you're sort of almost front-loaded with general suspicions and reasons to believe that he's failed pretty hard, and that maybe he's not like a great person. But the longer it goes on, there's more of like a, okay, now we understand why you became the way that you are, and also we start to understand that you are able to express yourself in a really potent and important way through art. And then sort of realizing that his eldest daughter, who you could view as sort of the main character of this story, is quite flawed herself in a way that's detrimental to plenty of people around her, and that she shares a lot more in common with her father than she might think, and ultimately leading to the conclusion that, oh damn, like he actually knows you. He like knows you at your core, as reflected by this story that he's written that he wants her to star in, that's certainly for her. And then when she eventually decides that she wants to read this script because she didn't want to do it, and then Stellan Skarsgård got Elle Fanning in to sort of play the role, and she tries her hardest, but it's just not slotting into place because it's clearly for his daughter. And then she reads it, and her sister reads it, and they realize, like, holy shit, it's not just that he's a talented artist, which is something that they sort of already recognize, but like he knows you for all of his flaws, for all of the distance. Like, he knows you, which means that you know him. And this is going to be, this is like the beginning of being able to reconnect through creating art together. And I mean, the fact that it's punctuated by, they built a set that is meant to look exactly like their family home, but it's not their home. It's on a set. There's blue screens around it. They've like taken it, it feels like the clearest, if you want to say thematic core, taken the generational trauma, all of their conflict, all of their sort of flaws and issues, taken it and channeling it into something new that's meaningful to them and is going to be meaningful to other people. Pretty profound, very inspiring, very uplifting, also feels very life affirming. I think it's pretty wonderful as a message.
Well, and like I said, just the meta aspect of like a sort of celebration of art and how important it is to humanity, sort of for expression. The final look they share at the end of the movie, I just got this immense sense of like they can communicate now because of art. They're able to actually like connect properly,
and this will mend the bridges, and it's going to be better for them. It's going to be better for everybody around them. Like, art is a bridge between worlds in a sense, because so much of what can explain their differences is the fact that they belong to different generations. She knows things about him. She knows the story, and so does her sister as well. But like, the more that they start to learn about that, the more that they almost start to let him in and sort of like recognize him as like a fully fledged human being with his own history and his own explanations for why he is the way that he is. Like, that allows that door to sort of be opened up to then sort of be fully thrown open through creating art together. And that, for the longest time in the film, it's like both of them are essentially kind of denying this is an opportunity. Obviously, in the case of Stellan Skarsgård, he tried to get it, but she wasn't interested. Yeah. So then he finds a new actress to do it. And I really enjoy like Elle Fanning's role in this story as kind of like a person who is brought in and kind of participates in this and makes like a real effort to she wants to make a real movie. She wants to kind of be like a real actress, and she actually kind of has the ability to do it. And because it feels like in one sense you might think like, oh, she's going to be kind of shit at it, right? But it's like, no, she has a potential herself to create good art, but this just isn't it. This is clearly not the movie that she's meant to be making. She recognizes
what's happening, and it's so unfortunate because she basically just like recuses herself, being like, I am not the right person for this role. And I felt something for that in again a more meta sense of like, this film is a film about this film being made in a way, because this probably was a lot of the processes for this film being made. Whoever came up with every aspect of it probably had a lot of their personal life poured into it, and at the same time it's just like recognizing what elements need to be in what places. And it's a good choice of actress, right? 'Cause she's famous enough that you'll recognize her, and a lot of these projects have to pull a name in order to get them some more attention. But that she's like, I appreciate your work and I appreciate your interest in me, but it's like, I'm not the person for this. Like, the script doesn't match. She's asking about like the accent at certain points. practicing certain scenes and disagreements on how exactly
Yeah,
certain
like
things should go.
are we meant to be doing this in English, or should we be doing it in Norwegian, or should I be doing it with a Norwegian accent?
Yeah.
And all of it is like, yeah, this is the product of trying to slot something into place that just can't, because this is about these two and their family, and she can't be a part of it. But it feels like pointing to her as a character and being like multifaceted and not a cliche is very much applicable for everybody, because I mentioned it during sort of the opening blurb all that time ago, but the dialogue in this film is excellent. And I think what I love about it the most is just how much sort of lies under the surface. You view it as like an iceberg, right? Everything that they say, like you just get such a strong impression of all of this baggage beneath it that explains why they speak to each other the way that they do, why they make these choices, even if they're not necessarily good for them. And like what you end up with as a consequence of that, if you're specifically referring to our three main characters, Stellan Skarsgård and his two daughters, are three people who feel so very well realized, and so thoroughly believable, and so believable as being who they are based on what we learn about them and their experiences and a lot of their like sort of, I guess what you could call their like core traumatic events, and how and the fact that they're all ultimately bound together by the fact that it is like a consequence of the generation prior and the generation prior and the events that befell each respective generation and the circumstances that they themselves they find themselves in. It's just very expertly crafted, very deliberately crafted. I mean, even down to just the fact that like the house, what a great idea as sort of your binding symbolic element of the story, that the house is like the microcosm of the story, sort of encapsulates it at its core. This thing that persists but changes and has like a memory and a history of its own that lingers and is passed down, to then ultimately essentially take that, use that, and then put it into art.
A good movie.
So good, man.
Hyper recommend.
It is. It's really good. Excellent performance.
We're in the hyper recommend segment.
Yeah, this is like, you should see this. You should absolutely see this. I don't really care what your preferences are for movies. You should see this. It's my favorite movie of the year.
Which gives us one left.
Which brings us to Warfare, which makes sense as being this what ended up being the collective number one, because it was the one film that was on everybody's list.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want it to be sort of undervalued in that sense of like, so it wouldn't have been had everyone seen everything. And it's like, not necessarily. This film is that good. It scores really high with everybody. It's or at least the four of us that were considered for this list anyway. It's this is one of it's. I say this as though it's unique. There's a couple of films on this list that are like this, but it was a film once I finished it, I was like, so I wouldn't change a fucking inch of that experience. That was just complete and full and perfect for everything they were trying to achieve. Also, we mentioned like the insane production considering budget, the sort of noble intention of representing a far more realistic and sort of horrifying version of something we're pretty familiar with. Not to say it's the first film to do it, it's not, but at the same time, it achieves it in full and expertly. The performances are fucking amazing. Like, everybody is putting in everything to express the anguish of this entire situation.
Good, for sure in this. He's particularly challenged, I would say, in terms of what he needs to accomplish, and he does a fantastic job of conveying the dread and panic of being grievously injured and having to essentially deal with being fixed up in very inopportune circumstances.
Brutal, this film, and you with him the whole time.
Unrelenting on the violence. It's one of those sort of never lets up movie. Even the moments when it gets quiet, like quote unquote quiet, that sort of persistent tension and dread. And particularly something that I really enjoy about the way that it achieves it is because so much of it is unseen. It's very focused in terms of its perspective. There's not many times that you see the enemy combatants. There's not many times that you see much of what's happening outside of the house. There are a lot of times when like smoke and debris and dust will be used to conceal things, and it's something that is played with. And I mean, it feels like a particularly prominent example of that is essentially when they're making their plan to head outside to get into the Jeep to get out. There's sort of this persistent dread of like who's going to be sent out first. If we get sent out first, like we're gonna get killed. We can't see like anything that is going on out there. We have like no idea how many people are out there or like the threat that we're facing. But like nevertheless, they're all in a situation where they have to be making a lot of these difficult choices where their options aren't great, like ever. It's always like choosing between 2 or 3 or 4 like bad alternatives to see which one is going to yield the least harm, the least injury, the least risk of death, and just trying to get out of this situation that they find themselves in.
This was early in the year as well, wasn't it? Warfare.
Yes, this was really early, so the fact that it sort of persisted for that long,
Yep.
on my list and on Mauler's list, and that it's still on Platoon's list speaks to its quality.
It was number
It's
one.
very
for Drinker,
well
right?
realized. Yes, it was his number one, which
Yeah.
makes sense. I understand why it would be someone's number one.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
it came close in my case.
No, yeah, it was a tough battle to the top. Warfare surviving strongly again is just strong evidence that you almost like. What can we say other than like you just go see it. Whatever interest you have in film, it's an achievement for sure. And it's almost fucking annoying that it's Alex Garland once again proving to me that it's like he's not juiced entirely.
He's not worthless.
Yeah,
He's not worthless. He'll go and make Civil War, and then he didn't direct this, but he was a writer and he was significantly involved in this.
so annoying.
Does it help that there isn't a grander overarching narrative for him to fuck up with this movie? It is extremely focused as a day in the life, and he's kind of collating details as related to him by other people, as opposed to trying to string it into any kind of complicated narrative. In a sense, his job is to curate, and he did a good job of curating. Whereas if they had tried to put it in a broader war story context, maybe some of Alex Garland's deficiencies would shine through, but they didn't in this case.
I understand the sort of impetus to try and clarify how he managed to pull this off with his contributions, but it's just with how good this film is, I'm more than happy to just give him the win, so to speak.
I'll give him
Oh
that.
yeah, no, he did a fantastic job.
In the same way that I would with any director I fucking hate, or creator, sorry. But like it doesn't, it's just like if they do well on a thing, it's like, all right, you did well, good job. I wish you'd do that more.
And I guess the thing is I think I think I'm one of those people where it doesn't really matter what the genre is, as long as it's good, I'm interested. But I do find war movies and and war stories, war television shows is like a genre that I am particularly interested in because it's just like regular people under incredibly stressful and extreme circumstances. It can just often yield very interesting stories, whether fictional or partially inspired by or based on a true story. And even with that being said, it can be quite a vast genre. There's a pretty noticeable difference between like Saving Private Ryan versus Black Hawk Down versus like Enemy at the Gates versus A Bridge Too Far
1917
versus like 1917 versus Warhorse, or there's a lot of variety in terms of like the approach that's taken. And
Anthropoid.
Is it 13 Hours? The Benghazi movie, which is like similar-ish premise in terms of like you're like it's focused on one location which has to be defended, but that unlike this movie that did have a broader point that it wanted to make, and it was a bit more like traditionally hoorah, I think, and it was motivated by that sense of injustice about the event that caused it. So it was trying to tell a story bigger than what it was depicting on the screen. I don't necessarily think to its benefit. It does what that movie does better without trying to do what that movie doesn't do quite so well.
Well, I guess it's Michael Bay, right? It's like that's kind of his. I mean, Pearl Harbor, right, as an example. It's like Michael Bay is unfortunately one of those people who can miss the point a bit spectacularly.
I just want to clarify, some in chat are confused, okay? And I'm not going to blame you. But when we say Civil War, we mean Civil War, the film by Alex Garland, not Captain America Civil War.
No, we like Captain America Civil War, really don't like Civil War. This plodding, meandering, stupid movie.
Yeah, that was miserable.
It's just
So fucking
horrible
empty.
compared to this, where it's like it's dense, but it's a very focused story. Just a bunch of guys dealing with one really, really difficult day in one building for, some hours. Which is a scope that feels like it is a lot more uncommon. A lot of war stories, even with that variety, will often take not like a bird's eye view, because plenty of them will be grounded with like a main character or like a squad or a platoon or essentially over the course of the story, but that they might span multiple battles, right, or like an overall campaign. And even in the case of something like Black Hawk Down, which is one day, it's much more like Bird's Eye as a story, in terms of like following multiple perspectives over the course of that battle. Whereas this one is like very unique in the sense of just how focused it is. One group of guys, one day, one building. Which I like seeing attempts to try to limit the scope, but in doing so end up making something that's a lot more innovative and creative and unusual compared to what you would typically see.
I agree. Excellent film and a wonderful set for the lot of us, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yes. But I would entirely echo something that Platoon has already said, which is it should not be this hard to find good movies. It should not be a case that you really have to dedicate yourself to sort of seeking them out, rather than being able to organically sort of encounter a lot of good films just by generally paying attention to what's going on in the media ecosystem. It shouldn't be, oh, November's roll around, now that people are actually going to try and make a real movie, they've actually given it a go, and now I can actually watch some good movies. But then when it's July, it's like, well, might as well write that off, like this whole next set of 3 or 4 months.
If we
there's going to be nothing worthwhile.
I think if all of us saw every film that came out in 2025, we'd probably have little trouble being able to populate a top 20 list. But that's like absurd and obvious in the sense that, do you know how many films are made?
It's
like, of course, but
yeah, I mean, because
most of the modern years, we're scratching at alternate sources where there's nothing necessarily wrong with finding films in those places. You always could. It's just that there's less places that used to be able to be where you could find stuff. Our lists, like, what is the biggest box office return for any film in the super list?
Man, it might be Marty Supreme.
I was gonna say, did F1, was that competitive with that or no?
F1, yeah, F1. But if we discount that, because some of the ones on Drinker's list that were more like mainstream and popular were like on streaming, so it's not really like K-pop Demon Hunters was the biggest movie on this list.
If we ordered it that way, it would be interesting with a line is drawn for sinking well below like common perception of a film that's even seen.
I'd be curious, right? How many of you in the audience? How many of these are films that you've heard of or heard a decent amount about for the first time? Because I would understand that. If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You is not a film that I've heard much conversation about, which is rather disappointing given how good it is.
Yeah, I barely. What I found funny when I searched up and realized it was Rose Byrne, when I was watching the scene where she's talking to I think it's like the parents in that meeting, I was like, oh, I remember someone sharing this clip on Twitter, and I had no idea what it was for, and I just ignored it or whatever. It's like, that's probably the only interaction I had with that film outside of, going then to see it, which,
yeah, I mean, part of the problem is like a lot of these are independent films. Several of these films that are on our list are indie films, and not like plenty of these were not necessarily like a wide release. Some of these would have been legitimately hard for some of you guys to like actually be able to see. Like some of these were like not readily sort of compared to the fact that like when fucking Jurassic World comes out, like that's in every cinema, every screen, like 10 screenings a day. It's really easy and accessible, which is part of the conversation, is that accessibility for movies is a factor in terms of discovery for these things, particularly and especially when there's just such a deluge of stuff that's demanding your attention every all the time. And it should be the case that you should just be able to like find these movies without having to really search for these movies, because most people cannot and will not do that. But they still need movies that are good. Like regular people who aren't, obsessed with movies still need good movies to watch. Movies are like stories are important, man. They're important for people, for humanity.
Out of curiosity,
the cinema is supposed to be still the place where the most people can consume the same story. It's still supposed to be the sort of cultural hub for the mass transmission of good story, and momentum plays a part in this as well, in the sense that any film on this list which did get a theatrical release but which you haven't previously heard of probably would have done better if all the films you had heard of weren't shit, because there was a time when you could go and reliably be entertained. Once you get into the habit of being reliably entertained by what you go and see, then you expect that a lot of the stuff you could see any given week is probably going to be quite good, and then you're more likely to check out some things which don't necessarily have the same name recognition as a Spider-Man or a Captain America. But those all being crap means that everyone is broadly out of the habit of expecting good stories, whatever they see at the cinema, so they stop looking even in the places where they might still be found. This is the major problem. This is the thing that's killing cinemas. It's not like less than 30-day release windows. It's not streaming economics. It's none of this stuff. It's just that most of the stuff that people have heard of is crap. Until that changes, then they're going to go downhill.
Out of curiosity, chat, if you want to, what is the number one movie you want to see as a result of having watched this stream? And if none, then don't post at all. I'm just curious which movie appears the most, if we can see that from old Chatteroony.
Hey, look, while they vote, to almost conclude, we can turn our attention to the Academy Awards, which are tomorrow. So this timing is kind of hilarious. We don't need to sort of run through all of the films that are nominated in every category. Funnily enough, it looks like Nobody and The Life of Chuck are,
which is funny because me and you are going to go see Nobody as well.
Definitely, yeah. So
it's really awkward if everyone's really disappointed in that movie now. Like, yeah,
nah, it's
sounds
good.
Yeah, it's kind of shit, long and shit.
So so the films that are nominated for Best Picture: Begonia, F1, which all I can conclude from that is Kaczynski is in the club. Essentially, he's managed to get in there because Top Gun: Maverick also got nominated for Best Picture, and that's unusual that these sorts of films are getting those nominations. But I mean, I think F1 is better than some of the films that are on this list, like in the Best Picture nomination. Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, The Secret Agent, Sentimental Value, Sinners, and Train Dreams.
So it's probably Sinners.
It's Sinners or One Battle After Another. Yeah, in all likelihood. I actually honestly think it's probably going to be One Battle After Another. I think that is something that the Academy will favor more than Sinners. I think Sinners, I think almost the fact that Sinners have been nominated for so much stuff means that it might be precluded from Best Picture.
We'll see.
We will see, because I don't know if that's a guarantee.
Remember, people, the Oscars, they don't even fucking necessarily watch the movies they vote for. So
Nope,
they don't. Best actor: Timothy Chalamet, Marty Supreme, Leonardo DiCaprio on One Battle After Another. Okay. Ethan Hawke in Blue Moon, Michael B. Jordan in Sinners, and Wagner Moura in The Secret Agent.
Okay. Personally, I'd probably go for Chalamet, I guess, out of that selection.
I would too.
Yeah,
I would.
By a close margin either. Although, again, it's not exactly as though they vote strictly on talent and performance either, in the sense that didn't the odds on him winning shorten dramatically after his comments on ballet and opera, even though the voting period had closed?
No,
he's less likely to win it now.
I think the meta influences things for sure. I think that Sinners' chances have gone up recently. So like I think it's very much influenced by the meta. But I mean, yeah, I think Leonardo DiCaprio on that one's kind of silly. Like, I think he's good in that movie, but I mean, come on. There must be better leading male performances that we could be pointing to than this, Then for Best Actress, it's Jessie Buckley for Hamnet, Rose Byrne for If I Had Legs I'd Kick You, Kate Hudson for Song Sung Blue. Have you guys heard of that?
Nope.
Nope.
I saw the trailer for it and I was like, yeah, no thanks. I don't need to. That looks incredibly boring. It's Hugh Jackman and her, and it's some biopic music one or something. And then man, am I gonna get this name wrong? It's Sentimental Value. She played the eldest daughter, Renata Rienzvi. I'm sorry. You were very good.
Yeah.
You were quite good. You'd be competitive with Rosebud, but I'd probably give it to her.
Honestly,
then,
I don't even think
Emma Stone for
anybody
Begonia.
will be able to compete. It's just a relentlessly great performance throughout all of If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. I just don't know that it's going to be so hard to beat that. And it's not, it wouldn't be to underappreciate any other contestant, so to speak, in this the Oscars, but it's like it's gotta go to Rose Byrne. It should. He deserves it.
It won't. It'll be Buckley. It'll be Jesse Buckley.
Not fair.
I mean, the big thing that conveys it is like who's been winning in all of the build-up awards, who's been winning the Golden Globes, and like the actor, whatever the one that that was the Screen Actors Guild that's got a new name now. All those ones, and I think she's won all of them. So it'll be her probably. Best writing for an original screenplay, Blue Moon. It was Just an Accident, Marty Supreme, Sentimental Value, and Sinners. Out of those, it would be Sentimental Value for sure. Best screenplay, but it won't win it in all likelihood. And then best writing for adapted screenplay, Begonia, Frankenstein, Hamnet, One Battle After Another, and Train Dreams. It'll be Hamnet. It's kind of funny. I assume that Hamnet's actually going to win a bunch of these, which is, even though I haven't seen it, it just appears to be going in that direction. But also, yeah, I saw someone in chat say it. Sinners will get original screenplay for sure. I think that's like a guarantee. If it doesn't win Best Picture, it'll at least get that. It's been nominated for too many things for it to not get at least one of the big ones. Such is the nature of it's really annoying because I kind of respect the Academy Awards, but I also kind of don't. Especially when you learn about how little like research a lot of the people who vote in it do. There's a good chance that plenty of people who vote in the Academy Awards and determine which one wins have not seen as many movies like that are in the running as we have. So yeah, fun times. I'm sure I'm excited to see which film takes it. All of these awards.
Yep.
And I suppose what's funny as well is that for best visual effects, Avatar
Right.
is nominated, but I bet you F1 wins. I bet you, even though it probably shouldn't, even though I think it has great visual effects, because so many times the film that wins best visual effects shouldn't have won. So often that happens. It's a remarkably bad category.
I'm always willing to concede Avatar should win if ever it's competing. Avatar 1, 2, or 3, it should probably win. It's like, if we're being fair,
it should, yeah.
Yeah.
But then the thing is the one that stands out to me most is none of the Planet of the Apes movies in the reboot series ever won for best visual effects. That is insane.
Yeah,
that is ridiculous. And the things that beat it shouldn't have beat it at all. But like, all right, whatever. I'm very excited for tomorrow. I will not be watching. At all.
Which somewhat leads us to the end, yeah, I think.
Yes, it does. That about wraps it up.
I was going to say, I implore, if you want to, of course, leave a comment talking about whether or not you want us to do this again. This was kind of experimental. We're not against it, like yearly, but there's all kinds of formats we juggle and tool around with on EFAP, so if you want this again, let us know. I do read. I'll have a little look-see, and then we can set it up. And maybe next time, a better way of viewing things. If we can do enough prep and have enough sort of time to get everything ready. If you want to see this sort of thing again, just
we should stream against the Oscars and do a better job of it than they do.
Yeah,
we can get like a famous host who can be really offensive to actors or something, or we can just do that because we do that all the time anyway.
So yeah, just let us know, and
it sounds like they all liked it. I hope you found some movies that you're gonna see.
Yes, that would obviously be the main goal here.
As much as we talk about how you shouldn't have to go and seek out like great movies, it should be able to happen more organically. given that you do have to, you should make an effort to try and find good movies.
To an extent, all of us in this sphere are, I hesitate to use the word, but I think it's accurate, tastemakers to an extent. And so if you have any faith in our ability to find and enjoy and recommend, then these are what we recommend this past year. So, check out. And of course, we did that like non-spoilery to spoilery to sort of give you a breakdown of the genre and what you can expect from each thing as a sort of like, this is the buffet, and we recommend everything on it, but you might have your preferences. So make of that what you will.
Mm-hmm.
On that front, then I guess we're pretty much wrapped up. Yes. I'm trying to think of what order to do certain things here. So, I guess we could start with just what's everybody what are you doing, both Fringy and Platoon?
I'm just working, all right. I'm just working. You know the deal.
Just fighting copyright as usual. More videos at some point this week. Probably multiple videos at this week because they're all the fucking backlog of all the things. So more stuff will be coming out over the next week and two.
As some people may already know, TFA Part 5 is down. It got invisibilized by Disney. It's been hit for every Star Wars movie. Yeah. So, I've put in an appeal for all, I think, 9+ claims or whatever it is. We'll see if it survives them. I'm inclined to believe that it won't. And if so, I have a choice of trying to figure out how to protect it and re-upload, or I might opt for, and I know you're going to hate me for this, until I finish Part 6, I will then add it to the first half, so release 5 and 6 together in one video, so that it, that might be my solution as it stands, unless I can find another way on the back end. But what an incredibly fucking annoying system. And just so you understand, like, I try to keep that away from the audience, the battle with copyright, because I know you guys don't really want to hear about it that much, but it really needs to be said. It's a fucking nightmare that delays the shit out of our work. It always does. We can't just show you what we want to show you and talk about it. It's never that simple, and yet I think any ethical system watching what we do would clear us immediately in terms of, like, we're obviously not trying to steal. And yet, down it goes. So, like I said, I'm going to try and figure out how to save it sooner rather than later, but I'm just warning you, I might opt for, I'll create Part 6 at some time in the future, and I will add 5 to the beginning, and I don't know, try and create some way to protect. I don't know why, like, people are asking, it's like, why did that one go down and not the other 4 parts? It's like, I have no idea. I don't know why it works this way.
It's changed at some point over the last couple of weeks. Now it's taking way longer to actually get around to doing it, because it wasn't as bad as in your case, because that video had been up for a good few weeks, but like mine took 7 or 8 days of being live before it suddenly said, nope, you can't have it. And it had been online unlisted for longer than that. So they keep changing however the algorithm, the AI is detecting all of this stuff. They never tell us, so we never know what to do, which is great, because you can't then plan for it.
More like 10 weeks, which is just fucking mean.
Even longer.
So mean. Like, what am I supposed to do? Upload a video and wait 2 years and be like, all right, it looks like it's clean, everybody.
And it would still, they'd change it and it would go down. Did you escalate straight to appeal for the 7-day thing, or did you use the old 30-day?
Oh, I didn't even know
window?
about that. That's how long it's been since I've had to deal with this, because the game video I made had no problems.
Oh. Yeah, you can do it to 7, like, so you can escalate straight to appeal, and it will go live again instantly. And it will only take 7 days. And normally they don't even look at it, and then it just times out, and so you're fine. And sometimes they're really nice, and they release it within 2 days, as happened to my video. The only downside to that is that if you are incorrect and you escalate it to appeal, you get a strike, but you can only ever get 1 per video.
Okay, well, I did the 30-day one. I didn't even know you could do that. I should have.
You can go back in and change it. I think you can escalate after you've done that. I think. Could be wrong.
All right, well, we'll see. I'll let you guys know if that gets solved, which, who knows. But there is a project that I'm hoping to get out next month. the closer it comes to completion, the more likely I am to say exactly what it is. Not like some kind of behemoth, but it is something that I wanted to make and didn't quite make it at the time that one would have assumed I would have, but it's on the way, and it's something that was worked on in conjunction with the other fucking 5 major projects of 2025, but it's neat that it's reaching its conclusion, which I'll be more specific about soon enough, I'm sure. Well, yeah, and so the only other thing, this is kind of bad news in the sense of I don't want to sugarcoat it, but and sort of Rags has told me I can say this. You may have noticed he's missed every so often an episode in the past year. It's because he's been dealing with something privately that's gotten a bit worse. Now, he is totally fine, physically, mentally healthy, but he's dealing with something that's taking a lot of time, in a sense that he can't make it to these episodes, and I have to put it the way that is true, indefinitely. So he could come back at any moment, but simultaneously, as it stands, we don't know when that's going to be. He does not know, or what the nature of that will be. And it also means that it's not just the mainline EFAP episodes. It's going to be now, from this point on, which is going to be really weird from you guys' perspective, and I'm sorry about that, but it's just the way that things are produced. He can't record things with us anymore, so everything that's been recorded up to this point, whether it is in process of an arc or if it's something else, it's on pause for him. But like I've talked to him and we've gone over this, we have to continue. So you're going to see Super Chat catch-ups now coming out that he's not in, as well as like EFAP movies maybe at certain points that he's not going to be in, and as time goes on, if this unfortunate circumstance can't be sort of remedied, then you're going to end up seeing somewhat less of him. But we're hoping things will get, so to speak, solved. I'm just there's not much more information I can give. So for now, you're stuck with us, and we'll do what we can to, of course, entertain and keep providing some this wacky variety show centered around media we love and media we hate. The plan next week is to have the sequel episode to that old thing we did before. I forget what I even called it, but the one where we have to guess what the movie is based on posters and casting with teams.
I think it was just like guess the movie or guess the or just guessing game. I think might have just been what it was called.
So guess the movie, episode 2, and we'll maybe drag some different people in, get some teams, and maybe have some fun. So yes. Other than that, you'll see me. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna stream Monday because I'm definitely streaming Thursday because there's no open bar Thursday. Drinker is unavailable, so I'll do a, so to speak, long bar. However, I've decided I'm going to stream the OG Resident Evil, the first time ever. I'm going to play through...
The OG, like the very first one on PlayStation 1?
The OG. I've got it through GOG, and I've already tested it. It works, and I think it'll be a bunch of fun for us to have a little look-see at the game that started it all. So I'm going to do that Thursday. And then, of course, it's Real BBC Tuesday, and we'll be back Saturday. So with that, I don't know if there's anything else you guys want to mention.
Nope.
I suppose that's all. Once again, a reminder to go seek out those good movies, all right?
Yeah.
Go and do it. Get some of that good art in you. But I suppose that's all.
Well, all right then. Toodle pip. Cheerio, everybody. Have a good night, day,
See you
morning,
later,
whatever.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.